Goddess, can you please stop being so slutty? I can't stand it anymore. In the Imperial capital, Central Hospital. On the operating table in the emergency room, a young girl lay, her beauty like a blossoming snow lotus. Her black dress clung to her delicate body, and her small, fair feet were exposed in the air. Her slender legs peeked out from beneath her skirt, exuding a mysterious beauty. A masterpiece of the creator. But all the beauty was marred by the horrifying bloodstains on her body. The once bright and lively eyes now appeared dull and lifeless. The girl gazed greedily at the person before her, knowing that she was about to go to a faraway place. Her soft voice, weak as a thread, carried a deep sense of reluctance. Yifan, I like you. I don't want to live in a world without you. If there's a next life, will you marry me? Beep beep tilde tilde tilde. The harsh beeping of the machine sounded, almost as if it were mourning her departure. 11:11. Yifan's shoulders shook violently, tears uncontrollably spilling down his face, his cries shaking their heart. Since his mother's death, Ningxi had been the only light in his dark world. After years of being together, he had fallen for this pure, cute, and beautiful girl. Yifan buried his feelings deep in his heart, never revealing them. He feared that if he were rejected, he would lose the chance to even be ordinary friends with her. It wasn't until today that he realized that she also liked him. It is said that once feelings exist, even if you cover your mouth, they will spill out through your eyes. But Yifan had been like a block of wood, completely oblivious to Ningxi's feelings. Endless regrets surged in his heart. Every little detail of their past formed images in his mind. Bro, remember to wear more clothes, it's getting cold. Bro, don't you know staying up late hurts your health? Now, go home and sleep. Bro, do you think my clothes look pretty today? Yifan hated himself. He hated that he was like a block of wood. Ningxi had liked him for so long, yet he never gave her an answer. The saddest thing in the world is this. Sad, pitiful, regretful. Half an hour earlier. During a business negotiation, the car broke down. As they got out, a large truck came charging toward them. At the critical moment, Ningxi pushed Yifan aside without hesitation, but she was hit and flung away. The decisiveness and determination in those few seconds deeply shocked him. Ningxi's words before she passed away endlessly echoed in Yifan's ears. Helplessness, regret, pain, these emotions completely crushed him. His eyes were dull, devoid of any color. Yifan shakily walked to the emergency table, gently caressing Ningxi's face, his eyes filled with deep affection like a vortex. A sudden and intense chest pain, accompanied by a suffocating feeling, washed over him. He didn't reach for the medicine bottle like usual. Instead, he lay beside Ningxi, holding her cold hand and slowly closing his tired eyes, his consciousness gradually fading away. This life is too short, without you, what joy is there? Therefore, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first torment their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their body, empty their pockets, and frustrate their efforts, so as to move their heart and temper their nature, thus making them more capable. Yifan was awakened by a reading voice, his confused consciousness slowly returning to his body. A sharp pain surged through his head, causing him to gasp. Why does it still hurt even after death? Yifan struggled to open his eyes and saw a face that had been weathered by time, wrinkles covering it as if telling the story of wasted years. Pang Wenjian narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, asking, "Did you sleep well?" "Not bad." Yifan nodded subconsciously. Har har. The reading in the classroom stopped abruptly, followed by a burst of laughter from the students. Yifan. Pang Wenjian glared angrily, banging his fist on the desk, his face full of rage. Do you know what time it is? Senior year. Skipping class to surf the internet, fighting, sleeping in class, you've done it all. You really are a hopeless case. In the face of Pang Wenjian's scolding, Yifan ignored him, his gaze wandering around the classroom. When his eyes landed on the old calendar on the wall near the door, his pupils constricted, and his shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. March 18, 2010. This was the year he was 17. The familiar faces, the high school classroom full of memories. This all made Yifan's hazy mind fully awaken. He had been reborn. He had been reborn to 10 years ago, the year he was in his senior year of high school. Absurd, strange, unbelievable. These emotions flashed through Yifan's mind, followed by boundless joy. Being reborn to 10 years ago meant he could see Ning Shi again. He had met Ning Shi in 2015, and now there were still 5 years before they first met. Having lost everything, now everything could begin again. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have known what it was like. Are you deaf? Seeing Yifan remain silent, Pang Wenjian slapped the desk in frustration, his face turning dark with anger. Come with me to the principal's office. It's time for you to pack your things and leave. You're a cancer to the school's atmosphere. Why are you staring? Get back to your studies. Many students shrank their necks, sitting upright, afraid that this moving volcano might turn on them. Yifan snapped back to reality, his eyes deep and mysterious, like the night sky. Since the heavens had given him a second chance, in this life, he would find his girl and protect her with his life. The more Yifan acted nonchalant, the angrier Pang Wenjian became, thinking Yifan was deliberately provoking his authority. His face turned reddish-brown with anger. You wait to be expelled. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, Yifan stood up and walked to the door of the classroom, wearing a calm smile. Teacher, let us go. At this moment, all the students in the classroom were left in disarray, including Pang Wenjian. In this day and age, someone actually wanted to be expelled. Crazy. Principal's office. Yifan and Pang Wenjian formed a sharp contrast, one calm as water, the other seething with rage. With silver hair and a white beard, Wang Mamin, the principal, rubbed his temples with a headache. Teacher Pang, sleeping in class isn't enough reason for expulsion, right? Principal, this month alone, he has skipped class, surfed the internet, been late, and fought. He hasn't missed a single thing. A student like this has no place in the school. He must be expelled. According to the statistics from the Academic Affairs Office, Yifan has been given 2 minor penalties and 3 warnings this month. According to school rules, 3 warnings count as a minor penalty, and 3 minor penalties count as a major penalty, leading to expulsion. Pang Wenjian insisted. He can't be expelled. Just then, a middle-aged woman hurriedly entered the office. Time had left subtle traces on her face, but it was clear that she must have been a beauty in her youth. When Yifan saw her face, his eyes turned red. He quickly rushed to her and tightly hugged her, his lips trembling slightly. Mom. Yixian was frozen in place. Since she remarried, her son had never hugged her like this. It's okay. Yixian patted her son's back and nodded slightly to Principal Wang, urgently saying, Principal Wang, no matter what mistakes Xiaofan has made, he cannot be expelled. If the school gives up on him, what will he do in the future? Wang Mamin glanced at Pang Wenjian, who remained silent, and sighed slightly. Ms. Yi, please don't worry. How can I not worry? This. Mom. Yifan interrupted, his tone unexpectedly calm. Legally and morally, the school has every right to expel me. Yixian opened her mouth, her face filled with disbelief, asking in shock, Xiaofan, do you know what you're saying? I do. Looking out the window, Yifan's gaze seemed to wander into the distance, his lips curling into a faint smile. I'm transferring schools. Chapter 2. At the school gate. Yixian watched her son carrying heavy bags, a mix of emotions flashing across her face. A hint of hesitation appeared, and she asked tentatively, Son, why do you suddenly want to transfer schools? Nothing, just feel like I've been too down lately. Yifan stopped and told a small white lie. Since it's the final year, I thought a change of environment and mood would help. I don't want to keep drifting like this. I'm glad you're thinking this way. Seeing her son suddenly become so composed, Yixian felt a whirlwind of emotions and slowly spoke, Today is your uncle's birthday, and I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Would you come home for dinner? Her tone held a trace of pleading. Since Yifan started high school, he rarely came home. Yixian didn't know how many times she secretly wiped away tears, knowing her son's mind. He simply didn't want to see that person. When Yifan saw his mother like this, a pang of guilt gripped his heart. In the previous life, he had made too many mistakes. In this life, he would make up for them all. Thinking of this, Yifan felt clarity in his mind and said with a low chuckle, Actually, I'm quite hungry. I'll have a big meal later. Huh. A simple sentence made Yixian freeze, her voice uncertain. Xiaofan, you really want to come home for dinner? Yifan didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the side of the road and opened the trunk of a red car, placing his luggage inside. Then, he directly got into the car. Seeing this, Yixian felt like she was in a dream. She quietly wiped her moist eyes, then a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Her son seems to have grown up. On the way home, Yixian drove hesitantly for a moment before softly speaking, "Son, I have one request. When we get home, please try not to argue with Uncle Luo. He's not having it easy either." In the past, this kind of thing had happened many times. She couldn't help but remind him. Yifan's lips curled into a barely noticeable bitter smile as he nodded silently. "Mom, drive carefully. It was my fault before. It won't happen again." Hearing this, Yixian felt a pang in her heart, and the heavy weight in her chest finally lifted. Yifan yawned. "Mom, I didn't sleep well at school last night. I'm going to take a nap." With that, he closed his eyes, appearing to sleep, but in fact, he wasn't. At that moment, his mind echoed with a series of voices. Beep. "Congratulations, host, you have bound the all-purpose system." The voice was gentle and sweet, like a spring breeze. In his previous life, Yifan had read many web novels, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of a golden finger. Rebirth. He could accept that. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly accepted the situation and asked inwardly, "Can you explain what the all-purpose system is?" The literary abilities: know the heavens and the earth, understand human relations, comprehend the yin and yang, study the 8 trigrams, and master the mysterious methods of military strategy. The martial abilities: kill a person with 10 steps, travel thousands of miles without leaving a trace. The medical abilities: heal the sick, save the world. Strategic abilities: calculate and control situations, decisively win battles from afar, like a sage who could decide the fate of the world before taking action. Mastering these 4 points means being all-purpose. After hearing the system's explanation, Yifan's lips twitched slightly, even though his eyes were closed. Yixian, who was driving, didn't notice her son's odd reaction. Yifan thought to himself, "There's no way this exists in reality." The 4 abilities the system mentioned: if someone could accomplish even one, they could be considered an immortal. But achieving all of them? Nonsense. System: knowledge is the foundation of human wisdom. As long as the host masters enough knowledge, you can become all-purpose. As soon as the words fell, a virtual page appeared in Yifan's mind. Host, Yifan. Knowledge, level 130-100. Intelligence, level 120-100. Martial arts, level 110-100. Medical skills, level 10-100. Merit points, 0. Experience, 0. Looking at the uniform level 1 stats, Yifan felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Great. Not even a level 2. Damn it. What a joke. Despite the complaints, Yifan immediately focused on the key point and asked, "System, can experience points be used to upgrade these abilities?" System: correct, that's exactly how it works. Yifan then asked, "So, how do I gain experience?" System: there are 2 ways. 1. The host can gain experience by learning various knowledge. Experience can be used to level up abilities, with a maximum level of 10. 2. On the 1st of every month, the system will release tasks. Completing tasks will reward experience, with the amount varying. The 1st of every month. It was only the 18th today, so Yifan had nearly half a month left. For now, he could only rely on the first method and asked inwardly, "How do I learn knowledge?" Be more specific. Read books. The system's response was quite clear. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a detached villa. Yixian gently shook Yifan's shoulder, her voice soft, "Xiaofan, we're home, wake up." Millimeter tilde tilde. Yifan rubbed his eyes, pretending to have just woken up. He got out of the car, grabbed his luggage, and followed his mother into the villa. Once inside, the images in his memory perfectly matched the reality, and Yifan couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In his previous life, he had hated Luo Shan from the bottom of his heart. But after his mother fell ill, for more than a year, Luo Shan had been taking care of her tirelessly. The love in his eyes during that time was genuine, impossible to fake. True affection reveals itself in difficult times. Only then did Yifan truly accept Luo Shan. As soon as they entered the living room, a middle-aged man walked out of the kitchen. He was of average build with a square face, not handsome but not ugly either. Xiaofan is back. When Luo Shan saw Yifan, surprise flashed in his eyes, and he warmly greeted, "Hurry and wash up. The braised pork I made is ready." "Thank you, uncle." Yifan nodded slightly. This simple sentence left the two people in their 40s frozen in shock. "Hey, hey." Luo Shan's face turned slightly red, his hands unsure of where to place them. Excited, he stuttered, You don't need to be so polite with your uncle." This was the first time Yifan had called him uncle since he married Yixian. Tears rolled down Yixian's cheeks as she never imagined she'd experience this rare warmth in her lifetime. Seeing his mother tear up, Yifan was about to comfort her, but before he could act, someone beat him to it. Luo Shan hurriedly took out a tissue and carefully wiped away the tears on Yixian's face. "Why are you crying? Stop crying, stop crying." His tone was as if he were soothing a child. Yixian's shoulders gently trembled as she choked, I'm just so happy." As she said, these were tears of joy. Hearing this, Yifan felt even more guilty and scolded himself internally. At dinner, Yixian told Luo Shan everything that had happened today. When Luo Shan heard that Yifan wanted to transfer schools, he didn't ask why but directly inquired, "Xiaofan, which school do you plan to transfer to? Uncle has some connections, I should be able to help." Yifan put down his chopsticks and said, "Zhenhua Middle School in the capital." When he spoke the name, Zhenhua Middle School, a faint tenderness appeared on his face. Ning Shi was there. "What?" Yixian stood up suddenly, surprised. "You want to go to school in the capital?" "Yes." Yifan nodded seriously, "Mom, you don't need to persuade me. This is a decision I've thought through carefully. I hope you can agree." One sentence shut Yixian up. She looked at her determined son and finally gave up trying to persuade him. As for Yifan's character, as a mother, she knew it all too well. He was resolute. Although she accepted it, Yixian couldn't help but feel sad. The capital was so far away, and she really wasn't ready to let go. Luo Shan understood his wife's feelings, patted her hand, and comforted, "Xiaofan has grown up. He has his own thoughts, and that's a good thing. Moreover, Zhenhua Middle School is one of the top high schools in the country. It's much better than his current school. Thanks for understanding, uncle. It's nothing, just a small matter." After sensing his wife's discontented gaze, Luo Shan quickly closed his mouth and smiled awkwardly. As Yifan ate, a figure appeared in the depths of his eyes. If longing had a sound, it would be deafening. Chapter 3. After dinner, Yifan returned to his room. In his past life, he had heard Ning Shi mention a few things about Zhenhua, and in order to transfer there, one had to go through a test. As for the content of the test, he wasn't sure, because even Ning Shi didn't know. However, Ning Shi had said that no one had ever transferred to Zhenhua as a transfer student, not a single one. This clearly indicated that the difficulty of the test must be hellish. With his current academic performance, passing such an epic exam would be like chasing a dream. The immediate priority was to focus on improving his grades in all subjects. To forge iron, one must first strengthen oneself. Otherwise, no matter how influential Luo Shan's connections were, he would still be powerless. Yifan lay down on his bed, inwardly asking, "System, what level does secondary knowledge represent?" The system responded, "Above 700 points in the college entrance exam." "And tertiary knowledge?" The system replied, "Excellent graduate from Qingdao University, all subjects." "Okay. This makes things easier." Yifan already had a plan in his mind. He walked over to his wooden bookshelf and picked up a copy of Advanced Mathematical Analysis, beginning to read it. Once he started, he couldn't stop. The previously difficult and obscure knowledge seemed to come alive, pouring into his mind, and he quickly became immersed in the ocean of knowledge. As time passed, the system's notification sound occasionally rang in his ears. Reading for 10 minutes, experience points +1. Reading for 10 minutes, experience points +1. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Yifan finished reading the last page of Advanced Mathematical Analysis, the system's notification rang again. Completed reading, experience points +5. Including the 18 experience points earned over the past 3 hours, he had accumulated a total of 23 experience points. It seemed not bad. Yifan picked up the cup on his desk and drank several gulps of water before bringing up his attribute panel. Host, Yifan. Knowledge, level 130 100. Intelligence, level 120 100. Strength, level 110 100. Medicine, level 10 100. Merit points, 0. Experience points, 23. To reach level 2 in knowledge, 70 experience points were needed. At the current rate of experience gain, it would take approximately 6 more hours. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already nearing 8 p.m. Yifan's goal was simple: to reach level 2 in knowledge by tonight. Before going to Genoa, he aimed to reach level 3. That way, no matter how difficult Genoa's test was, he could handle it with ease. With that in mind, Yifan didn't waste any more time. He picked up a copy of Physics Analysis and New Concept English from the bookshelf, fully focusing on his studies. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. As the hours passed, his experience points climbed steadily. Finally, at 2:10 a.m., the system's notification rang in his mind again. Reading for 10 minutes, experience points +1. Experience points have reached 70, fulfilling the conditions for upgrading knowledge. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. After all their hard work, Yifan finally accumulated enough experience for an upgrade and immediately chose to level up. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a sudden clarity in his mind. It was a strange sensation, one that couldn't be described with words. All he could say was that it was profoundly mysterious. After the sensation passed, Yifan opened his attribute panel again. Host, Yifan. Knowledge, level 20 500. Intelligence, level 120 100. Strength, level 110 100. Medicine, level 10 100. Merit points, 0. Experience points, 0. Seeing that knowledge had reached level 2, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. However, when he saw that it required 500 experience points to reach level 3, his mood soured instantly. 500 experience points. And that's just for level 3. What about level 4 and level 5? Just thinking about it made his head hurt. But then, remembering that familiar, beautiful figure, all his negative emotions instantly dissipated. There is always 1 or 2 wins in life, filling 10,000 dreams. Ningxi was his 1 or 2 wins. 5 days later, Genoa High School. A nationally renowned key school famous for its extremely high university admission rate. The principal of Genoa had once said something that caused a huge stir online. Even a pig, if it comes to Genoa, can still get into a top university. Because of this, Genoa High School became the top choice for all parents. However, Genoa's excessively high admission standards had discouraged 99% of students, making everyone realize just how high the barrier to entry was. Principal's office. Zhang Chongshan, wearing black-rimmed glasses, held a student record in his hand. His brow furrowed slightly as he occasionally glanced at the boy sitting across from him. As the principal of Genoa, he had to consider the school's admission rate. Last night, a friend had said many good things over the phone, but he still planned to follow the rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Rules are rules, and no one can break Genoa's rules, especially not the principal. The boy was Yifan, his expression calm, with an air of maturity that didn't seem to belong to his age. On the other hand, Luo Shan, who was sitting next to Yifan, appeared extremely nervous. Over the past few days, he had made countless calls and gone to great lengths just to get a conversation with Zhang Chongshan. Whether Yifan could get into Genoa depended entirely on Zhang Chongshan's attitude. Zhang Chongshan put down the student record, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise, and nodded at Luo Shan. He then asked, "You're Yifan's guardian, right?" Yes, I am." Luo Shan quickly stood up and introduced himself. "I'm Luo Shan, Yifan's guardian." "Principal Zhang, is there any problem with his record?" Zhang Chongshan shook his head, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. "There's no problem, but as Genoa is a nationally famous key school, if you want to transfer in, you must pass the school's entrance exam." Entrance exam. Upon hearing this, Luo Shan's smile disappeared instantly, and his tone changed. "You still need an exam to transfer in." He had heard his wife complain about Yifan's grades often. The bottom of the class. If there was really an exam, it was very likely that Yifan wouldn't make it. "Mr. Luo, please don't be surprised. To transfer to Genoa, an exam is required." Zhang Chongshan explained seriously, "This is Genoa's rule. I hope you can understand. Knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. A man with a square face and glasses entered, holding several test papers in his hands. His expression was very respectful. Principal, I brought the test papers. Zhang Chongshan nodded and turned to Yifan, asking, are you willing to take Jinhua's entrance exam? Sure. Yifan had expected this situation and calmly asked, Principal, what score do I need to get to attend Jinhua? Seeing Yifan's calm demeanor, Zhang Chongshan was somewhat surprised. He replied, Jinhua's standards are quite high. If you want to transfer to the senior year science class, your total score must be no less than 730 points. What? Luo Shan sprang to his feet, his eyes wide, his face filled with disbelief. Are you kidding? 730 points. It wasn't surprising that he was so shocked. If someone could score 730 points on the college entrance exam, they would definitely be the top scorer in the province. From what Luo Shan knew of Yifan, not to mention 700 points, even 300 would be hard to achieve. It was completely unreasonable. For a moment, Luo Shan's face darkened, and he grabbed Yifan, trying to leave. Xiaofan, let us go. There are plenty of good schools, no need to go to Jinhua. Uncle, wait. Yifan didn't move. He knew that Luo Shan was concerned about his face and didn't want him to be embarrassed later. However, he had his own reasons for needing to attend Jinhua. Ningxi. Seeing that Yifan remained seated and wasn't getting up to leave, Luo Shan grew anxious. Xiaofan, didn't you hear the exam requirements? They are asking for over 730 points, that's ridiculous. Yifan smiled slightly, as if the sunlight itself were captured in his smile. I want to give it a try. Chapter 4. This. Luo Shan frowned tightly and finally sighed helplessly before releasing his hand. Since Yifan wanted to try, then let him try. Yifan, you're really not bad. Zhang Chongshan's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. It had been a long time since he had seen such an interesting young man. He smiled and said, I personally hope you can pass the assessment. Good luck. With that, he waved at the middle-aged man, who placed the test papers on the desk in front of Yifan and quietly turned to leave. Such situations happened often. Jinhua, being a key high school in the country, had countless students wanting to study there. However, there were two conditions to study at Jinhua: excellent grades were the basic requirement, and the student had to be properly admitted. Transferring midterm. Har har. With its perverted assessment standards, no one had ever succeeded. Not a single one. After checking the time, Zhang Chongshan casually said, it's 9 o'clock in the morning now. You have 3 hours. If your total score across for test papers exceeds 730, you can study at Jinhua. Yifan nodded slightly, took off his backpack, took out a pen, and began working on the test papers. Zhang Chongshan didn't linger and got up to leave the office. Luo Shan, still feeling uneasy, glanced at Yifan. After hesitating for a moment, he followed Zhang Chongshan out. Once they left, Yifan focused on the 4 test papers in front of him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. 730 points. It wasn't that difficult. He picked up the math paper at the top, and as soon as he saw the questions, the relevant knowledge points flooded his mind, as if he were cheating. In fact, he was cheating. Sure enough, the system is amazing. Over the past 5 days, Yifan had been studying obsessively, and finally, before coming to Jinhua that morning, he had accumulated enough experience points and successfully upgraded his knowledge to level 3. Jinhua, he was determined to get in. Time passed slowly, and an hour later, Zhang Chongshan and Luo Shan returned to the office. It was unclear what they had discussed outside, but Luo Shan's expression showed a hint of helplessness and frustration. Looking at Yifan, who was diligently working on the papers, Zhang Chongshan made a silent gesture to Luo Shan, then pointed to the sofa. After sitting down, neither of them spoke, silently waiting. Who? Yifan put down his pen and let out a soft breath. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10:43. He slowly organized the test papers, stood up, and nodded at Zhang Chongshan, who was sitting on the sofa. Principal, I'm done. Zhang Chongshan. His face was full of surprise as he stared at Yifan in disbelief. He finished all 4 test papers in less than 2 hours. Impossible. Could it be that this young man, realizing there was no hope, decided to give up? Thinking this, Zhang Chongshan reminded him, Yifan, there's still more than an hour left before the allotted time. Are you sure you don't want to check your answers? No need. Yifan shook his head, his face calm as water, neither arrogant nor humble, just natural. I never doubt myself. All right. A flash of brilliance appeared in Zhang Chongshan's eyes. He walked over to Yifan, picked up the four test papers, and sat down at the desk to grade them. Luo Shan, feeling uneasy, walked over to Yifan and expressed his concern. Xiaofan, there's still time. Why are you in such a hurry to hand in the papers? Yifan placed his pen back in his backpack and lowered his head. Uncle, if my mom misses me in the future, you can take some time to bring her to the capital to see me. Luo Shan was left dumbfounded by Yifan's non-answer. What does this mean? However, he quickly understood. Zhang Chongshan put down the test papers, his face filled with astonishment, and his heart was overwhelmed with emotions. A genius. Cough. Seeing Zhang Chongshan's expression, Luo Shan became nervous, his palms sweating. He tentatively asked, Principal Zhang, how are Xiaofan's results? Actually, he didn't have much hope. 730 points was really a tall order. Zhang Chongshan regained his composure, looked at Yifan deeply, and his eyes sparkled with fiery excitement. He hit it very well, but Yifan still keenly noticed it, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Mr. Luo, I'll arrange for someone to handle Yifan's admission process immediately. Zhang Chongshan's attitude, which had been cold at the start, took a 180-degree turn, and he became extremely enthusiastic. It's almost noon, and you can join us for lunch in the school cafeteria. Our manhwa's food is really good. You can rest assured to leave the child to the school. We. When Luo Shan heard Zhang Chongshan's first sentence, he was stunned. As for the formalities that followed, he didn't hear a word. Handle the admission. This. Could it be? At 1:50 p.m., just before class started. The students of Class 2 in the senior high school science section were preparing for their English listening exam. Their first class in the afternoon was English, taught by teacher Yang Ting, who also served as the head teacher of Class 2. Ring. When the bell rang, Yang Ting walked into the classroom as usual. However, unlike usual, a male student was following her. Their boy had delicate features, about 1.8 meters tall, with a deep and calm look that didn't match his age, and his slightly long black hair floated gracefully. It was Yifan. The moment he entered the classroom, Yifan couldn't help feeling a little nervous, his blood surging slightly. Where? His eyes quickly scanned the classroom, eagerly searching for the figure he remembered. When he saw the small head behind the mountain of books in the third row by the window on the left side, his brain buzzed. Found her. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Yifan was certain it was her. In that moment, his heartbeat quickened. Nervous, uneasy, excited, various emotions surged in his heart. In the previous life, he loved only her. In this life, she was the only one. Putting down the textbooks, Yang Ting clapped her hands and said, Everyone, stop for a moment. We have a new student today. Let us welcome him with applause. The applause was sparse. What's going on? Does manhwa have transfer students? Don't ask me. I don't know either. Many students began whispering, especially some girls, whose eyes brightened. Wow, handsome guy. Luo Yumeng was excited, poking Ning Shi and giving her a suggestive look. Xiao Shi, hurry, look at the handsome guy. Stop making trouble. The girl called Ning Shi had a serious expression on her fair face, several strands of her hair sticking to her cheeks. Her features were delicate, especially her pure, clear eyes, like a mountain stream, crystal clear. She was completely unaffected by her desk mate, her gaze focused on the test paper in front of her. TCH, how boring. Luo Yumeng pouted, complaining in a helpless tone, all you do is study. If you keep this up, you'll be silly. As she spoke, she tapped Ning Shi's pristine forehead. Talking nonsense. Ning Shi laughed lightly, two dimples forming on her cheeks, her voice soft and sweet. Learning is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. Luo Yumeng rolled her eyes in despair and turned her head to look at Yifan on the podium, her lips curving into a dreamy smile. Not eager to look at the handsome guy. Something is clearly wrong with your brain. Yifan introduced himself. Hello, everyone, I'm Yi Fan. Yi, as in the leaf, Fan, as in ordinary. His slightly magnetic voice made many of the girls blush, their hearts fluttering. So handsome. Yang Ting looked at Yi Fan. Honestly, she was very curious about how Yi Fan managed to transfer to Genoa. It was so unusual. But thoughts aside, after Yi Fan finished his self-introduction, she spoke again. Yi Fan, there are plenty of empty seats in the class. You can sit anywhere. Thank you, teacher. Yi Fan nodded and walked down from the podium, heading to the left side of the classroom. At this moment, Luo Yumeng was even more excited. The handsome guy is coming to our side. Hurry, look, look. Looking at her tightly clenched hand, Ning Shi sighed helplessly. Stop shaking, can't you see? As she looked up, she happened to meet Yi Fan's gaze. At that moment, Yi Fan was also looking at her. Their eyes met in mid-air, and a strange light flashed in Ning Shi's eyes. She lowered her head slightly. Looking at the slightly immature face compared to his memories, Yi Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. Little one, I finally found you. Chapter 5. When passing the third row, Yi Fan's footsteps suddenly stopped. Hello, classmate, my name is Yi Fan, nice to meet you. The clean voice was a little magnetic and very pleasant to hear. Ning Shi lowered her head, looking calm on the surface, but panicking in her heart. Not talking to me. Well, definitely not. The girl began to hypnotize herself in her heart. Xiaoxi, what are you standing there for? Luo Yumeng bumped Ning Shi with her shoulder and raised her eyebrows. A handsome guy greeted you, why don't you respond? What's the point of having such a best friend? Ning Shi, right? Yi Fan's lips moved slightly. The name is nice, my name is Yi Fan. This time, Ning Shi knew that she couldn't escape completely. It was a bit impolite not to respond when someone called her name. She glared at Luo Yumeng, raised her delicate little face, her eyes were clear and bright as stars. Hello, my name is Ning Shi. The voice was soft and crisp, and Yi Fan felt itchy inside. He didn't say anything else, nodded gently, and sat in the empty seat behind the two of them. There is a long way to go. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. So as not to scare this little white rabbit. Wow, he's sitting behind us. Luo Yumeng's excited face was slightly red, and she leaned close to Ning Shi's ear and whispered, Xiaoxi, are we lucky in love? Such a handsome guy, we can spend endless time together in the future, such a good thing, where can we find it? Peach, you big head ghost. Ning Shi ignored her deskmate and focused on the physics paper. Physics is her weak point. For the monthly exam in more than a week, she has been cramming physics during this period. However, the last big question on the physics paper made her a little helpless. Since last night, she has been stuck on this question. Until now, she has not come up with a corresponding solution. The bell for class rang. Yang Ting cleared her throat. Everyone, take out your English textbooks. Ding. Many students breathed a sigh of relief. The learning atmosphere in the third year of high school is too tense and too busy. Especially the third year of high school in Genoa, it is like hell. Throughout the class, Yi Fan stared at Ning Shi's back and recalled some past events. In his previous life, when he just founded the company, he went to the talent market to recruit people. Originally, he just wanted to find a receptionist, but he didn't expect to find Ning Shi, a top student from Tsinghua University. The fate between the two began from that time. Seeing the head teacher leave, Luo Yumeng turned around and started chatting with Yi Fan familiarly. Classmate Yi Fan, my name is Luo Yumeng, where did you transfer from? Jiangbei, Linhai. So far. Luo Yumeng was surprised, with a little curiosity in her expression. Then why did you run all the way to the capital to study? And, you can actually transfer to Genoa to study, it's really strange. Speaking of this, she lowered her voice and raised her eyebrows at Yi Fan. Tell the truth, did you go through the back door? Yi Fan. This should be the self-familiar girlfriend that Ning Shi mentioned in the previous life. You really know how to chat. Ning Shi couldn't listen anymore, raised her hand and poked Luo Yumeng gently. You are so embarrassed to ask such a question. After that, she smiled apologetically at Yi Fan. Luo Yumeng also realized that it was a bit inappropriate, and smiled awkwardly, just chatting casually. Classmate Yi Fan, don't mind, Yumeng is just like this, there is no other meaning. Ning Shi explained, with a little baby fat on her pretty face, showing helplessness. It doesn't matter, this is not a sensitive topic. There was a faint smile at the corner of Yifan's mouth. The reason why I was able to transfer to Genoa is because I passed the entrance examination. Hearing this, Luo Yumeng turned into a curious baby and asked quickly, "What assessment?" Yifan smiled but didn't say anything. Ning Shi's eyes flashed with a deep meaning. Before, she had never heard that Genoa accepted transfer students. Yifan was the first student she had seen who entered Genoa through transfer. Hearing the word, entrance examination, she thought of many things. Maybe Genoa did not refuse to accept transfer students. Maybe this so-called entrance examination was too difficult and no one passed it. Out of curiosity, Ning Shi tentatively asked, "Student Yifan, can you tell me about the content of the exam?" Of course. For Ning Shi, Yifan did not have the word reject in his dictionary. Whether in the last life or this life. Looking at Yifan, who agreed readily, Luo Yumeng was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Does the gap between people have to be so obvious? Yifan ignored Luo Yumeng's strange eyes. He took out 4 test papers from his school bag calmly and put them on the table. He smiled at Ning Shi, his smile was clean and sunny. The content of the exam is very simple, just these 4 papers. Ning Shi was stunned, and after about 2 seconds, he panicked and put his eyes on the test paper. The next second, the girl's mouth opened slightly, very cute. Full marks. Full marks. Full marks. Still full marks. Full marks in Chinese, math, English, Canada, and science. This is too amazing. Yifan stretched out his right hand and waved it in front of Ning Shi's eyes. Xiaoxi, what are you thinking about? Genoa is not rejecting transfer students. As long as the entrance exam score is above 730, it will be fine. Hiss. Hearing this, Luo Yumeng on the side took a breath of cold air. She looked like she had seen a ghost and didn't care about Yifan's address to Ning Shi at all. However, Ning Shi herself noticed that a faint blush rose on her fair cheeks. Xiaoxi? 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 This person called her Xiaoxi. They just met for the first time, and he called her so intimately. Ning Shi frowned and said politely, "I didn't expect Yifan to be such a top student. It seems that I won't have to bother the teacher when I encounter problems in the future. I'm honored." Sensing the unnaturalness in Ning Shi's expression, Yifan's smile became more intense. "As long as you need it, I can do it anytime. I have a lot of time. And your business is the most important thing." Of course, he didn't say the second half of the sentence. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Ning Shi met him. Too much is as bad as too little. Yo yo yo. Looking at Yifan and then at Ning Shi, Luo Yumeng seemed to smell an inexplicable sour smell. It's too corny. I get goosebumps when I hear it. The voice was not loud, but Yifan and Ning Shi heard it clearly. Ning Shi glanced at Luo Yumeng and said, "Say it again. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Don't do it again." Although the tone was light, it carried a hint of impermissibility. "I know, Miss Ning." Luo Yumeng curled her lips. She was tortured to the point of having no temper when she met Ning Shi, a classmate who was very serious. Sickening? When he heard these 2 words, Yifan showed a barely perceptible bitter smile. He was already trying very hard to restrain himself. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He understood this truth. So, his plan only had 3 words. Take it slow. Anyway. In this life, he depends on this little thing. Chapter 6. Ning Shi turned around and sat down, put away the English book, and took out the physics test paper again. Today, the last big physics question must be conquered. If it can't be conquered, then, continue tomorrow. Failed again and again, fought again and again. Why did you take out the physics test paper again? Seeing this, Luo Yumeng was quite depressed. Ning Shi had been studying the physics test paper since yesterday afternoon. She really couldn't figure it out. Could the test paper be more beautiful than the handsome guy? In her opinion, there is no comparison between the 2. There is more than a week before the monthly exam. My last physics score was not ideal, so I need to make up for it. In response to Luo Yumeng's inquiry, Ning Shi gave an explanation. Physics is her weak point. Because of this, when the semester started, she volunteered to participate in the selection of class representatives. In the end, she got her wish and became the physics class representative of the class. She wanted to use this method to put pressure on herself. There is motivation only when there is pressure. The next class is physics class, and she has not found the solution to the last big question. Physics teacher Chi Wenjue said that the next class will focus on explaining the last big question on the test paper. And as a class representative, she is likely to be called on for questions. Thinking of this, Ning Shi was upset. What if she was called on for questions? That would be terrible. I hope I am just worrying too much. Seeing Ning Shi's sad face, Luo Yuman comforted her. Don't worry, no one in the whole grade got the last physics question right, don't push yourself. Ning Shi had said this to her more than once. Yeah, I know. Ning Shi felt powerless. Hearing this conversation, Yifan, who was sitting behind them, raised his hand and patted Ning Shi gently. Xiao Shi, can you show me what the question is? Hey, you're quite outgoing. Even though Luo Yuman was a bit thick-skinned, she noticed Yifan's way of addressing Ning Shi and said, it's only been one class, and you call me that so easily. Tell me the truth, are you attracted to my Xiao Shi? At this point, she glanced at Yifan and continued, don't be embarrassed to admit it. My Xiao Shi is so beautiful, there are so many boys who like Xiao Shi, one more or one less won't make a difference. However, I personally still prefer you. After all, the closer you are to the water, the better. Before Luo Yuman could finish her words, she felt a chill on her back, and her voice suddenly stopped. Damn it. Too proud. Ning Shi nodded slightly at Yifan and said, classmate Yifan, just call me Ning Shi. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and said nothing. He knew Ning Shi too well. Although this girl looked a little cold, she was actually a cute little fool. At this time, a bald old man in his 50s walked into the classroom. This person is the physics teacher of class 2, Chi Wenjue. As Chi Wenjue walked into the classroom, the class instantly fell silent. Ning Shi glanced at Luo Yuman with her beautiful eyes, and Luo Yuman instantly shrank her neck, looking like a good girl. Yifan, who was sitting in the back, saw the whole scene. In his opinion, Ning Shi's eyes just now not only had no lethality, but also looked particularly cute. On the podium, Chi Wenjue put down the textbook in his hand, picked up the thermos cup and drank a sip of tea. While drinking tea, his eye swept across the classroom, and when he fell on Yifan, he paused for a moment. I heard that there was a transfer student in class 2, and it seemed to be this kid. While he was surprised, he was also a little curious. Genhua's transfer student. This term was too new to him, a teacher who had taught in Genhua for more than 10 years. New student, please introduce yourself. Instantly, all the students' attention was focused on Yifan. Being watched by so many people, Yifan was not at all touched. He stood up slowly, and there was no sense of embarrassment on his angular face. Teacher, my name is Yifan, Yi of Yizi, fan of Pingfan. The afternoon sun shone through the window and sprinkled on him, making him more handsome. This scene stunned many girls. This new male student is so handsome. Looks so good. Fuh. Many girls quickly suppressed their thoughts, their faces were extremely hot. How could there be such a dangerous idea? But, it's really handsome. Ning Shi lay on the table, her bangs covering her delicate little face. She focused on the test paper in front of her, and the ballpoint pen in her right hand quickly calculated on the draft paper. Noticing Ning Shi's actions, Yifan's eyes were full of smiles. Really hard work. Chi Wenjue motioned Yifan to sit down, and said in an old and powerful voice, my name is Chi Wenjue, and I am the physics teacher of class 2. You can call me Teacher Chi. Hello, Teacher Chi. Well, let's start the class. All the students' faces were filled with reluctance. There were still 5 minutes before the class, how could they occupy their rest time? No one dared to say anything, even though they thought about it. What? Chi Wenjue's eyes swept around the classroom, and his tone became heavier. What was the result of the last monthly exam? Don't you have an idea in your mind? Now it's not the first and second year of high school, but the third year of high school. The classroom was silent. Chi Wenjue frowned and said in a deep voice, take out the physics test paper of the last monthly exam. This class will talk about this paper. After the words fell, there was a rustling sound in the classroom. All students had a physics test paper in front of them, except Yifan. Chi Wenjue also noticed this and glanced at Ning Shi, who was sitting in front of Yifan. Ning Shi, Yifan doesn't have a test paper. Lend him the test paper first and look at one with Luo Yuman. R. Ning Shi stood up, with a trace of confusion on her pretty face. Just now, her attention was on the test paper, and she didn't hear what Chi Wenjue said at all. Teacher, what did you say just now? A low laugh sounded in the classroom. Ning Shi's expression did not change at all, and she didn't care about other people's eyes at all. Chi Wenjue glanced at Ning Shi unexpectedly, and said patiently, Yifan doesn't have a test paper. Lend him the test paper first and look at one with your deskmate first. Also, you can't be distracted in class, understand? Teacher, I know. Ning Shi nodded lightly and put the test paper on Yifan's desk without looking back. Then, he pulled the test paper in front of Luo Yuming to the middle, and continued to calculate on the draft paper with a pen. It seemed as if nothing had happened, but in fact. Luo Yuming. Yes. So, she is just a tool tilder. Yifan, who was behind, picked up Ning Shi's test paper and kept looking at it. He was not looking at the questions, but at the words. The beautiful handwriting on the test paper made his eyes full of smiles. The handwriting is as beautiful as the person. Okay, let's start the class. As Chi Wenjue began to explain the test paper, the reluctance on the faces of all the students disappeared and turned into a serious look. In Genoa, you have no choice. During the break, Chi Wenjue asked questions from time to time, and the students who were called out looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Unknowingly, most of the class was over. On the podium, after writing the last big question on the blackboard, Chi Wenjue took a sip of tea from the thermos cup and asked, who will come up to solve the last big question? No one answered. Bang. Chi Wenjue was a little disappointed, and put the thermos cup in his right hand heavily on the table. I gave you more than 2 weeks, and still no one can solve it. The classroom was terribly quiet. Ning Shi, come up and solve it. Chapter 7. Ning Shi, come up and solve it. What you fear will come true. Ning Shi stood up, and her expression changed a little. She stared at the physics question on the blackboard, feeling helpless. She couldn't do this question. At this time, everyone in the class focused their attention on Ning Shi. Ning Shi blinked slightly, and although she was flustered, she didn't show it at all. Teacher, I can't do it. Can't you be so confident these days? If it were them, they would never dare to say that. Because they would be scolded to death by Chi Wenjue tilder. Chi Wenjue's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a voice. Teacher, I want to try it. At this moment, Yifan raised his hand and slowly stood up, with a faint smile on his lips. Hearing their voice behind him, Ning Shi turned her head and looked at Yifan, feeling very puzzled. What is he doing? Is he helping him out? The sunlight sprinkled on Yifan through the window, looking golden, matched with the boy's handsome features. For a moment, the girl was stunned. It is said that a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. But, in the heart of every girl, there lives a Prince Charming. There is no doubt that Yifan meets the aesthetics of most girls, including Ning Shi. At this moment, a strange color appeared in her eyes when she looked at Yifan. Seed. Although it still needs careful care and irrigation, it has been deeply buried. Oh. Chi Wenjue was a little surprised, and then nodded, yes, although Yifan is a new student, he is very active in answering questions, at least better than you all. Hearing this, many boys showed hostility in their eyes. In this regard, Yifan was powerless to complain. Are you sure this is a compliment to him, not to attract hatred? Chi Wenjue said, in that case, come up and try. It's a good opportunity for me to see what level the transfer students of Genoa are at. After that, he picked up the thermos cup on the table, moved a chair and sat on the right side of the podium. Several girls whispered excitedly. Wow, so handsome. Yifan is so good looking. I wonder if I'm his type. Hearing these discussions, many boys felt unhappy. What? You're showing off. Isn't he just a guy who got in through the back door? What's there to be proud of? That's it. Although Yifan didn't care about these discussions, he was still a little speechless. Why are they all trying to make him hate you? Alas. He walked up to the podium slowly, picked up a half piece of chalk, and his eyes stayed on the blackboard for less than 5 seconds before he began to answer. The orbital radius r equals r plus h, from GMM r squared equals m for pi caret 2 r t squared t equals 2 pi r plus h 3 gm. Calm and confident. It took only 1 minute for Yifan to solve the problem. Teacher, I finished it. The boys who wanted to see Yifan's joke just now were full of doubts. It must be wrong. It must be wrong. No one in the whole senior year of high school could solve this big physics problem, and Yifan's time to solve it was too short. The answer can't be right. Student Yifan, your solution. Chi Wenjue stared at the problem-solving process on the blackboard and asked in surprise, is this using the knowledge points related to their velocity vector in college? As soon as Yifan made a move, he felt something was wrong. This solution is completely different from his. Yes. Yifan nodded undeniably and said, Teacher Chi, you didn't say that I can't use university knowledge points. Of course, I can use other methods, but it's more troublesome. Hiss, a sound of sucking in cold air sounded. All the students opened their mouths wide, with wonderful expressions. Where did this new transfer student come from? Such a perverted physics problem, it's okay to be able to solve it, but there are actually different solutions. Damn. Looking at Yifan on the podium, Ning Shi's clear eyes flashed with curiosity. So amazing. She decided to ask Yifan for advice after class. With a ready-made physics god around, such a good opportunity must not be wasted. Yifan glanced at Ning Shi intentionally or unintentionally, the corner of his mouth curled, and a hidden smile flashed in the depths of his eyes. The fish should be hooked. Chi Wenjue was also shocked by Yifan's words, and said, then use the knowledge points of senior high school to solve this big problem. Is he really good or just pretending to be powerful? We will know after a try. Hearing this, Yifan picked up the chalk and started writing on the blackboard. After about 3 minutes, the blackboard on the left was already full of formulas. After writing, he put down the chalk and stood aside. Teacher, take a look. Chi Wenjue raised his eyebrows and asked casually with a smile, don't you want to check it? No. Yifan shook his head calmly. The answer is not wrong. Although his tone was light, it was full of confidence. Moreover, it did not make people feel the slightest abruptness or arrogance as if it should be like this. Wow, this is so handsome. Luo Yuming secretly kicked Ning Shi under the table and said infatuatedly, Xiao Shi, no matter whether you are moved or not, I can't stand it anyway, I decided. Speaking of this, she deliberately dragged out the sound and carefully looked at Ning Shi's reaction. From Yifan's attitude towards Ning Shi just now, Luo Yuming smelled a hint of fishy smell. Based on her experience of watching so many idol dramas, Yifan is likely to be interested in Ning Shi, so she wants to test Ning Shi. What decision? Ning Shi looked at Luo Yuming, with a pool of clear water in her eyes, pure and incomparable. Seeing this, Luo Yuming curled her lips slightly in boredom and said faintly, Xiao Shi, you are really simple. Simple. Although Ning Shi didn't understand it, she didn't get too entangled, because that's her personality. Don't fight. Of course, except for studying. She put her eyes on the blackboard again and whispered, you are too complicated, right? Luo Yuming opened her mouth, speechless. No one paid attention to the two girls' whispers. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the podium. No, to be precise, it was all on Yifan. Such confident words made Chi Wenjue's eyes full of admiration. After taking a look at Yifan's problem-solving process and the final answer, he couldn't help but exclaimed, the answer is completely correct, not bad. As soon as these words came out, the whole classroom was silent in an instant. Right? Fuck. Fuck. Yifan nodded to Chi Wenjue and walked back to his seat. Chi Wenjue knocked on the table with his right hand and said to Ning Shi, as a representative of the physics class, you should set an example and ask Yifan for advice more in the future. There was a reminder in his tone. Okay. Ning Shi had originally thought of this. She didn't take Chi Wenjue's tone to heart. But she didn't care, someone else did. Yifan, who had just sat down, frowned slightly. He slowly stood up and said lightly, Teacher, the difficulty of this question is beyond the syllabus. I think it's the teacher's mistake. Also, teacher, you marked the decimal point in the third row wrong. Hiss. The whole class of 2 students smacked their lips. They actually ruined the old man Chi's show. Are you tired of living? Chapter 8. In the classroom. Yifan's face was calm and serious. He exuded an aura of keep away from strangers, which made many girls' eyes sparkle. Ning Shi turned her head to look at Yifan behind her, and her chubby little face was full of astonishment. No matter how you look at it, Yifan seemed to be standing up for her. But, why did he do this? They just met, why did he stand up for himself? Could it be? 2e. Ningxi, what are you thinking about? It should be, probably, maybe. It's just a coincidence. Yeah. It must be like this. Many thoughts flashed through the girl's mind in an instant, and a rare blush appeared on her pretty face, which was beautiful. On the podium, Qi Wenjue's hand holding the thermos cup was frozen in mid-air. The decimal point was marked wrong. After 2 seconds of stunned, he turned his head to look at the blackboard. When his eyes stayed on the position Yifan said, a flash of embarrassment flashed across his face. Fortunately, he had his back to the students at this time, and no one noticed his abnormality. He twitched the corner of his mouth, picked up the chalk and moved the decimal point back one place, turned around and pretended to be calm and said, "It was the teacher's negligence." Yifan's observation is very good. Yifan sat down, his expression was smiling. "Teacher, I personally think that this physics question is seriously beyond the syllabus. It is too difficult for senior high school students. Even in the college entrance examinations over the years, there has never been a question of this difficulty." He talked freely, with a touch of innate confidence in his calm tone, so, whether to learn this question or not is not very important for the college entrance examination. "Teacher, what do you think?" I. Facing the serious gaze of the boy, Qi Wenjue inexplicably felt a little guilty. Aham, student Yifan makes sense. It was the teacher who was careless. He cleared his throat. "Regarding this big question, I will find the test paper to confirm with the teacher. Well, that's it for now. Let's study on our own now." After speaking, Qi Wenjue turned and walked out of the classroom, revealing a little embarrassment in his back. This test paper was made by him. As soon as Qi Wenjue left, a burst of discussion suddenly rang out in the classroom. "Oh my god, this new guy is really good. More than that, he's good at 3 or 4 things. That's right, if he hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have noticed that teacher Qi had put the wrong decimal point." In class 2, several top-level boys in the front row gathered together, talking, and occasionally looking in Yifan's direction. The girls were even more so. "So handsome. Unreasonably handsome, isn't it? Not only handsome, but also very charismatic, and even so good at physics, perfect. What are you thinking about? Now is the 3rd year of high school, and the college entrance examination is coming soon. Studying is the most important thing. When you go to college, you can have a relationship however you want. What an outsider, don't you know the principle of striking first? When you go to college, it won't be your turn." Luo Yumeng turned her head and raised her eyebrows, jokingly saying, "You are quite popular. Look at how these girls are fascinated by you. You have to be responsible." Yifan was unmoved and smiled calmly, "Just get used to it." In his previous life in high school, he was rated as the school hunk by a group of idle girls. He received many love letters every day, and some bold girls even confessed to him in public. So, he had long been used to it. Luo Yumeng. Just get used to it. This. She suddenly felt that Yifan and Ningxi were very similar. This level of chat is so similar that it leaves people speechless. She pouted at Ningxi, "Xiaoxi, there is such a handsome guy sitting behind us, and you still have the mind to study. Stop it." Luo Yumeng. These 2 words again. Ningxi's clear eyes were full of seriousness. She pointed to the physics test paper in front of her and said, "Yumeng, don't bother me, I'm busy." Okay, Xiaoxi, study hard, I'll shut up now." Luo Yumeng sighed helplessly, took out a romance novel from the desk, and read it with relish. "Old man Qi is not here, and you are still doing questions. Unless, you have a brain pump. Looking at handsome guys. Isn't it nice to read novels?" Hearing what Luo Yumeng said, Ningxi's eyes were filled with a smile, and the arc of the corners of her mouth was as perfect as a crescent moon. But soon, the smile disappeared, and she returned to her usual cold look. Yifan saw the girl's expression change and laughed in his heart. This girl, why is she still like this? She is obviously a cute little girl at heart, but she has to pretend to be aloof. Ningxi lowered her head and looked at her notebook seriously. She only understood a small part of Yifan's steps to solve the problem just now, and most of them were vague. She wanted to ask Yifan for advice, but it felt a bit abrupt. After all, the two had just met. After hesitating for a while, the girl could only suppress this idea in her heart. But it's really hard. After solving it for a few minutes, Ningxi put down the pen, scratched her hair, and felt a little distressed. Yifan supported his chin with one hand, with a smile on his lips. Based on his understanding of Ningxi, this girl will definitely choose to ask him for advice. So, he was not in a hurry at all, waiting for the fish to take the bait. That. Ningxi took a deep breath, turned around and lowered her head, her voice soft and tender. Classmate Yifan, can I take up a little of your time? Yifan nodded and asked, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? I. Hearing Yifan's address to her, Ningxi's fair face couldn't help but blush. Her cold temperament was instantly defeated. She secretly glanced at Luo Yuming and found that her deskmate's attention was on the novel, and she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The girl held back her inner shyness and opened her red lips slightly. Classmate Yifan, just call me Ningxi, we. Yifan laughed in his heart. He naturally knew what this girl was thinking at this time. Hearing this, he smiled and said, okay, Xiaoxi. Ningxi opened her mouth and decided to talk business first, saying, Student Yifan, can you tell me about this physics problem on the blackboard? I don't quite understand your solution. Of course. Yifan nodded without hesitation. For Ningxi, there was no word no in his dictionary. He looked up at the clock on the wall of the classroom and moved his lips slightly. The get out of class will be over soon. The next class is physical education. I heard that Genhua's physical education class can be skipped. Ningxi was stunned, her eyes full of surprise. Didn't you just come to Genhua? How do you know that the next class is physical education? Yifan raised his right hand and pointed to the door. Yes, there is a timetable on the wall at the door. The girl blushed and lowered her head in panic. Ningxi, what are you thinking about? It's really embarrassing to ask such an idiotic question. Xiaoxi, why are you so shy? Yifan smiled softly, leaning forward slightly, their faces no more than 10 centimeters apart. Usually at this distance, they are either kissing or fighting. Smelling the girl's fragrance, his mouth curled up a little, and his voice was low, but Xiaoxi's blushing look is very beautiful and cute. Chapter 9. Ningxi's mind went blank for a while, and she was a little at a loss. Yifan seemed to be smiling all the time, and his deep eyes were like the bright crescent moon in the night sky, as if he wanted to suck her in. Handsome and prominent facial features, extremely perfect face shape, plus a faint masculine aura. All this made the girl's brain stop working instantly. The two round eyes stared at her, and didn't want to let go. Yifan's eyes curved, and he habitually wanted to touch Ningxi's little head. As soon as he stretched out his hand, it froze in midair. A little hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he finally gave up the idea. For Ningxi, he was just a new classmate who had just met for less than 2 classes. If he suddenly made such an intimate move, he would inevitably be labeled as a playboy. In that case, the gain would not outweigh the loss. Little by little, Ningxi came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly red. Classmate Yifan, just call me Ningxi, we are not that familiar yet. After saying that, the girl turned around and buried her head in the table. Yifan pursed his lips, and a little smile flashed in his eyes. Is her true nature finally exposed? The girl in front of him is the real Ningxi. Exactly the same as in his memory. Just as cute, just as shy. He sighed, there is still a long way to go. Don't worry, water drips through the stone. Yifan retracted his gaze, took out a book on advanced mathematics analysis and flipped through it. Read the book for 10 minutes, experience value +1. Read the book for 10 minutes, experience value +1. Dingling. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Yifan put down the book in his hand. Although 2 experience points are not much, it is better than nothing. A little bit adds up to a lot. After the bell rang, the mood of the students in class 2 instantly became high. In Genhua, there is only 1 physical education class a week, which is one of the few relaxing times for students. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to discuss what to do in physical education class. Luo Yuming pulled up Ningxi, who was lying on the table. After seeing her slightly red face, she was stunned for a moment. Xiaoxi, your face is so red, are you feeling unwell? No. Ningxi's eyes dodged, with a hint of imperceptible panic in her tone. The weather is too hot, yes, the weather is too hot. Luo Yuming did not notice that her deskmate was wrong, and said excitedly, Xiaoxi, let's play basketball in the physical education class later. Play basketball. Ningxi refused without thinking. Why do girls play basketball? That's a boy's sport. She likes a quiet environment, and her usual exercise is only morning jogging. Some people can't accept sports like basketball. Moreover, she also wants Yifan to guide her ideas for solving big physics questions, so the rejection on her face is very obvious. Xiaoxi, your idea is wrong. Luo Yuming put her hands on her hips and persuaded earnestly, who said basketball is a boy's sport. If you say so, how can there be a women's basketball team? Ningxi lowered her eyes and was speechless. She was silent for a while, and said helplessly, Yuming, you go and play, I want to do some questions in the classroom. No. Luo Yuming pulled Ningxi's hand domineeringly, look at you, you only know how to study every day. You are already the first in the class and the top 5 in the grade. What else do you want? Wait a minute, go to the physical education class with me honestly and relax. No. No discussion. Seeing the hesitation on Ningxi's face, Yifan couldn't help but smile, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly, go. Well. Hearing this, the two girls turned their heads. Yifan raised the corner of his lips, studying blindly is not necessarily a good thing. It is a good thing to improve your grades, but burying your head in studying hard is not the best way. Relaxation and tension are the best way. Luo Yuming secretly gave Yifan a thumbs up and nodded repeatedly, yes, Yifan is right, Xiaoxi, don't be so nervous, can you leave a way out for a poor student like me? Ningxi's pretty face was full of surprise. Is Yifan persuading her to go to physical education class? But didn't you agree to teach her physics questions? Why did you change your mind so quickly? The girl glanced at Yifan, and then immediately looked away. The big round eyes turned around, very cute. Finally, she nodded silently. Yeah. Luo Yuming smiled softly and blinked at Ningxi. Then, she couldn't help but joked, alas, I'm your best friend, but I'm not as effective as Yifan. It's true that you're obsessed with beauty, Wu tilder. Before she finished speaking, Ningxi covered Luo Yuming's mouth. The girl blushed, but was very serious, Yuming, don't joke like that. Wrong. Luo Yuming laughed and quickly changed the subject, let's go to occupy the venue first. Yeah. Ningxi nodded. She looked at Yifan behind her and said softly, Student Yifan, the big physics question. You pick the time, I'm available anytime. Yifan squinted his eyes, with a faint smile on his face. Thank you. Ningxi breathed a sigh of relief. On the playground. Ningxi. Here. Suku. Here. Yifan. Here. Song Wei Yuan put away the list in his hand, a little surprised, all of you gods are here. It's really rare. In the past, there were always a few people missing in every physical education class. This situation is very normal in Genhua. Har. The students laughed. Song Wei Yuan waved to everyone and said with a smile, everyone is free to move in this physical education class and relax well. Long live the teacher. The crowd dispersed immediately. There was only one basketball court, and several boys walked over with the ball, talking and laughing. When they saw people on both sides, they all smiled bitterly. Yes. One step late. However, after one of the tall boys saw Ningxi on the left court, a subtle heat flashed in his eyes, and he strode to the left court. Not far away, Yifan, who was sitting on the lawn, snorted lightly, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly stood up and walked towards the basketball court. The girls were Ningxi and Luo Yuming, and the monitor of Class 2, Suku. The three girls played basketball without any skills. However, the crisp sound of playfulness like a yellow warbler attracted many boys to stop. Most of the eyes were focused on Ningxi. Her black hair was tied up with a purple ribbon, and a few strands of hair fell on her shoulders, making her skin that could be broken by fingers look even whiter. She was not made up, but fresh and moving. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. Looking at the beautiful figure in the field, the boys felt hot in their hearts. Yifan was not surprised at all about this situation. His girl was naturally excellent. It was normal to be popular. In the field. Xiaoxi, try to shoot one. Luo Yumeng breathed slightly under the basket and threw the basketball to Ning Shi, who was a few meters away. Seeing the basketball in the air, Ning Shi was a little at a loss. She fumbled with her hands in panic, but she didn't even touch the basketball. Just as she was about to pick up the ball, a voice behind her made her frown. Ning Shi, let me teach you how to play basketball. Chapter 10. Ning Shi, let me teach you how to play basketball. A boy stood a few meters in front of the girl. The boy was wearing a brand name sportswear. His skin was slightly dark, but he gave people a different kind of handsomeness. Zhao Wenhao, with average grades, was the sports committee member of Class 2 and the captain of the school basketball team. It is said that his family is very rich and donated a lot of money and teaching equipment to Genhua, so he was admitted as an exception. Zhao Wenhao is also a celebrity in school. At this age, when love is just beginning, he has received many love letters from girls. However, Zhao Wenhao was amazed from the first time he saw Ning Shi. Other girls in the school could not compare with her. So, he has been trying to get close to Ning Shi, but he has tried everything but to no avail. Today, he was overjoyed to see Ning Shi playing basketball. Basketball is his specialty, so he should not miss such a golden opportunity. Ning Shi turned around and refused, no. Seeing Ning Shi's refusal, Zhao Wenhao was not discouraged. He picked up the basketball at his feet with one hand, and with a slight force on his 5 fingers, the basketball quickly circled on his right index finger, squeezing out a smile that he thought was very handsome. Ning Shi, we are classmates, you don't have to be so polite. Ning Shi shook her head slightly and refused again, thank you for your kindness, classmate Zhao, but it's really not necessary. Seeing this, Zhao Wenhao gave a subtle look to the class monitor Suku. Usually, he gave Suku a lot of benefits, just because of the relationship between Suku and Ning Shi. Right now, it comes in handy. Suku received the signal and came to Ning Shi's side, puzzled. Xiao Shi, why do you refuse? It just so happens that the 3 of us don't play basketball very well. Zhao Wenhao is the captain of the school basketball team. He is willing to teach us basketball. This is a good thing. Ning Shi lowered her head slightly and whispered, class monitor, you guys play, I'm a little tired. Don't. Suku took Ning Shi's little hand and put on a pitiful look. Xiao Shi, are you going to abandon the class monitor just at the beginning? Ning Shi was embarrassed and a little hesitant. Every time Zhao Wenhao looked at her, she was disgusted, and that was why she resisted so much. Luo Yumeng came over and said helplessly, Xiao Shi, there is a handsome guy willing to teach us basketball, and you refuse it. Ning Shi looked at her deskmate helplessly, and then looked at Suku. Not wanting to spoil the fun of the two, she finally agreed. Then let's play for a while. Done. Luo Yumeng patted Suku on the shoulder, turned to Zhao Wenhao and asked, how are you going to teach? Simple. Zhao Wenhao said quickly, let's divide the 4 of us into 2 groups and have a game. You can see how I dribble and shoot. Game? When Luo Yumeng heard this suggestion, her eyes lit up, and a hint of expectation appeared on her face. She decided directly, okay, it's settled. Seeing this, Suku let go of Ning Shi and walked to Luo Yumeng's side. Yumeng, let's be in the same group. How about beating up Zhao Wenhao, the captain of the basketball team, later? That's a good idea. This was really touching to Luo Yumeng's heart. She turned to Ning Shi on the left and said, Xiao Shi, you and Zhao Wenhao are in the same group. Hearing this, Zhao Wenhao was delighted and secretly gave Suku a thumbs up. This assist was really amazing. Ning Shi had always been somewhat disgusted with Zhao Wenhao. Now that she heard that she was going to be in the same group with Zhao Wenhao, her pretty face was full of resistance. Zhao Wenhao walked in front of Ning Shi with a basketball in his hand and smiled confidently. Ning Shi, don't worry about being in the same group with me. Victory will definitely belong to us. TSK. Luo Yumeng curled her lips in disdain. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Zhao Wenhao didn't care about Luo Yumeng's provocation and smiled. Then let's start. He wanted to perform well in front of Ning Shi. With his skills and handsomeness, he would definitely impress Ning Shi. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as he left a good impression on Ning Shi, it would only be a matter of time to capture the heart of the beauty. Wait a minute. A plain voice sounded, and the 3 women and 1 man on the court were stunned. Yifan walked into the court slowly, with a sunny smile on his lips. He walked between Ning Shi and Qi Wenhao. naturally blocking Ning Shi behind him, and raised his eyelids slightly. How about adding me? The calm eyes made people unpredictable, adding a sense of mystery. Ning looked at the tall back in front of him, stunned. Why did Yifan come too? Zhao Wenhao's face was a little ugly. Just now in the physics class, he didn't like this new guy. What a bullshit handsome guy, male god, he is just a little white face. Before Yifan came to class too, he was the object of attention of all the girls in the class, of course, except Ning Shi. Now that Yifan came, those girls are like crazy, which makes Zhao Wenhao, who has always been conceited, very unhappy. Now, he finally got to play basketball with Ning Shi, but Yifan came out halfway and interfered, and he was extremely annoyed. There are enough people, no more. Zhao Wenhao refused very straightforwardly. Yifan's lips moved slightly, and he said calmly, "Classmate, you misunderstood, I'm not asking you." After that, he turned around and smiled at Ning Shi, his eyes gentle. "Xiao Shi, how about adding me?" Zhao Wenhao's face looked like he had eaten something. "Oh. Okay." Ning Shi was a little dazed, and nodded gently, looking very cute. Compared with Zhao Wenhao, she would rather team up with Yifan. Because Yifan looked at her with a clean look, which made her feel very comfortable. Seeing Ning Shi agreed, Zhao Wenhao's face was as black as coal. In his opinion, Yifan's behavior was a deliberate provocation. A newcomer dared to be so arrogant. This is intolerable. Seeing Yifan also wanted to join, Luo Yumen's eyes lit up. "Yifan, can you play basketball?" "A little bit." Yifan replied. "HMPH." Zhao Wenhao took 2 steps to the left, his eyes contentious. "Why do you come to join in the fun when you know a little? A grown man, do you still want me to teach you?" At this point, his face was full of sarcasm. "Go practice by yourself first, don't embarrass yourself here. People, you should know yourself." Ning Shi clenched her hands, took a step forward, and stood side by side with Yifan. Her soft voice was full of coldness. "We are all classmates, why are you talking so harshly?" "I." Zhao Wenhao never expected that Ning Shi would actually stand up for Yifan, and his face turned green and red. Looking at Ning Shi, who was serious beside him, Yifan felt warm in his heart. In the last life, the girl defended herself like this. Now, it's still the same. It's just that he is no longer the Yifan of the past. In this life, he plays the role of the guardian. Yifan looked up, his eyes did not fluctuate at all. "Classmate, you misunderstood." Zhao Wenhao. "Misunderstood your sister?" Yifan continued indifferently. "What I said is a little bit, and what you think is a little bit, it should be different." "Humph, what's the difference?" Zhao Wenhao stared at Yifan with anger, his eyes were extremely unfriendly. If it weren't for this newcomer, how could he make Ning Shi angry? Now it's good, Ning Shi didn't like him very much, and now it seems to be worse. Yifan chuckled, as if answering but not asking. "Just now, I seem to hear that you are the captain of the school basketball team. So what?" Zhao Wenhao's face was full of complacency and pride. Yifan chuckled, very calm. "What I said is a little bit, I should be able to shave your head as the captain of the basketball team." After their words fell, there was a silence in the field. Chapter 11. Har har. After 5 or 6 seconds of silence, Zhao Wenhao burst into laughter, mockingly saying, "You? And you want to shave your head for me? Why don't you just take a piss and look in the mirror? That's ridiculous. If you think it's funny, then just laugh for a while longer." Yifan gave the most indifferent reaction and did not take Zhao Wenhao's sarcasm to heart at all. In his previous life, as the boss of a company worth over 100 million yuan, he had seen many scenes. The dispute at hand was nothing more than a minor one. Will the elephant respond to the abuse from the ants? Oh, he is a young elephant now. Puff. Luo Yumen came close to Ning Shi, her eyes shining. "Xiao Shi, don't you think Yifan is handsome? A very interesting person." Ning Shi smiled softly and gave her own evaluation. "You?" Zhao Wenhao's face turned red and he punched the cotton with all his strength. This feeling made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. "I?" Yifan turned around and stood beside Ning Shi, smiling faintly. "Xiao Shi and I will be on the same team to fight the 3 of you." As he said this, he touched his hair and said, "Be careful or I'll shave your head." That. Hearing this, Ning Shi was so anxious that she waved her hands in the air. "Yifan, I don't know how to play basketball, you." "It's okay, just stand aside and watch. Yifan did not give Ningxi a chance to refuse. He leaned down slightly, got close to Ningxi's earlobe, and sniffed the girl's fragrance. He felt calmer than ever before. This feels good. If possible, life will be better. Ningxi was frightened by Yifan's sudden action and took 2 steps back. Her face was hot and she stuttered because of excessive nervousness. Really, is it okay? I feel like I will hold you back. Won't. Yifan shook his head and confirmed again, I said no, and that means no. Outside the basketball court, many boys noticed everything that happened here. Although they didn't know what happened, everyone saw Yifan whispering in Ningxi's ear. Damn, this Yifan is really fierce. On your first day here, you dare to tease the school beauty Ning. A role model for our generation. This kid is finished. Look at the look in Zhao Wenhao's eyes, wow, so scary. He's handsome, tall, good at studying, and has great skills in picking up girls. Why am I in the same class with such a pervert? A few meters away, Zhao Wenhao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were blazing with fire, and he even wanted to kill someone. These comments rang in his ears, so harsh. All the boys in science class too knew that he liked Ningxi, but this new guy was so intimate with Ningxi in front of the whole class. Isn't this just a slap in his face in public? How can he survive in class 2 if he doesn't take revenge? Good. Zhao Wenhao gritted his teeth and said, let's do as you say. Luo Yuman, Suku and I will be in the same group. No points will be counted. Whoever scores 5 goals first will win. No problem. Yifan nodded. He didn't care about the rules of the game. Because he can't lose. In his previous life, basketball was a sport that had accompanied him for more than 10 years. If he lost to a greenhorn like Zhao Wenhao, he could buy a piece of tofu and commit suicide. Wait. Zhao Wenhao's eyes were sinister and he said in a cold voice, since it is a competition, the loser will naturally be punished. Oh. Yifan raised his eyebrows, tell me, how do you punish me? Simple. Zhao Wenhao's eyes lit up with joy, and he shouted, if you lose, run around the playground 3 times, shouting as you run, I'm a waste. Yifan, don't bet with him. Zhao Wenhao, you're going too far. Ningxi and Luo Yuming spoke up one after another. In their opinion, this bet was simply an insult. Even Suku couldn't help but persuade him, Zhao Wenhao, we are all classmates. We see each other every day. Are you crazy? Zhao Wenhao pretended not to hear what the 3 women said, and stared at Yifan, do you dare to bet? Yifan made a reassuring gesture to Ningxi, and glanced at Zhao Wenhao with interest, with a half smile on his face, what if you lose? I? Zhao Wenhao laughed arrogantly, how could I lose? Do you really think you can beat me? Yeah, I can beat you. Yifan said calmly, so, you have to do the same thing if you lose. At this time, many boys from class 2 had gathered around the basketball court. After hearing the bet, they looked at Yifan with a hint of pity in their eyes. What does Yifan think? After all, Zhao Wenhao is the captain of the school basketball team. His level is there for everyone to see. Isn't this just courting death? It's over. This new guy is going to be embarrassed. He's embarrassed. Zhao Wenhao had completely lost his patience. He just wanted to teach this ignorant guy a lesson in front of everyone. Stop talking nonsense, come on. After saying that, he picked it up and threw it to Yifan, don't say I bullied you. I let you get the ball first. The basketball in the air flew towards Yifan's face at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that Zhao Wenhao wanted to make him look bad in public. The next second, a disappointing scene happened. Yifan stretched out his right hand slowly and steadily caught the basketball. He said lightly, just don't use this as an excuse if you lose. Turning around, he said to Ningxi, who was still in a daze, in a gentle voice, Xiaoxi, you watch from the side. Ningxi opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. Especially when she heard the name, Xiaoxi, her cheeks flushed slightly. This Yifan. She clearly reminded me, why did you still yell like that? Just as Ningxi was daydreaming, Suku took her hand and walked to the midfield line, saying helplessly, Xiaoxi, it's better for us to just watch this game. To be honest, Suku now regrets helping Zhao Wenhao just now. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. What the hell is going on? Luo Yuming hesitated for a moment and walked towards the 2 of them. At this point, Only Yifan and Zhao Wenhao were left on the field, and unknowingly, it became a solo match. Yifan casually patted the basketball with his right hand. "Are you ready? Let us get started." Zhao Wenhao shouted and rushed towards Yifan in an instant, aiming at the basketball in Yifan's hand. The purpose is very simple: to show his power first and let Yifan know how powerful he is. Facing the aggressive Zhao Wenhao, Yifan shook his head slightly, his lips moving slightly. Naive. He stood there motionless, and when Zhao Wenhao was less than 3 meters away from him, he jumped on the spot. He was going to shoot directly. Such behavior caused a burst of exclamations. "Fuck! You definitely can't get in. How dare you? Playing in front of Guangong. Brother, where's your knife?" Shua. Hollow into the net. Just as everyone was talking, the ball went in. In an instant, everyone felt as if a fishbone was stuck in their throat and they were no longer able to speak. The discussion stopped abruptly, and everyone's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Can this also be entered? The position where Yifan was just now was at least 2 meters away from the 3-point line. It should be impossible for this ball to be shot at such a long distance. Can. The ball went in. The 3 girls near the midfield line moved in unison, covering their mouths. In. Amazing. Yifan's mouth curved up and he said to himself, "Oh. It seems to feel pretty good." No complacency, no surprise. From beginning to end, it was as plain as water. Zhao Wenhao's hand was frozen in mid-air, only half a meter away from Yifan, but this half-meter distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. He faced the basket, looked at the basketball still bouncing on the ground, his face turning slightly blue. How can you get in from such a distance? You must be so lucky. What's the harm in letting you score a goal? I don't believe your luck can always be this good. Zhao Wenhao attributed this goal to luck, snorted unhappily, walked to the basket and picked up the ball. Next, it's my turn to attack. Bring it on. Yifan stood at the free throw line, looking lazily at Zhao Wenhao, who was a few meters away, with no intention of defending at all. Wow, so handsome. So stylish. No, I can't stand it. Brother Yifan, I love you. Outside the venue, several girls from Class 2 shouted excitedly, with stars in their eyes. Zhao Wenhao cursed inwardly. Asshole. Damn, I've been tricked by this guy again. He took a deep breath, and his dribbling movements became smooth and his speed increased instantly. In the blink of an eye, he broke through Yifan's defense and headed straight for the basket. Well, Yifan had no defense at all, because he stood there without moving at all, allowing Zhao Wenhao to run past him. Rubbish. Zhao Wenhao's face was full of disdain as he looked at the basketball hoop so close to him. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind, and as soon as the idea appeared, it became uncontrollable. Just do it. 2 meters away from the basket, Zhao Wenhao jumped high and flew towards the basket, relying on the inertia of his speed. Is this going to be a dunk? Chapter 12. Is this going to be a dunk? Everyone was stunned when seeing Zhao Wenhao's actions. Humph, let me show you what real strength is. Zhao Wenhao in the air shouted loudly and slammed the basketball into the basket that was just within reach. He had even anticipated how ugly Yifan's face would be when he dunked the ball. Thinking of this, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Dunk. Especially in a one-on-one duel, it has a huge impact on the momentum. At this critical moment, Yifan's figure appeared behind Zhao Wenhao at some point, and he exerted force with his legs and jumped up. Faster. Higher. This series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye, smoothly and in one go. Bang! The basketball was only a dozen centimeters away from the basket when suddenly a strong force came from the basketball in his hand, causing Zhao Wenhao's face to change drastically. The basketball left the hand and hit the backboard directly. Due to the excessive force, the speed of the ball was still very fast after bouncing. As luck would have it, the basketball bounced off the backboard and came into close contact with Zhao Wenhao's face. Par. A clear sound was heard, and those who didn't know would think someone was slapped. Zhao Wenhao was knocked unconscious as he was falling, and he fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity. The students from Class 2 who were watching the excitement nearby were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Block shot and kiss. Is it fake? Wow, this Yifan is so fierce. Luo Yuming and Suku covered their mouths and stared at Yifan, who was standing at the basket with a calm face, with expressions of disbelief. Amazing, no. Too amazing. Is this possible? Listening to the exclamations of her two best friends, Ningxi showed a hint of confusion on her face and muttered, "Isn't this a violation of the rules? Luo Yuman. Suku. Foul? This idea is really novel." Luo Yuman held her forehead and patted Suku's shoulder. "I'm sorry, I didn't discipline her well, sorry for making fun of her." Suku shook his head slightly and said seriously, "It's not your fault. I am also responsible." Seeing this, Ningxi's pretty face turned slightly red. She was not stupid, so she could naturally tell that the two were teasing her. "It's likely that I said something wrong again. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Ningxi. From childhood to adulthood, her world has only been about studying, and her only entertainment activity is to go to the library on weekends and read some books that interest her. Today was her first time playing basketball and she knew nothing about its rules. Xiaobai is a white man. Confirmed. At the basket. Yifan patted the dust off his hands and said, "It's a good idea, but it's a little off." "You?" The calm tone sounded full of irony to Zhao Wenhao's ears. He had already guessed what had just happened, and when he heard Yifan's indifferent words, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. "It's an insignificant match, no need to make a big fuss." Yifan bent down to pick up the basketball on the ground, turned around and walked outside the three-point line. "3 more balls, and you're going to lose." Snort. Zhao Wenhao stood up from the ground with a gloomy face. The pain in his butt made him gasp. As the captain of the basketball team and a prominent figure in Genoa, when has he ever suffered such humiliation? What's more, he and Yifan are not the only ones here. Everyone in Class 2 of the senior grade science department is watching the fun. If he really loses to this new guy, the news will spread to every corner of the school in no time. By then, it would be really embarrassing. Therefore, he must not lose this game, absolutely. Yifan held the ball in one hand and walked to the three-point line facing Zhao Wenhao. "Get ready, I'm going to start." As soon as he finished speaking, he dribbled the ball forward, completely ignoring Zhao Wenhao's defense. This scene made the students in Class 2 on the sidelines exclaim in surprise. "This guy is such a tiger. Oh my god, you dare to do this? Wow, so cool." Zhao Wenhao exerted force with his left leg and faced the enemy head-on. In his opinion, Yifan's behavior was a deliberate humiliation to him. Do you really think he doesn't exist? The two were driving very fast and neither of them showed any intention of slowing down, and they were about to collide with each other. On the sidelines, some timid girls had already covered their eyes. At the critical moment, Yifan took a step to the left, rotated his body 360 degrees, and was about to break through forcefully the next moment. "Don't even think about it." Zhao Wenhao shouted and stepped hard with his left foot, blocking Yifan's path. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn, without a trace of contempt. Accurate shooting and smooth dribbling skills. Master. And the current situation is very unfavorable for him. They are already 2 goals behind. If Yifan scores again, it will be extremely difficult to make up the gap. Yifan seemed to have anticipated Zhao Wenhao's defense. He suddenly stopped breaking through to the left and turned to break through to the right. The whole change was fast and smooth, without feeling any abruptness. Zhao Wenhao's face changed drastically, and instinctively, he followed to the right with his right foot, but his left foot had just landed and the inertia was still there. Laugh. There was a sound of fabric tearing. Zhao Wenhao's face turned pale in an instant, and a piercing pain came over him. In the blink of an eye, his forehead was covered with sweat. He lost his balance, supported himself with his hands, and lay on the ground with a painful expression. Yifan stopped and looked at Zhao Wenhao on the ground in surprise and suspicion. "Classmate, I didn't touch you just now. There are dozens of eyes watching us. Don't try to touch me." Zhao Wenhao. "Scam? Touch your sister." Hiss. Zhao Wenhao kept sucking in cold air, raised his head, and said with great difficulty, "I just feel unwell. Let's leave it at that for today. We'll fight again another day." After saying that, he turned around and shouted to Chu Qinglin on the sidelines, "Qinglin, send me to the infirmary. My leg injury is acting up." Chu Qinglin and a boy rushed into the field, held Zhao Wenhao's arm and went to the infirmary. Yifan glanced at Zhao Wenhao's back, with a strange look in his eyes and a hint of smile. "Leg injury. I don't think so. My leg is injured, why are you covering your crotch? These thoughts flashed through Yifan's mind. He took the basketball, walked to the three women at the midfield line, and handed the basketball to Ning Shi. You guys go on. Ning Shi took the basketball blankly. Classmate Yifan, what happened to Zhao Wenhao? As soon as she asked, she regretted it. Zhao Wenhao spoke so loudly just now, saying that his leg injury was recurring. She heard it too, why bother asking? So silly. Him. Yifan chuckled and said in a low voice, I was injured a little, but I don't know where. Oh. Ning Shi responded and lowered his head. Luo Yumeng was full of admiration and said excitedly, Yifan, you can do it. Suku nodded along with a hint of strangeness in his voice. Your basketball skills are very impressive. Even if Zhao Wenhao wasn't injured, he probably wouldn't be your opponent. I know a little bit, but I can't say I'm very good at it. Yifan's reaction was flat. He stared at Ning Shi, who lowered her head. He couldn't help but stretched out his right hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Xiaoxi, you guys continue. I'll go take a rest. Ning Shi lowered her head, feeling very shy. Why is this person like this? I clearly told you not to call her Xiaoxi. Student Yifan, you, just call me Ning Shi. Puff. Luo Yumeng and Suku laughed. Luo Yumeng, in particular, laughed so hard that her body shook uncontrollably, and said breathlessly, Xiaoxi, they have all gone far away. R. Ning Shi raised her head, but there was no trace of Yifan in front of her. Her little face instantly became flushed with blood, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Seeing Luo Yumeng's playful expression, she threatened angrily, Yumeng, believe it or not. I won't let you copy homework. Wrong, wrong. Luo Yumeng instantly became serious, hugged Ning Shi's shoulders, and raised her eyebrows with a smile, Xiaoxi, we are good sisters. If you don't let me copy, who else can I copy? Suku. Discussing copying homework in front of her, the class monitor. These two really are too much. The crowd watching on the sidelines also slowly dispersed. Several boys gathered together, chatting about what had just happened. You were fine, why did your leg injury relapse? Who knows? Maybe Zhao Wenhao saw that he was going to lose and deliberately made up an excuse. I don't think so. Zhao Wenhao's expression just now didn't seem fake. Maybe he really has a leg injury. Bullshit. What leg injury? That's nonsense. The boy who had been silent all of a sudden spoke up and said, I saw it clearly just now. Zhao Wenhao's leg injury was not serious at all. Didn't you notice it? I seem to have noticed it. What's going on? What's going on? The boy smiled and said, didn't you see that Zhao Wenhao's posture was wrong when he left? It's very likely that something's wrong down there. Chapter 13. Class 2, Science, Grade 12. Their head teacher Yang Ting stood on the podium and swept her eyes across the classroom. It's only 2 weeks away from the monthly exam. Everyone must work hard during this time. Ding dong, the school bell rang. Yang Ting gently waved her hand, school is over, everyone please be careful on the road. Goodbye, teacher. The students were packing up their heavy review materials, with signs of fatigue on their faces. Yifan stared at his empty school bag in a daze. Before coming to Zhenhua, he had never bought review materials, not even once. Seeing the mountains of test papers, exercises, and workbooks in front of everyone made him feel as if he had walked into the wrong set and was out of place. Yifan, why are you standing there? Luo Yumeng put on her school bag and turned around to see Yifan, who was in a daze. School is over, why aren't you leaving? I'm leaving now. Yifan responded and looked at Ning Shi, who was beside Luo Yumeng. At this time, Ning Shi was also looking at Yifan, with a soft smile on her face, and said softly, Student Yifan, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The girl's smile made Yifan's heart tremble. All this seems like a dream. At the gate of Zhenhua School, a black Audi stopped by the roadside. Luo Shan sat in the car, staring at the school gate. When he saw Yifan, he hurriedly got out of the car and waved and shouted, Xiaofan, here. Uncle, thank you for your hard work. Seeing that the car was still parked between the two locust trees, Yifan knew that Luo Shan must have been waiting outside the school for the entire afternoon, and he felt a warm feeling in his heart. Luo Shan's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he said with a smile, What a kid, you are so distant with your uncle. We are family. The last sentence was spoken with great emphasis, and Yifan showed a faint smile on his face. The car starts. While driving, Luo Shan said, Xiao Fan, I've shown you a house near the school. The environment is very nice and the price is not expensive. I'll take you to have a look first. If you feel there is anything you are not satisfied with, we can change it. Thank you, uncle. Yifan nodded slightly. It's fine as long as it can be lived in. The house in the capital should be located close to the school. Is the price expensive? He knew this very well. This was just an excuse Luo Shan made up, probably because he didn't want him to have any psychological burden. Jiahua Road, Bayou Garden. This is an upscale residential area, very close to Zhenhua Middle School, a key high school, and only about 10 minutes walk away. Therefore, the rent here has risen to an exaggerated level. Building 3, Unit 1, 606. Luo Shan put a bunch of keys in Yifan's hand and introduced, Xiao Fan, the house is only more than 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a small study. Although it is not big, it is okay. Uncle, it's already very good. Yifan looked around and found that the house was exquisitely decorated, with all kinds of home appliances and facilities, even the quilts were new. I have to say that Luo Shan is really careful when it comes to taking care of people. Rent, property fees, I've already paid them all. Luo Shan took off Yifan's backpack and said, and your uncle has also bought you daily necessities. If you still need anything, just buy it yourself. After that, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Yifan. Xiao Fan, there is 10,000 yuan in this card. When you are almost out of money, ask your uncle for more. Don't be embarrassed to ask, understand? Uncle, can I discuss something with you? Looking at the bank card in front of him, Yifan was lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered something. Luo Shan smiled and said, don't be polite in front of your uncle. Yifan has something to discuss with me. To be honest, this made Luo Shan a little flattered. In the past 5 years, the number of words Yifan had said to him definitely did not exceed 20. However, in the past few days, the amount of words he and Yifan talked about was several times, or even dozens of times, more than in the past 5 years. Yifan's lips moved slightly. Uncle, how much cash flow do you have now? As far as he knew, Luo Shan was in the clothing wholesale business. Although he was not extremely rich, he was quite wealthy. However, when he was a freshman in college, Luo Shan was persuaded by his friends to invest in a high-tech company, but ended up losing all his money. After hearing the news, Yifan shook off his previous decadence and became positive and motivated. Before he graduated, he was obsessed with studying stocks, accumulating funds while experimenting. As soon as he graduated, he began to make bold attempts. I have to say that in this regard, God is still very kind to Yifan. Only half a year after graduation, Yifan had accumulated a considerable fortune and eventually opened his own securities company. The fate between Yifan and Ningxi began from that time. So when he saw the bank card just now, Yifan thought of what would happen in a year, so he wanted to help Luo Shan avoid risks and accumulate some funds for himself. Money is a good thing. Although Yifan no longer cares much about money after his rebirth, he still cannot be without this thing. Money is a necessity in life. In the modern commodity society, life without money is difficult. There is a famous saying in Shia state, money is not everything, but without money, nothing is possible. Luo Shan was stunned. Cash flow. This question was beyond his expectations. Why did he ask this suddenly? He said truthfully, because there are 2 batches of goods in backlog, uncle doesn't have much cash on hand, only more than 2 million. That's enough. Yifan said something that left Luo Shan confused. Luo Shan was a little confused. Xiao Fan, why are you asking this? Yifan smiled slightly and said, Uncle, I want to borrow some money from you. Borrow money. Luo Shan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Kid, if you think the money is too little, just say it directly. Why are you going through so much trouble? When your uncle returns to Linhai, I will give you another 10,000. He thought Yifan thought the money he gave was too little, so he asked this question. Yifan waved his hand and explained, Uncle, you must have misunderstood. Misunderstand? Right. Yifan took 2 glasses of water and pointed to the sofa. Uncle, let's sit down and talk. Good. Taking the water from Yifan, Luo Shan showed a complicated smile. But he hid it well and it wasn't obvious. Looking at Luo Shan, who was drinking water, Yifan said, "Uncle, I want to borrow 2 million from you." Puff. Upon hearing this, Luo Shan was so shocked that he spat out the water he had just drunk. However, Yifan was prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his backpack and held it in front of him, perfectly avoiding the spray. "Xiaofan, what did you just say?" Luo Shan didn't have time to care about all these. He stood up in horror, his head buzzing. Borrow money? This is understandable, but borrowing 2 million at once. At this moment, Luo Shan recalled what he had just said, "Don't be polite in front of your uncle." He just said that. "You're welcome." He asked for a loan of 2 million right away, and his last name isn't even Mar. Besides, Yifan is only a senior high school student now, what does he need so much money for? Could it be? Luo Shan put down the water cup and grabbed Yifan's hand. "Xiaofan, tell your uncle the truth, have you gotten into any big trouble?" It's no wonder Luo Shan thought so. First he transferred schools, then he borrowed money, and the amount he borrowed was 2 million. It didn't seem normal no matter how you looked at it. Yifan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Uncle, don't think about it. I'm borrowing money from you mainly to invest in a stock." Stock. Luo Shan's voice instantly rose 8 decibels. "How old are you? Why are you playing with stocks? Is that something you can play with?" After saying that, he realized his tone and attitude, and quickly explained, "Xiaofan, uncle is afraid that you will be deceived. You are only 17 years old this year and you don't know anything yet. Besides, the risks in the stock market are too great. Even my uncle doesn't dare to touch this thing. Moreover, my uncle has seen too many people who lost their fortunes in the stock market over the years. Your main task now is to study hard and try to get into a good university. Do you understand?" Yifan smiled and nodded. "Uncle, I know everything you said. I also know that you don't believe me, but I can prove it to you." "Prove?" Luo Shan couldn't keep up with Yifan's thinking and asked in confusion, "How to prove it?" Yifan curled his lips, raised the bank card in his hand, and said lightly, "Uncle, give me a week, I can turn the 10,000 yuan in the card into 50,000 yuan. Moreover, you can watch the buying and selling process happen right before your eyes. If I can do this, please lend me 2 million for 1 year." Luo Shan lowered his head and remained silent. In 1 week, 10,000 became 50,000. 400% net profit. Is this possible? After a long while, Luo Shan raised his head. "What if you can't do it?" "If I can't do it, I will never think about stocks again. I will study hard and get into a good university. You and my mom will decide on your major." Yifan stood up, as if he was talking about something ordinary. "Of course, this situation is impossible." Confidence. But it doesn't make people feel the slightest bit of arrogance. It's a deal. Luo Shan stared at Yifan closely, and he was increasingly unable to understand the young man in front of him. Well, he never understood it. He changed the subject and said, "However, before that, I will tell your mother about this matter. This matter must be approved by her, otherwise I will not give you the money." After saying that, Luo Shan laughed dryly and explained, "Uncle is not henpecked. Uncle just respects your mother. Please don't misunderstand me." "Good." Yifan smiled, his eyes deep. He didn't know if it was because of his rebirth, but he remembered what happened in his previous life extremely clearly. He is sure to win this bet. After dinner, Luo Shan called his wife Yixian and told her everything that had happened that day. Yixian was extremely happy when she heard that her son had passed Genoa's abnormal assessment. But before she could be happy for long, Luo Shan told her that Yifan wanted to borrow 2 million from him. At the end of the call, Yixian exclaimed, "What? This is nonsense." "Honey, don't worry." Luo Shan quickly said, "This is what happened. Xiaofan and I made a bet. In the room. Yifan originally wanted to read some books to gain some experience points, but he was frustrated to find that there were no books to read in the new house. He lay on the bed looking at the ceiling. Ningxi's beautiful figure appeared in front of him. A warm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his mind became extremely calm. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. Tomorrow, I will see Ningxi again. Looking forward to. Chapter 14. In the classroom of Class 2, Science Department, Grade 12. On the blackboard, there was a big physics question. Qi Wenjue stood on the podium, spitting saliva wildly. There is only one question in this class. Everyone try to solve it. I'll give you half an hour. You can discuss it, but don't speak too loudly. After saying that, Qi Wenjue held the chair in one hand and the thermos cup in the other, and sat leisurely at the door of the classroom. When people reach middle age, they have no choice but to soak wolfberries in a thermos cup. He is in his early 50s. While drinking, he stared at the wolfberries in the thermos cup and muttered, "Isn't the wolfberry a little too little?" Yes, a little too little. Luo Yuman groped around in the book drawer, and soon, a romance novel appeared in her hands. Ning Shi stared at the blackboard and began to try to solve the problem on the draft paper. Her quiet and sweet temperament has become a beautiful scenery in the classroom. Many boys looked sideways. Before long, a look of helplessness and confusion appeared on the girl's face. No matter what method is used, it can only solve half of the problem at most, and then there is no further progress. Several physics geeks sitting in the front row were also talking in low voices. How do you solve this problem? That's right, it's too difficult. Is this a physics question for senior high school? Is Teacher Chi trying to embarrass us on purpose? I've tried several methods, but I can't find a solution. There was helplessness in his words. Yifan supported his chin with one hand, tilted his head and looked at Ning Shi's back, with a smile on his face. Problem solving. So boring. Moreover, this question was not difficult at all for Yifan, and he really couldn't muster up any interest in it. Instead of wasting time, it is better to look at Ning Shi more. What Yifan is struggling with now is how to get closer to Ning Shi. Although Ning Shi looked easy to talk to, he knew that Ning Shi was very defensive. Especially the opposite sex. Confession. Too vulgar. Moreover, it is still a little too early. To Ning Shi, he is just a new classmate, and it is likely to have a counter effect. Ning Shi put down the pen, looking hesitant. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to ask Yifan behind him for advice. The level of physics that Yifan demonstrated yesterday was the best she had ever seen among her peers. The girl took a deep breath and turned around slowly. She just happened to meet Yifan's gaze, and his deep eyes were like a bottomless pit, stirring her heart. He is looking at me. After Ning Shi discovered this, her pretty face turned slightly red. To be honest, she had a very good impression of Yifan. Although Ning Shi had only known Yifan for one day, Yifan's calmness and composure, as well as the clear eyes when he looked at her, made Ning Shi feel no disgust at all. And she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt as if she had seen Yifan somewhere before, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She suppressed her inner shyness and asked softly, "Student Yifan, can I bother you for a moment? I can't solve the problem that Teacher Chi asked. Can I ask you for help?" "Sure." Yifan came back to his senses and smiled knowingly. He was just worrying about how to get closer to Ning Shi, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come to him. "I really have to thank Qi Wenjue. I can do more physics questions like today's one in the future. Yeah, this is a good idea." He had a direction in his heart. "Thanks." Ning Shizhen nodded lightly, holding the draft paper. Her eyebrows slightly frowned, and she asked the question in her mind, "Student Yifan, Teacher Chi asked us to find the speed of the object falling at point B and the angle between the inclined plane and the object, but why can't we solve it using the law of conservation of momentum?" Her fair skin, low ponytail and long, thick eyelashes reveal a quiet look that makes people reluctant to look away. Many boys, including several top students in the front row, noticed this scene and felt very unhappy. Why? This guy just transferred to Genoa yesterday, how come he is so familiar with Goddess Ning? Grass. A plant. Damn, this Yifan is really lucky. Is the goddess going to fall? You fallen. Shut up right there. These words reached the ears of Deng Yu, who was sitting on the left side of the first row, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. Why is it this guy again? He witnessed the entire process of what happened on the basketball court yesterday. Coupled with Ning Shi's current actions, Deng Yu felt threatened. He is one of Ning Shi's many suitors. All along, he has only acknowledged one opponent, Zhao Wenhao, who was injured yesterday. Unexpectedly, another Yifan showed up. No, I must not let this guy get what he wants. After making up his mind, Deng Yu took advantage of Qi Wenjue's inattention, bent over and sat down in the empty seat next to Yifan. Looking at the girl in front of him who had been haunting his dreams, a flash of heat flashed across the depths of his eyes. Ning Shi, if you have any questions about physics, just ask me directly. After all, I was the first in the last physics test. Besides, if you ask Yifan, he may not know it. Deng Yu's words were full of pride, complacency, and showing off. It seemed that these words were spoken to Ning Shi, but actually they were spoken to Yifan. Ning Shi frowned slightly and said in a clear voice, Deng Yu, Yifan's physics level is very good. She was a little disgusted by Deng Yu's behavior, but out of politeness, she didn't show it too obviously. Very good. Deng Yu laughed, Ning Shi, I'm not bragging, I'm the only one in the class who can solve this problem. As he said that, he glanced at Yifan with a mocking look on his face. Yifan, he can't do it. Yifan smiled. Love rivals really come one after another. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Although Ning Shi has not grown up yet, she already has the foundation of being a stunning beauty. It is normal for these high school boys to be unable to resist her charm. But, do you dare to set your sights on Ning Shi? You are just dreaming. Pigsy fart. Yifan looked at Deng Yu as if he were an idiot. So, you can solve this problem. These guys are all brainless. First they provoke, then they belittle others to highlight themselves. This was the case with Zhao Wenhai yesterday, and the same is true with the man in front of him named Deng Yu. This method is really too low level. But think about it, what kind of cunning can a senior high school student have? Certainly. There was a hint of guilt in Deng Yu's eyes, but on the surface he appeared confident. In fact, he didn't figure it out just now, but how could he admit it in front of Ning Shi? The questions on the blackboard were indeed difficult, but he was confident in his physics level. As long as you give him time, he will be able to crack it. Yifan raised his eyebrows, are you sure? Nonsense. Deng Yu looked at Yifan with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. The world of academic masters is something that ordinary people can't get involved in. Do you understand? A top student. Yifan laughed. After all, he is also a man with a golden finger. Where does this guy in front of him get his confidence from? Ignorance. Ning Shi's eyes were cold and she scolded him, Deng Yu, you're going too far. Ning Shi, I? Just as Deng Yu was about to explain, Yifan interrupted him, since Deng Shuebar is so amazing, I'll give you a chance to show off. After that, he moved his stool and stood up, and said loudly to Qi Wenjue at the door of the classroom, Teacher Qi, Deng Yu said he can solve this problem. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to look at him, making Deng Yu feel very uncomfortable. Deng Yu's face was very ugly, and he asked in a low voice, You, what are you doing? Yifan's lips moved slightly, and he smiled faintly, didn't I say that I should give Deng Shuebar a chance to perform? You? Deng Yu's face turned blue. Oh. Qi Wenjue walked into the classroom and saw Deng Yu in the back row. He was a little unhappy. Deng Yu, what are you doing in the back? Go back to your seat. Yes, teacher. Being scolded by Qi Wenjue in front of the whole class, Deng Yu felt hot on his face. And all this was because of Yifan's words. Just wait for me. Deng Yu whispered something harsh, then quickly returned to his seat with his things. Seeing Deng Yu preparing to sit down, Qi Wenjue said, Don't sit down yet. Don't you know how to solve this problem? Come up and solve it. It's a good opportunity to explain your solution to the whole class. Deng Yu. He had a bitter face, feeling a bit stuck in a dilemma. No matter how reluctant he was, he had already boasted in front of Ning Shi. If I say no now, I'm afraid I'll never be able to raise my head in front of Ning Shi again. Okay. Deng Yu walked up to the podium with gritted teeth, looking at the physics questions on the blackboard, feeling a little insecure. However, in front of the whole class, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and try to crack it. However, Qi Wenjue frowned as soon as Deng Yu started to crack the code. After seeing Deng Yu's first step in cracking the code, he no longer had the desire to read on. One wrong step leads to all wrong. What's more, it was wrong from the beginning. This made him very disappointed. Don't solve it. Teacher, what's wrong? Deng Yu was a little confused. It was just the beginning, why wasn't he allowed to solve it anymore? Qi Wenjue waved his hand and said, You made a mistake in the first step. There is no need to continue. Go back to your position. Hearing this, whispers broke out in the classroom. Not that great. Isn't Deng Yu a physics expert? How come he was wrong right from the start? Maybe it's just a slump. If you can't do it, then don't do it. Why are you showing off? These words made Deng Yu's face turn red. He clenched his hands into fists and stared at Yifan angrily. If it weren't for this guy, why would I be so embarrassed? He silently put down the chalk and was about to return to his seat when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Yifan cheated him. He can also trick Yifan. As the saying goes, give someone a taste of their own medicine. Thinking of this, Deng Yu sneered and said to himself, "You are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. No one will have a good life today." Having read this, he turned to Qi Wenjue and said, "Teacher, Yifan said he can solve it, why not let him try?" In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Yifan. Yifan curled his lips and muttered to himself, "This trick is quite good." Ningxi was surprised, and then realized that the purpose of Deng Yu's words was to embarrass Yifan on the stage. Thinking of this, my impression of Deng Yu became even worse. She turned around and shook her head gently at Yifan, and whispered, "Yifan, don't go up there. Just tell the teacher the truth." "Well, don't worry." Yifan smiled and nodded, raised his hand, stood up and said, "Teacher Qi, I won't go up." Deng Yu mocked, "Didn't Yifan speak so well just now? He said that he could easily solve this problem. Why don't you dare to admit it now? I think you misunderstood." The morning sun was warm and soft, shining on Yifan's facial features, making him look more handsome and mysterious. He smiled lightly and said, "This question is too simple. There is no need to go up." Suddenly, the discussions in the classroom disappeared, and all the students couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. Quiet. Silence. Chapter 15. Simple? Were they hallucinating? Or was Yifan crazy? Does this question on the blackboard have anything to do with being simple? What did you say? Deng Yu rubbed his ears, feeling extremely ridiculous. Qi Wenjue looked at Yifan with great interest. He had a very high impression of Yifan, the transfer student. In the last class, Yifan's performance was very impressive. Now he said such confident words, he couldn't help but look forward to it. "Yifan, why do you say this question is easy?" "Because it's simple." Yifan smiled calmly. He had no intention of sensationalizing. He was just talking about the facts. He has no idea about pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. What should be is what it is. I don't actively try to be high profile, but I won't deliberately keep a low profile either. I just let everything take its course. A boy in the second row said sarcastically, "TSK, everyone can say it with their mouth." "You can?" Yifan glanced at the boy and pointed at the blackboard. "In that case, then you come." Boy. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, and his face turned blue and red. Quiet. Qi Wenjue's eyes swept around the classroom, and finally stopped at Yifan. He smiled and said, "Yifan, how do you solve this problem?" Ningxi bit her lips lightly, stared at Yifan sideways, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Dozens of eyes in the classroom focused on Yifan. His expression was extremely calm and his voice was low. "Let the horizontal velocity be v, and the flight time from A to B be t. Then the horizontal displacement from A to B, x equals vt, the vertical displacement from A to B, y equals 1 2 gt caret 2y, x equals tan, a equals t equals 2 v tan a g. So the horizontal velocity at point B is v, and the vertical velocity is vy equals gt equals 2 vtan, so the angle between the total velocity and the horizontal plane is theta, then tan equals vyv equals 2 tanner, so the angle between the velocity of the object falling at point B and the inclined plane is a constant." At this point, he nodded slightly to Qi Wenjue and said, "Teacher Qi, just write down the rest of the equations." "Can I sit down now?" "Oh sure." Qi Wenjue was a little amazed that the physics level of the student in front of him was so high. He couldn't help but admire. Yifan's way of thinking in solving the problem is very correct. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask Yifan for help. All the students looked at each other in bewilderment. What this statement represents could not be clearer. Yifan actually got the answer right. Holy crap. Deng Yu's face was extremely ugly. He said unwillingly, "Teacher, we haven't checked it yet. What Yifan said may not be correct." Qi Wenjue looked at Deng Yu intriguingly and asked, "Are you doubting the teacher's level?" As a teacher, he knew Deng Yu's thoughts very well. "It's just that I'm not convinced." Deng Yu quickly denied, I didn't. There is no best. Qi Wenjue snorted coldly and said loudly, Yifan's solution is correct. Now, I will explain it to you in detail. Listen carefully. According to Yifan's idea, let's first set the horizontal speed to v, and the flight time from A to B. Most students were confused by Qi Wenjue's explanation, and only a few top students could understand it. Ning Shi was one of them, and he was taking notes seriously while listening. In her heart, she couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Yifan behind her. The more she listened, the more she realized the gap between her and Yifan. The difference was simply huge. So awesome. With this level, you can participate in physics competitions, right? Even winning a prize is not impossible. While sighing, Ning Shi also felt the pressure. She is the physics representative of Class 2, but her physics score can only barely rank among the top 5 in the class. Now there is a god-level existence like Yifan. Now, she is afraid that she can't even make it into the top 5. Jingle. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. The drowsy student couldn't help but shudder all over and suddenly became energetic. As soon as Qi Wenjue left, the classroom suddenly became deserted, with only a few top students still studying. Ning Shi turned around, put a piece of draft paper in front of Yifan, and asked politely, Yifan, can you help me take a look? Sure. Yifan nodded, quickly scanned the draft paper, and said, Xiaoxi. Yifan, please call me Ning Shi, otherwise, it will be easy for people to misunderstand. A blush appeared on Ning Shi's pretty face. Every time Yifan called her Xiaoxi, she always had a special feeling. There is no disgust, but rather, a sense of intimacy. This feeling made the girl confused and panicked. In order to avoid suspicion, she could only remind Yifan again. Okay. Yifan agreed very readily and pointed to the third step on the draft paper, Xiaoxi, there is a small problem here. Ning Shi stared at Yifan blankly, her little face full of helplessness. Why is this person like this? He agreed readily, but... Tui. Xiaoxi, what are you thinking about? Yifan raised his hand and waved it in front of Ning Shi's eyes, and said with a smile, you won't learn how to solve problems if you slack off. Focus. Ning Shi's clear eyes were filled with a hint of resentment, and she opened her red lips slightly. Yifan, you clearly agreed, why are you still calling me? We have only known each other for one day, it's not nice for you to call me like that. Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked back, what's wrong? I think it's great. Don't you think so? Ning Shi opened her mouth slightly, but couldn't say anything. Looking at Yifan with a smile on his face, she felt her face getting hot. I won't ask you anymore. After saying that, she snatched the draft paper from Yifan's hand, turned around quickly, buried her head on the desk, and felt confused. Looking at Ning Shi's actions, Yifan's lips curled up slightly, with infinite affection in his eyes. It's just the beginning, take it slow. Accept it slowly. Slowly get used to his presence. For the next 3 days, Ning Shi didn't speak a word to Yifan, as if they were from two different worlds. As for Yifan, he was not in a hurry and was not surprised at Ning Shi's attitude. This was just the girl's character. In the past 3 days, he has been gaining experience points all the time. I brush my teeth in class, after class, when I get home and lie down, at 360 degrees. Read for 10 minutes, experience points +1. Read for 10 minutes, experience points +1. Complete reading, experience value +1. Hearing the experience points for completing the book rewarded by the system in his mind, Yifan couldn't help but feel a little confused. When I was at home, I would get 5 points of reading experience after finishing a book. But now I only get 1 point of experience after finishing the book. What's going on? Could it be that the system is enriching itself? System. Host, the experience points gained from reading the book completely depend on the value of the book. Is that so? Yifan looked at the physics workbook in his hand and couldn't help but curl his lips. If he had known this, why would he buy the exercise book? What a waste of expression. Looking at the time, there were still a few minutes before the get out of class ended, so Yifan called up the property panel and looked at it. Host, Yifan. Knowledge, level 30 2000. Intelligence, level 120 100. Force, level 110 100. Medical skills, level 10 100. Merit points, 0. Experience, 142. Seeing the experience values on the attribute side, Yifan showed a satisfied smile. This was the result of his 3 days of work. However, he is now in a dilemma. Which ability should he upgrade first? He seems to be quite intelligent, has decent martial arts skills, and decent medical skills. After thinking it over, Yifan finally did not make a decision and his eyes were fixed on the merit points. In fact, he had long wanted to ask what the merit points were for, but he was so busy gaining experience that he had no time to think about it. I'd better take advantage of the fact that I have nothing to do now and ask clearly. System, what are these merit points? And how do I get them? The system's sweet voice sounded again. The merit point function has not yet been opened, so please stay tuned. Yifan asked, when will it be opened? Or what conditions must be met before it can be opened? Fortunately, he had read a lot of online novels on this subject when he was studying in his previous life, so he was not unfamiliar with the incredible existence of the golden finger. To activate the merit point function, the host's abilities must reach level 3 or above. The system will then automatically upgrade, and after the upgrade is complete, the merit point function will be activated. After listening to the system's explanation, Yifan nodded slightly. All abilities reach level 3 or above. This is not that difficult. According to the experience points gained from reading books, if I maintain the current pace, all my abilities can be upgraded to level 3 in 2 months at most. After figuring this out, Yifan stopped worrying about it. Anyway, all 3 abilities except knowledge on the attribute panel have to be upgraded. It doesn't matter to him whether it's a few days earlier or later. Upgrade your intelligence. Consume 80 experience points. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 2 intelligence. 62 experience points remaining. As the system voice sounded, Yifan had a wonderful experience in his mind. He had the illusion of being enlightened, his mind suddenly became clear, and even his thinking seemed to have become much faster. Is this the 2nd level of intelligence? Not bad. On the podium, Yang Ting's eyes flickered slightly, and she put down the textbook in her hand. Yifan, come and tell me what the answer to this reading comprehension question on the blackboard is. All of a sudden, all the students looked over here. Yifan was completely unaware of all this. He was still immersed in the wonderful experience of upgrading his intelligence. At this moment, Yifan supported his chin with one hand, looking out the window. His blatant appearance of being absent from work caused a burst of low laughter. This guy is finished. You actually dared to skip class in your teacher's class. TSK, I can only say I admire you. Good luck. Ning Shi kicked back with his left foot without leaving any trace, and without turning his head, he whispered, Yifan, the head teacher is calling you. She didn't know why she did this, it was just an instinctive reaction. But as soon as she did all this, she regretted it. Because of the address issue, she deliberately ignored Yifan during this period of time. Now it has completely lost its meaning. Thinking of this, the girl lowered her head in distress, feeling a little discouraged. Ning Shi, what are you thinking about? Why do you want to take the initiative to deal with this guy? Yifan came to his senses when he noticed the movement of his feet. He was confused to see everyone staring at him. He stood up silently and asked, Teacher, did you call me? Har har. Everyone burst into laughter. Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu, on the other hand, were all smiling and making sarcastic remarks in a sarcastic tone. Oh, you are indeed a transfer student. You even dare to skip class during your homeroom teacher's class. You are so arrogant. That's right, does Yifan think that the head teacher can't teach you? You too, shut up. Yang Ting glanced at Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu with a stern face. The smiles on their faces disappeared instantly and they shut their mouths obediently. She pointed at the blackboard and asked Yifan, how do you choose the answer to this reading comprehension question? Yifan glanced at the contents on the blackboard and had the answer in his mind. Teacher Yang, you should choose A. Noticed some of the boys on the field were heisting. Yang Ting was stunned and extremely surprised. The answer was actually correct. Chapter 16. Yang Ting was certain that Yifan was absent-minded just now and did not listen to the class seriously at all. Moreover, the reading comprehension question on the blackboard was a difficult one that she had thought of after staying up late last night, and all 4 answers were very deceptive. As a result, Yifan found the correct answer with just one glance. Is it a coincidence? Or it must be a coincidence. Cough. Yang Ting cleared her throat and asked, Yifan, why do you think the answer is A? She wanted to hear what Yifan would say. It's very simple. Yifan said calmly, combining what has been said before, the answer is A. Yang Ting. Everyone. Isn't this nonsense? Yang Ting twitched the corners of her mouth with difficulty and waved her hand helplessly. Okay, sit down. You can be absent, but you can't affect other students, understand? Yifan nodded and sat down, continuing to look out the window with his chin supported by one hand. This scene left all the students speechless. This is also possible. Teacher Yang, who has always been extremely strict, actually told students that they could be absent-minded in class. What is wrong with this world? Yang Ting said in a deep voice, Yifan's answer is correct. Let me tell you why I chose A, look here. Jingle. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. Ningxi turned around and stared at Yifan, her eyes slightly dodging, and she hesitantly said, I just reminded you out of friendship between classmates, you don't think too much. After she finished speaking, her pretty face turned slightly red. Even she herself did not believe this reason. Looking at the girl who was trying to hide her true intentions, Yifan smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Okay, I won't think too much about it, but I still want to thank Xiaoxi for reminding me. Ningxi. Xiaoxi? Why do you still call me like that? Apart from her father, only Yu Meng and Suku call her Xiaoxi. Now that she was called like this by a male classmate, she really felt a little unacceptable. Why are you like this? Ningxi's long eyelashes moved slightly, and she said crisply, Is it not good to call me by my name? The girl's voice was not small. Luo Yumeng, who was reading a romance novel with great interest, could not help but look up slightly and looked at the two of them with curiosity. She raised an eyebrow at Ningxi and asked in a low voice, Xiaoxi, what's going on with you two? No, nothing happened. Ningxi explained guiltily, I don't quite understand the big physics question the teacher just talked about, so I asked Yifan for help. Do you want to come and listen? Hearing this, the smile on Yifan's face became even more intense. In her previous life, Ningxi could not lie and would stutter every time she told a lie. It is still so in this life. Luo Yumeng had a weird expression and curled her lips. Xiaoxi, even though I was reading a novel during class just now, you can't treat me as a fool. We were clearly in English class just now, and Mr. Yang is teaching physics. Ningxi's eyes widened slightly, and the temperature on her pretty face rose rapidly. I was talking about the last physics class. You may have misunderstood. All right. Luo Yumeng didn't bother about it and continued reading the novel while lying on the table. Seeing that her deskmate didn't ask any more questions, Ningxi breathed a sigh of relief. When she looked up, she met Yifan's smiling eyes. She threatened in a low voice, What are you laughing at? That cute look, like a fierce little white rabbit, has no deterrent effect at all. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth and said, Is it okay to call you Ningxi? That's more like it. Seeing Yifan compromise, Ningxi smiled, thinking that all her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Admiring the sweet smile of the girl in front of him, Yifan felt a little emotional and murmured to himself, Did you grow up eating candy? Ningxi blinked cutely and asked in confusion, Yifan, what did you just say? Nothing. Yifan curled his lips, I just feel that when you smile, you are very sweet and beautiful. Hearing this, Ningxi's face turned as bright as a ripe apple, making people salivate. There was some panic and shyness in her tone, Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Yifan raised his right hand and said seriously, If you don't believe me, I can swear to heaven. Ningxi. Oh. She just wanted to avoid the topic, not ask Yifan to swear. You? Ningxi bit her red lips lightly and turned around with a red face. Yifan chuckled and said to himself, Xiaoxi, you really smile sweetly. In fact, the reason why Yifan compromised with Ningxi was simply because he didn't want to continue the Cold War with this girl. Otherwise, based on Ningxi's personality, she would most likely ignore him. For the sake of long-term planning, he could only change his name temporarily. Anyway, it won't be long before the name is changed back. He has confidence. At lunchtime, Yifan came to the cafeteria alone, found a window with few people, and lined up silently. He has no food restrictions as long as he is full. Some girls passing by couldn't help but glance sideways at the handsome Yifan, with stars twinkling in their eyes. So handsome. I never noticed before that there was such a handsome guy in school. Strategic mistake, strategic mistake. Yifan had no reaction to these gazes. No, it should be said that he was already used to this situation. Coming to the window and ordering a bowl of beef noodles, Yifan found an empty table. Just as he sat down and was about to eat, a girl appeared at the seat opposite him. The girl has delicate features. She is wearing a plaid shirt and a knitted jacket, giving her a gentle temperament. Seeing Yifan looking at her, the girl smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Sucheyu, senior year 3, science class 1, can I eat here?" "Can." Yifan nodded, lowered his head and started eating noodles, with no intention of chatting up the girl. Looking at the boy in front of her, Sucheyu's eyes sparkled and she took the initiative to speak. "Classmate, you haven't introduced yourself to me yet." Hearing this, Yifan raised his head and said calmly, "Yifan, senior 3, science class 2. From science class 2. Sucheyu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "I basically know all the students in class 2, why haven't I seen you before?" Yifan continued to eat noodles with chopsticks, and said vaguely, "I am a transfer student. I just came to Genoa yesterday. It's normal that you haven't seen me." Transfer student. This time, Sucheyu was even more surprised, and said softly, "Genoa has transfer students. This is the first time I heard of it. It seems that Yifan, your grades must be very good, otherwise, it would be impossible to transfer to Genoa." "It's okay." Yifan didn't care about his image at all. He ate and drank, and occasionally responded, but only a few words. However, the more this happened, the more Sucheyu became interested in Yifan. There has never been a shortage of boys around her since junior high school, but this is the first time she has met a boy as calm and composed as Yifan. Sucheyu said, "Yifan, the monthly exam is coming soon, work hard and try to beat our class 1. Defeat class 1. Yifan looked at Sucheyu with interest and asked, "What do you mean?" Sucheyu's eyes flickered slightly, and she explained in a low voice, "In every monthly exam, there is competition between the senior classes. This is a rule that has existed since Genoa was founded. The class with more students ranked in the top 10 of the grade wins. This is a competition between teachers and also a competition between students." "Oh." Yifan smiled and said, "This is quite interesting. However, I just transferred to Genoa and I don't have a strong sense of collective honor. The competition you mentioned, whether you win or lose, is not important to me." Sucheyu was speechless. Yifan didn't play according to the rules at all. The reason why she took the initiative to talk about this was just to find a topic for conversation, but Yifan ended the topic directly. Obviously Yifan had no interest in chatting with her, which made Sucheyu doubt herself. She has always been the pride of the world and the center of attention. She was pursued by countless boys, but the first time she took the initiative to talk to a boy, she was rejected. This situation made her feel a little frustrated. Yifan picked up the bowl of noodles, drank up the soup, stood up and said, "Classmate, eat slowly, I'm leaving first." After walking 2 steps, he suddenly turned his head and smiled at Sucheyu, reminding her, "By the way, don't forget to eat your meal. Wasting food is not a good habit." After saying this, he turned and left without giving Sucheyu a chance to speak. Looking at Yifan's departing figure, Sucheyu was slightly dazed, her pretty face full of surprise. "Isn't she beautiful? Why does Yifan dislike me so much?" If Yifan knew what Sucheyu was thinking, he would definitely shake his head and laugh. Does being beautiful have anything to do with him? Just because you are beautiful, does that mean everyone should revolve around you? Pretty? Har har. A little girl. Except Ning Shi, other girls were just passers-by in Yifan's eyes, nothing more. In the classroom, Yifan had just sat down and his butt was not even warm when he saw Luo Yumeng smiling at him with a meaningful smile. He narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Although I look quite handsome, please control yourself and don't interfere with Ning Shi's studies." Ning Shi, who was doing her homework with her head down, had a touching smile on her face, pure and beautiful. This person is so narcissistic. But, he is really handsome. Bar. 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 Ning Shi, why do you think about these nonsense all day long? Have you done enough physics exercises? Have you finished the physics workbook? The girl quickly suppressed the messy thoughts in her mind and continued to do the questions seriously. Luo Yumeng opened her mouth, speechless. Such narcissistic words could be said so naturally by Yifan. Really, shameless. She knocked on Yifan's desk and said unhappily, "Hey, are you too narcissistic?" Yifan smiled faintly and said, "First, I'm not calling you hello, I'm Yifan. Second, please lower your voice a little, don't you see your deskmate is doing homework? You will disturb her study. As your deskmate, since you can't help Ningxi with her studies, you can't drag her down either." From beginning to end, his tone was very calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. "Okay, I'm done, just say whatever you want to say." Luo Yuman. Yifan had already said everything, what else could she say? Besides, when did I become so useless? Etc. This seems to be true. That's not the case, definitely not. Luo Yuman quickly denied this dangerous idea in her heart. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute it, someone grabbed her hand. Ningxi put down the pen in her hand and smiled lightly. "Yuman, don't listen to Yifan's nonsense. I am very happy to be your deskmate." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Yifan, with a hint of anger in her clear, long eyes. The girl's jet black hair cascades down her shoulders and back, showing her softness. The two dimples on her cheeks are even more charming. There was a slight gleam in Yifan's dark eyes. What a nice view. Chapter 17. Feeling Yifan's gaze, Ningxi's face turned slightly red. She sat up straight shyly and continued to do the questions. Luo Yuman winked at Yifan proudly. "Did you hear that? Xiaoxi is very happy to sit at the same table with me, don't try to sow discord between us here." Yifan chuckled. "I'm not trying to sow discord, I'm just stating the facts." If possible, Luo Yuman really wanted to use a needle to sew Yifan's mouth shut. "It's so toxic." Snort. Luo Yuman knocked on Yifan's desk and said, "At lunch today, I seem to see you sitting with Su Qiaoyu from class 1. Are you attracted to her?" She didn't even give Yifan a chance to speak, and continued, "It's no wonder. Su Qiaoyu is the most beautiful girl on the school's beauty list. Every boy would like her. But I still admire you. You've only been in school for 1 day, and you've hooked up with a beauty like Su Qiaoyu. You haven't wasted your face." Ningxi, who was doing a test, couldn't help but have a dim look in his eyes, and his mood instantly became very bad. It's hard to describe this feeling, but it's just very uncomfortable. Then the girl laughed at herself, thinking that it had nothing to do with her who Yifan sat down to eat with. After reading it, she suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind and focused on the exercise book in front of her. "Only by learning can we live up to our youth." Yifan shook his head and said, "You're overthinking it. Senior high school students are not allowed to fall in love. Besides, I think Su Qiaoyu is just average looking. She can't be compared to Ningxi at all. What do you think?" "Really? I've always felt that way." Luo Yuman was as excited as if she had seen a close friend. "I've always thought Xiaoxi is prettier, whether it's her looks, temperament, or personality. She's better than Su Qiaoyu in class 1 in every aspect, and the most important thing is that Su Qiaoyu has an apron. In this aspect, Xiaoxi is way better than Su Qiaoyu. How come she's the most beautiful girl on campus?" At this point, she couldn't help but sigh. "I don't know how Xiaoxi looks." "Yuman?" Ningxi couldn't bear to listen any longer, and said coldly, "The more you talk, the more indecent it becomes." Luo Yuman shut her mouth obediently. She knew Ningxi's character very well, and she was afraid that she had really made Ningxi angry this time. In fact, she regretted what she said as soon as she said it, but she couldn't stop. "Xiaoxi, I was wrong." Ningxi took out an English test paper from the bookcase and said coldly, "Finish this test paper. If you can't get more than 80 points, don't even think about reading novels this week." After saying that, she put the romance novel in front of Luo Yuman into the book drawer, with a cold look on her face. Luo Yuman wanted to protest, but after meeting Ningxi's eyes, she instantly became timid, obediently picked up the test paper, and started to work on it with a sad face. Yifan stared at Ningxi's back with interest. He had known a thing or two about this girl. In his previous life, due to an accidental accident, he witnessed the beautiful scenery belonging to Ningxi. Although it was only a few seconds, it was deeply engraved in his mind. He agreed with what Luo Yuman had just said. Time flies. Yifan has been in Genoa for 6 days. After school in the afternoon, he ran back home without stopping and went into his room immediately. "Turn on your computer." When he turned on the computer, he checked the time, 5:49. Still in time. In his previous life, Yifan remembered very clearly that in March 2010, a stock called Huayu Technology emerged as a dark horse and hit the daily limit for 6 consecutive days, attracting countless investors to follow suit. However, this stock only enjoyed popularity for a week. When it opened on the 7th day, Huayu Technology's trend took a sharp turn for the worse. In just a few hours, the economy collapsed, causing countless people to lose their fortunes. It was not until this time that these investors, who had regained their senses, remembered a sentence. There are risks in the stock market, so be cautious when investing. But by the time you understand this truth, it is already too late. There is no medicine for regret in the world. Today is the last day of Huayu Technology's daily limit. Although it has not yet been closed, Yifan clearly remembers that the peak of this stock was at 5:53 p.m. on the 6th day, after which it began to decline. At that time, investors thought it was just a normal decline, but they did not expect that this decline could not be stopped. After turning on the computer, Yifan logged into the stock market platform and saw that the price of a single share of Huayu Technology had risen to 30.45 yuan. Without any hesitation, he instantly sold all 10,000 shares in his hand. After doing all this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 6 days ago, when he bought Huayu Technology, the price per share was 4.97 yuan, and when he sold it, it was 29.45 yuan. He made a profit of 25.48 yuan per share, and a total of 254,800 yuan from 10,000 shares. This is his first pot of gold after his rebirth. The bet with Luo Shan was to turn 10,000 yuan into 50,000 yuan within a week. Originally, Yifan's capital could only buy 2,000 shares, but out of curiosity, Luo Shan bought 8,000 shares. 40,000 yuan was not a lot for him, he just wanted to have some fun. Yifan naturally would not refuse such a request. Excluding the money won by Luo Shan, he could get about 61,000 yuan, making a net profit of 51,000 yuan, and successfully won the bet. This means that Luo Shan has to lend him 2 million. Yifan planned to use this 2 million as capital. According to his memory, there will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity next month. It was precisely because of this opportunity that he asked Luo Shan to borrow money. Such an opportunity might not come once in several years. At this time in his previous life, he was still in school and had not yet started to study stocks. Since I have this opportunity in this life, I must naturally make a fortune. No one can ever have too much money. During dinner, Luo Shan took the initiative to ask about stocks. Xiaofan, how are the stocks I bought a few days ago? It's already sold. Yifan put down his bowl and chopsticks, took out his bank card and placed it in front of Luo Shan, and said calmly, there is a total of 304,500 yuan on this card now. Excluding the principal of 49,700 yuan, the net profit in 6 days is 254,800 yuan. Are you satisfied with this result, uncle? Luo Shan's brain buzzed, his eyes widened, and he was so frightened by these words that he couldn't speak clearly. Xiaofan, are you sure you are not kidding me? In 6 days, 50,000 yuan turned into 300,000 yuan. 500% net profit. Such huge profits made Luo Shan unbelievable. Many old hands are still stumbling in the stock market, but Yifan, an underage senior high school student, made 250,000 yuan in just 6 days. All this made him feel like a dream. Of course not. Yifan took the bank card and put it in Luo Shan's hand, and said with a smile, Uncle, if you don't believe it, you can go to the ATM to check it. Besides, do you think I would tell such a lie that can be exposed with a single poke? This. Luo Shan stared at Yifan blankly for almost a minute before he came to his senses. Without saying a word, he grabbed his coat and rushed out. After Yifan finished his meal, he tied it up and went back to his bedroom. He picked up a book from the pile of books beside the bed and began to read it carefully. He bought these books from the carpet at the entrance of the community. They were 10 yuan each, which was very cheap. So he bought all the nearly 100 books on the stall. After all, gaining experience is the most important thing. Currently, I have accumulated 88 experience points, and I only need 12 points to reach 100 experience points to upgrade my military strength. To be honest, he was somewhat looking forward to it. What changes will the second level of force bring to yourself? Chapter 18. Read for 10 minutes, experience points plus 1. Read for 10 minutes, experience points plus 1. Half an hour later, Yifan heard the door open, put down his book and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as he came out, he was hugged by Luo Shan. His face flushed slightly and he asked excitedly, Xiao Fan, how did you do it? In less than a week, we have achieved a 500% net profit. This is really, really amazing. As a businessman, Luo Shan knows very well how difficult it is to do business nowadays. 50% net profit is a high return. 100% pure profit is called excessive profit. As for the 500% net profit, Luo Shan had never thought about it before. It's not that I don't want to think about it, but I don't dare to think about it. But today, he witnessed this miracle with his own eyes. Surprised and shocked. And the most important thing is that Yifan only took 6 days. This payback period is too short. It's simply outrageous. With such a short payback period, coupled with 500% net profit, it makes money faster than robbing a bank. Seeing Luo Shan so excited, Yifan smiled faintly and explained, Uncle, in fact, I am just speculating. There are not many such opportunities. The stock market is just as you said, the water is deep. It's easy to make a little money, but it's too difficult to make a fortune from it. Luo Shan let go of Yifan, a look of surprise on his face. Yifan's reaction was too bland. It was abnormally bland. A senior high school student who earned 250,000 yuan in 6 days would probably be so happy that he would be at a loss. But looking at Yifan, his expression was still normal, exactly the same as usual. Even more, remind yourself how risky the stock market is. This. Are you sure it's a 17-year-old kid? Isn't this too calm? Luo Shan calmed down his emotions and said earnestly, Xiao Fan, although you won the bet, Uncle Qian still can't lend you the money unless you promise me one thing. After saying this, he felt his face getting a little hot. A man in his 40s actually played tricks on a child. So embarrassing. But, it's my wife who specifically told me to do this. The sky is big, the earth is big, but my wife is the biggest. It's embarrassing, so be it. What's up? Yifan was still very calm. Luo Shan hesitated for a moment and said, I have discussed this with your mother. Unless you score above 600 in the college entrance examination, your mother and I will decide on the university and major. If you can accept all these, I can give you 2 million. Hearing this, Yifan lowered his head and thought about it. As far as I can remember, Tianqing Pharmaceuticals' stock price only started to soar in September, and the college entrance examination began in June, so there was still enough time. Okay, I agree to this condition. Real. Luo Shan was a little surprised. From breaking the contract to putting forward conditions, was it just that easy to agree? Not normal. This is so abnormal. Yifan nodded and said with a smile, of course it's true. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Hearing this, Luo Shan laughed dryly and his face felt a little hot. He was the one who took the initiative to break the contract. No matter how you listen to this, it sounds a bit sarcastic. Yifan really didn't mean that. He had already anticipated this situation. After all, he is only 17 years old this year. Giving a 17-year-old child 2 million to invest in the stock market is like throwing meat buns at a dog. No matter how you look at it, it's a waste of money. Therefore, he didn't think that Luo Shan and his mother would agree directly. Luo Shan is okay, the main problem is Yixian. As a son, Yifan knows his mother's character very well. There was no way she would agree to something like this. She would either put forward conditions or refuse outright. Obviously, Yixian chose the former. This is already the most ideal situation for Yifan. He was very satisfied. Uncle, I'm going to read a book. Yifan chuckled and said, go to bed early and go back to Linhai tomorrow morning. After saying that, he turned and walked into the bedroom. Oh, okay. Looking at Yifan's back, Luo Shan was a little dazed. He always felt that Yifan had become different from before. He was calm, steady, and not afraid of anything. He didn't look like a senior high school student at all. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't think of the specific reason. Even if Yifan told the truth, I'm afraid Luo Shan wouldn't believe it. After all, rebirth is too absurd. Close the door. Yifan sat back at his desk and continued to gain experience points. Read for 10 minutes, experience points +1. Read for 10 minutes, experience points +1. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have reached 90 experience points. You can upgrade your force. Do you want to upgrade? With Yifan's unremitting efforts, he finally heard the system prompt sound. Putting down the book in his hand, the corners of his mouth curled up. Upgrade. Bite. Consuming 100 experience points, the force has been successfully upgraded to level 2. As the system's voice sounded in his mind, Yifan felt a warm current flowing through his body. An unprecedented sense of comfort made him hum twice. This experience comes quickly and disappears quickly. In just over 10 seconds, it had all faded away. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils became deeper, giving people a mysterious feeling. He took off his shirt, walked to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. Overall it looks like there aren't any major changes, just some minor ones. The muscle lines are more obvious, and the skin color has become slightly whiter. He clenched his fists, and it seemed as if his strength had increased a lot. To be honest, Yifan was a little disappointed. He thought that upgrading his martial arts would allow him to become a master of fighting. But now it seems that it can only improve physical fitness. After being disappointed, he called up the property panel and looked at it. Host, Yifan. Knowledge, level 30,000. Intelligence, level 20,500. Force, level 20,500. Medical skills, level 10,100. Merit points, 0. Experience, 0. Not bad. I believe that it won't be long before all 4 abilities can be upgraded to level 3. At that time, you will be able to unlock merit points. He inexplicably had a hunch that this merit point might give him a surprise. I looked up at the clock on the wall. He picked up the book and continued to gain experience. This is also Yifan's daily rhythm of life. Reading until midnight. This happens every day. 7:10 in the morning. Yifan was awakened by the alarm clock and got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. When he came out of the bathroom, he noticed the breakfast and the note on the table. Xiaofan, uncle is back in Linhai. You study hard in the capital. The bank card is on the desk in your room. Remember our agreement. Uncle has prepared 2 million. It depends on you whether you can get it or not. Har har. Putting down the note, Yifan's mouth corners slightly raised. 600 points in the college entrance examination. Just of hands. After breakfast, Yifan walked slowly to school. The closer you are, the more willful you are. Just a few minutes after sitting down, I saw Ningxi running into the classroom, panting. A plain sweater, jeans, and white sneakers. She wears them in a different way. Because of her outstanding figure, Ningxi's dressing style has always been very conservative, and she basically only chooses plain and loose clothes. Even so, she is still the focus wherever she goes. Beauty is also a kind of trouble. Yifan smiled and said, "Why are you running so fast? There is still some time before class starts." Ningxi. The clock on the wall has jumped to 7:57, and class starts at 8 o'clock. This means there is still some time. Making trouble. As she took the book out, she said helplessly, "Brother, there are only 3 minutes left. If you don't run faster, you will be late. If you're late, then you're late." Yifan's mouth twitched slightly. Being late is not a big deal. What if I fall down while running so fast? Ningxi was stunned, with an alluring blush on her little face. This sounds like it makes sense. Can Tui be late? In her 3 years of high school, she has never been late once. Being late was like the sky falling for her. How come it becomes so insignificant in Yifan's mouth? Hello. Luo Yuming turned her head and blinked at Yifan, lowering her voice. Okay, are you starting to feel sorry for Xiaoxi now? Based on her experience of reading so many romance novels, Yifan must be interested in Ningxi. Ningxi paused, and with a helpless look in her beautiful eyes, she gave Luo Yuming a look and said lightly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Yuming scratched her head pretending to be confused. I didn't say anything. Yifan nodded. Ningxi turned her head and looked at Yifan, looking surprised. What does this mean? Luo Yuming bumped Ningxi's shoulder and winked. Xiaoxi, Yifan has admitted it himself. He must be interested in you. Why don't you consider it? Ningxi's face flushed red, and she glared at Luo Yuming in shame and anger. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tape your mouth shut. Jingle. The ringing of the class bell interrupted the conversation between the two girls. Yang Ting walked into the classroom and clapped her hands. Classmates, we will have the monthly exam next week. This is the last monthly exam for senior year, and the city-wide mock exam will follow soon, so everyone must do their best. I discussed with other teachers and decided that there will be no classes today. We will have an exam. R. Chapter 19. R. Most students looked depressed when they heard the word exam. Take an exam? This is fatal. Yang Ting's face turned cold. What? It's just to let you get used to the learning rhythm in advance. I'll give you 10 minutes to clean up your seats. I don't want to see anything that's not related to the exam. Everyone gathered up their study materials and piled them on the ground at the back of the classroom. Yifan was fine, he only had a few exercise books. But Ningxi had a lot of things, including mountains of exercise books, test papers, and various review materials. Why so many? After cleaning up, Ningxi tilted her little head and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Her cute look of surprise attracted many boys' sidelong glances. Luo Yumeng added, "Of course there is a lot of nonsense. Every time we go to the bookstore, have you ever been free?" Ningxi knew he was in the wrong and did not make any excuses. She even dreamed of lifting the mountain of books, which was more than half a meter high, in one go. However, she failed after several attempts as her two little hands simply could not hold it. Many boys' eyes moved slightly, and they couldn't help but feel secretly happy in their hearts. Good opportunity. On weekdays, they don't have much chance to talk to Ningxi. Especially Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu, without saying a word, they stood up and walked towards Ningxi's seat. However, just when they were halfway there, the two of them froze, each looking uglier than the other. Yifan picked up Ningxi's mountain of books and put them at the back of the classroom. The action is quick and efficient. Ningxi blinked, a little surprised. Then, he showed a touching smile, but the smile froze in the next second. Luo Yumeng leaned close to Ningxi's ear and said, "Xiaoxi, I told you that Yifan was interested in you. Look, he's even moving books for you. He looks like your boyfriend. You want to die." Ningxi glared at her deskmate, her face slightly reddened. "Don't make jokes like this in the future, it's not funny at all." Luo Yumeng twitched the corners of her mouth twice, feeling very helpless. She wasn't kidding. Of course, this is just a small episode. When the test papers were handed out, many students looked distressed. What? Who sets the test paper? The difficulty is too high. Yang Ting, who was sitting on the podium, took in the students' reactions and curled her lips slightly. To tell you the truth, although today is just a test, the test papers are very difficult. The test papers of each subject were collected by the teachers of each subject after working hard for several days and nights. In order to prepare for the monthly exam next week, starting tomorrow, everyone will be divided into pairs. 2 students in the same study group will sit together to study and communicate with each other. In order to give you some motivation, I have discussed with the teachers of each subject that the student who ranks first in the total score of today's test can freely choose his or her group partner. Of course, the premise is that the other party is willing. Okay, enough nonsense, the English test starts now. As soon as Yang Ting finished speaking, many students' minds became active. Many boys looked towards Ningxi involuntarily, with a hint of enthusiasm in their eyes. If I could be in a group with Ningxi. I feel excited just thinking about it. Deng Yu was particularly impressed. His grades had always been among the top 3 in the class. He felt that this grouping was tailor-made for him. As for his arch-enemy Zhao Wenhao, he didn't take him seriously at all. He's just a sports student. How can you compete with him? Deng Yu's eyes became extremely serious. This time, he must get first place. Ningxi glanced at Luo Yumeng and reminded her softly, "Take the exam well." Luo Yumeng nodded bitterly. She knew exactly what she was capable of. First in the class. Destined to be missed. Therefore, whether he can continue to sit at the same table with Ningxi still depends on Ningxi. As long as Ningxi performs stably, he will have a good chance of winning the first place. Yifan pursed his lips and a slight smile appeared in his eyes. In that case, he'll take the first place. Rustle. The morning sunshine, coupled with the sound of writing, gives people an inexplicable sense of comfort. Looking at the test paper in front of him, Yifan's brain worked rapidly. Various knowledge points emerged one after another, and then his thoughts began to screen quickly, and finally came up with the correct answer. The efficiency is incredibly high. Especially for multiple choice questions, he can find the correct answer in just 3 or 4 seconds. The exam lasts 90 minutes. It took him less than 20 minutes to finish answering the questions. Yifan spent 3 or 4 minutes checking it, and exclaimed in his heart, "System, awesome." The books he read before seemed to be for gaining experience, but in fact, it is indeed about gaining experience. But while gaining experience, the various knowledge points in the book were firmly remembered in Yifan's mind. This resulted in many similar questions and answers automatically appearing in Yifan's mind as soon as he looked at the questions. It's just like a plug-in. Wrong. The system seems to be a plug-in. Yang Ting was patrolling the classroom. When she came to Yifan's side, she saw him in a daze sitting in his seat. She frowned and reminded him in a low voice, "Yifan, answer the questions carefully. It's okay to be absent-minded in class, but you're also absent-minded in the exam." To be honest, she still had high expectations for Yifan. I learned from the principal that Yifan scored full marks in English in the entrance examination. This is a rare and good seedling. But during the past few days of classes, she helplessly discovered that this promising student was always a little absent-minded in class. Even now, I am still so careless even when taking exams. That's how disappointed I am. Yifan sat up straight, his lips moved slightly. "Teacher, I'm done." Yang Ting was stunned for a moment, her eyes drifting to Yifan's test paper. She looked at her watch in surprise, and her face turned slightly darker. The exam has only started half an hour ago and this kid has already finished it. What a joke! This test paper is her masterpiece that she has worked hard on. I can't say anything else, but at least it is not much more difficult than the third mock exam. Finished in 30 minutes. What a fuss! Bang! This sound instantly attracted the attention of all the students. Ning Shi, in particular, was working on her homework seriously. The sudden voice behind her scared her so much that she dropped the pen in her hand to the ground. Yang Ting said coldly, "Finished in half an hour. Do you really think you are a genius? Can you be more serious?" Yifan glanced at Yang Ting calmly, squatted down to pick up Ning Shi's pen, and comforted her, "Are you not scared?" "No, no." Ning Shi opened her mouth slightly and her face turned red. Yang Ting looked a little confused. "Is she air?" Just as I was about to get angry, a test paper appeared in my hand. Yifan smiled slightly. "Teacher, it's not good to deny my efforts without even looking at them, right?" Facing Yifan's confident smile, Yang Ting's anger immediately dissipated, and even she herself didn't know why this happened. Yang Ting turned around and swept her cold eyes across the classroom. "What are you looking at? Do well in the exam." All the students dared not to make a sound and quickly looked away. Taking Yifan's test paper back to the podium, Yang Ting picked up a red core ballpoint pen and began to correct it. Half an hour. Snort. She wanted to see how many points Yifan could get. Chapter 20. Correct. 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 In just less than 3 minutes, Yang Ting finished grading Yifan's test paper. She felt a little dazed. Yifan's answer was not only correct, but also, like some of the answers to reading comprehension questions, abnormally accurate. She even felt that she couldn't give such an accurate answer. This is the test paper that was completed in half an hour. Oh my god! Where did the principal find this amazing student? This is too abnormal. Yifan, who was sitting below, took in Yang Ting's expression and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, you believe him, right? To explain in systematic terms, Level 3 knowledge is equivalent to outstanding graduates from Tsinghua University, and covers all disciplines. There is no such thing as partiality. Tsinghua University, the top university in Xie country, only enrolls about 500 students each year. It is no exaggeration to say that among the students who can be admitted to Tsinghua University, there is not a single normal one, there is not a single ordinary person, they are all academic masters. One can imagine the abilities of outstanding graduates from Tsinghua University. With nothing to do, Yifan called up the attribute panel. Host, Yifan. Knowledge, Level 30-2000. Intelligence, Level 20-500. Force, Level 20-500. Medical skills, Level 10-100. Merit points, 0. Experience, 7. Looking at the pitiful 7 experience points, he couldn't help but sigh. There is still a long way to go. The knowledge gained from Level 3 is enough to cope with all high school exams. Even the college entrance examination is no problem. Yifan didn't think about upgrading his knowledge for the time being. His mind was now entirely focused on merit points. You must seize the time to gain experience points and upgrade all abilities to level 3 as soon as possible, so that you can understand the use of merit points sooner. After these 2 days, he paid special attention to the ability of intelligence. Ever since his intelligence reached level 2, he found that his thinking speed had increased a lot. Compared with before, reading speed is faster. You can understand most of those profound knowledge points with just one glance. Just like this English test, if your intelligence has not reached level 2, even if your knowledge has reached level 3, it will take at least one class period 45 minutes to finish the test paper. However, after the intelligence reaches level 2, one can be said to have clear thoughts. Various knowledge points come to mind, and then the mind selects the most accurate answer at an extremely amazing speed. It was because of this that he was able to finish the entire English test paper in just 20 minutes. Yifan already had a preliminary plan in his mind. Wait until all abilities are upgraded to level 3 and merit points are unlocked. All the experience points he earned were used to upgrade his intelligence. How can you not love such a perverted ability? There was still a lot of time left before the exam, so Yifan became more active. Under the pretext of going to the toilet, he slipped into Genoa's library. Walking into the library and looking at the library with its extremely rich collection of books, he was deeply impressed. It's worthy of being Genoa. It's just a high school, but the library is similar to that of an ordinary university. I'm afraid there is no other school like this in the whole country. However, this is a good deal for yourself. These books in front of you are all props for gaining experience. No matter what, just take a look first. Yifan was too lazy to look at the table in the book area, so he picked up a book and sat on the floor next to the bookshelf to read it. He flipped through the pages very quickly, and he could finish reading a whole page in almost every 10 seconds or so. Time passes by every second. He was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, no, to be more precise, immersed in the joy of gaining experience. Read for 10 minutes, experience points +1. Read for 10 minutes, experience points +1. Dao Zhang sat at the front desk of the library. From his angle, he could just see Yifan in the middle of the bookshelf. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, and asked doubtfully, "Which class is this student from? Don't they have to attend classes?" However, he is not a teacher, just a librarian, and is too lazy to meddle in so many other people's business. Retracting his gaze, Dao Zhang picked up the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in front of him and began to read it with relish. Compared with Yifan, his reading speed can be described as a snail's pace. I have to spend 5 or 6 minutes reading a page before I can bear to turn to the next page. Before I knew it, it was already 11:30 in the morning. Ding di. The alarm on his mobile phone interrupted Dao Zhang's reading. Hey, it's already 11:30. Let's eat, let's eat. Dao Zhang carefully put away the book in front of him. When he looked up, he saw Yifan was still there, with 3 or 4 books on the ground beside him. He stood up and walked over. "Classmate, why are you still here? Don't you have to go to class?" "No, our class is taking an exam and I've already handed in my paper." Yifan replied without even raising his head, his eyes fixed on the book in front of him, as if nothing could stop him from reading. "Oh, all right." Dao Zhang didn't think much about it and said, "Then you continue to watch here. I'm going to eat first. Give me your meal card and I'll bring you a portion." "Have a meal." "Huh? No, damn." When Yifan heard these 2 words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he quickly looked up at the clock on the wall. 11:33. Broken. He was so absorbed in reading that he didn't even notice the time. More than 2 hours have passed unknowingly, and I still have a Chinese test in the morning. It seems like I've gone too far in gaining experience. The paper is due at 12 o'clock, and there are still 27 minutes left. Yifan didn't care about so much anymore and jumped up from the ground. His action scared Dao Zhang. "Classmate, what are you doing?" Yifan said anxiously, "Uncle, I'm reading and it's time, please help me clean up. I have to go back to the classroom to do the test paper, otherwise it will be over." "Thank you." After saying that, he didn't even give Dao Zhang time to speak and ran out of the library. Looking at Yifan's back, Dao Zhang was completely amused. He smiled and muttered, "These days, students can even forget about taking exams. What's the difference between this and a pig forgetting to eat?" Yifan only regretted that he didn't have 2 more legs, and ran to the classroom panting. This exam is related to whether I can be in the same study group with Ning Shi. This is very important to him. If you simply skip one subject, then you won't have any chance of getting first place in the class. After all, this is manhwa. Even if you are the last in the class, it is not an easy role. No, I must catch up. 3 minutes. It only took him 3 minutes to run to the classroom door. But before he could go in, he was stopped by Yang Ting, who had been waiting for a long time. Stop. Yang Ting waited for Yifan for 2 hours, and finally waited for this ancestor to come back. She asked with a cold face, Yifan, are you going too far? Can you spend 2.5 hours to go to the toilet? Yifan made a bitter face and explained, Teacher, I have diarrhea and I almost fainted. You see, I am sweating all over now. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yang Ting looked at Yifan and was speechless. Do you really think she is a fool? Yifan's rosy complexion has absolutely nothing to do with exhaustion. She couldn't help but glare at Yifan, don't talk so much nonsense to me. It's 11:37 now. You have to hand in your paper at 50 minutes. Why are you still coming back? It would be more appropriate for you to go to the cafeteria. Yifan smiled bitterly, Teacher, you are a big man and don't care about the little man's mistakes. I promise there won't be a next time. Can you let me in to take the exam first? No. Yang Ting snorted and pointed at the watch on her left wrist, there are only 13 minutes left, why are you still going in? Of course it's an exam. Yifan said anxiously, Teacher, 13 minutes is enough, just let me in. Now you know you're in a hurry. Yang Ting glanced at Yifan unhappily and pointed at the pen and test paper on the stool to the left of the door. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You only have 13 minutes now. When the time is up, I don't care how much you have written. You must hand it in. Do you understand? The guy went to the restroom under the pretext of going there, but he disappeared as soon as he left. She had to wait at the classroom door after the English test was over. The purpose was to teach Yifan a lesson. Thank you, teacher. Without saying a word, Yifan walked to the stool, squatted down, picked up the pen and started doing the test paper. Many students noticed what was happening outside the classroom. A gloating smile appeared on Zhao Wenhao's face. The injury he got from playing basketball with Yifan that day still hurt. Seeing Yifan embarrassed, he felt relieved. Deng Yu was somewhat delighted. He didn't know much about Yifan's grades. I only know that this guy is very good at physics, and seems to be strong in English as well. However, if he missed one subject, Yifan would definitely not be able to compete for the first place in the class. How could he not be happy that he had lost a competitor for no reason? Ning Shi secretly glanced outside the classroom, with a hint of worry in her eyes. This guy, doesn't he know he's taking an exam? How dare you skip class? Audacious in the extreme. Now you're in trouble, you've been caught red-handed by your teacher. The girl shook her head gently and checked the test paper carefully. Outside the classroom. Russell. Yifan was concentrating on answering the questions, but his speed was a little abnormal. Yang Ting's eyes widened and her eyelids twitched wildly. Just start writing without even reviewing the topic. Besides, isn't this written too fast? If she had to use one word to describe it, Yang Ting could only think of writing furiously. Writing fast is acceptable. But what Yang Ting couldn't accept was Yifan's way of answering the questions. As soon as he finished writing the previous question, he continued to write the answer to the next question without any pause in between. At least review the questions. Did you feel there was no hope and gave up? Very likely. Apart from this, Yang Ting could not think of any other reasonable explanation. 11:43. Yifan finished answering all the questions on the front of the test paper. Then start answering the questions on the opposite side. The whole process was done in one go, without any drag, which left Yang Ting stunned. 11:49. Yifan put down his pen, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and smiled at Yang Ting beside him. Teacher, I have answered it. Looking at the blank space in the composition, Yang Ting raised her eyebrows. Why, you don't want the score for the composition anymore? Yifan smiled bitterly and answered truthfully, it's too late. He scratched his head helplessly, then a confident smile appeared on his face, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I don't get 50 points for the composition. 700 points should be enough to get first place in the class, right? Yang Ting's pupils shrank slightly, and she said in a lost voice, "You still want to take first place?" Chapter 21. Oh. She had seen many confident students, but she had never seen one as confident as Yifan. "You haven't even written the composition, and you still want to get first place. What's up? Your father's last name is Wang." After squatting for a while, my right foot became a little numb. Yifan stood up, stomped his feet twice, and asked, "Why not?" "Yang Ting. It's good to have confidence, but blind confidence is arrogance." After that, she walked into the classroom with the test paper. "Teacher Li, this is Yifan's test paper." Chinese teacher Li Wenqing smiled and nodded. He saw everything that happened outside the classroom just now. However, the content of the conversation between Yang Ting and Yifan is not very clear. "Teacher Yang, what's going on with Yifan?" "Oh, nothing." Yang Ting's eyes flickered slightly, but in the end, she did not choose to expose Yifan's lie and said, "He has a stomachache, but it's okay. Teacher Li, just mark the exams normally and follow the rules. It's up to him how many points he gets." "Okay." Li Wenqing didn't think much about it. After leaving the classroom, Yang Ting wanted to say a few more words. But outside the classroom, there was no sign of Yifan. She stamped her feet in anger and said to herself, "Okay, Yifan, let's talk about it after the results come out this time." In the cafeteria, Yifan ate the braised pork happily and couldn't help but sigh. It's better to come early. At least, no need to queue. Moreover, the cafeteria aunt's hand tremors seemed to have eased a lot. While eating, a faint fragrance of a young girl wafted into my nose. When Yifan looked up, he saw Ning Shi sitting opposite him. He was a little stunned. "Xiao Shi, why are you sitting here? There's no one here, can't I sit down?" Ning Shi was speechless, and little circles began to form in her mind. Didn't we agree to call her by her name? How long has it been since I forgot about it? He. Sure. Yifan smiled, and when he saw the food on Ning Shi's plate, his brows slightly frowned. There were only vegetables and rice on Ning Shi's plate, nothing else. "Why are you eating this?" "Lose weight." Ning Shi answered casually. "You're in such a great shape, why are you still trying to lose weight? Are you trying to become an immortal?" "You?" Ning Shi's face turned slightly red. Although Yifan was praising her, she always felt something was wrong. "Do you just say compliments to girls?" And it said so naturally. He wouldn't say that to every girl, would he? Scumbag. Unconsciously, in the girl's mind, Yifan was labeled a scumbag. If Yifan knew what Ning Shi was thinking at this moment, he would definitely shout, "Unfair. I'm handsome, I know." Ning Shi. Narcissism. Although he looks handsome. Bar. Yifan picked up the plate and gave half of the braised pork to Ning Shi. "Eat all of this, I'll tutor you in physics." Ning Shi opened his mouth, but felt something stuck in his throat. "I came to Yifan on my own initiative just for physics tutoring." But when Yifan said it, it felt different. It's like selling oneself. She is a principled person. The meat is quite fragrant. Seeing Ning Shi wolfing down her food, Yifan couldn't help but laugh. "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll go get more." As he said that, he unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and handed it to Ning Shi. "Don't just eat, drink some water. This looks like a father taking care of his daughter." In fact, this is true. After his rebirth, Yifan is mentally more than qualified to be Ning Shi's father. Moreover, he really did raise Ning Shi as his daughter. It's just that the motivations are different. Crab. Ning Shi gulped down a few sips and said incoherently, "It tastes so good." But as she ate, she felt a little distressed. I had already thought of a weight loss plan, but it was disrupted by Yifan after only one day of implementation. Ning Shi, why can't you control your mouth? I feel so sad and depressed." Seeing the girl frown, Yifan chuckled, "Don't think too much, only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight." Ning Shi. This was the first time she heard such a reason. Chapter 22. There seems to be some truth to this. How can you have the energy to lose weight if you don't eat enough? So, Ning Shi turned his grief and anger into strength and finished the entire portion of braised pork. Belch. Suddenly, her face turned red. I didn't mean to. No. Yifan said with a smile, let's go back to the classroom first. I'll bring the tray over. After clearing away the two people's plates, he stood up and walked to the tableware window. Well. Ningxi was a little dazed. What is going on? Pick up the meat, pass the water, and take the initiative to clean up the plates after eating. Why does it feel weird? As for what was strange, she thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. What are you daydreaming about? After putting down the plate, seeing Ningxi still in a daze in her seat, Yifan smiled brightly and said, let's go back to the classroom to tutor you in physics. Oh. Ningxi responded weakly, feeling somewhat complicated. Isn't he even too good to her? If someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. This person's motives must be impure. The girl's vigilance reminded herself to be careful with Yifan. In fact, this is true. Ningxi treats Yifan as a classmate, but Yifan wants to fall in love with Ningxi. What a motive, ahem. Return to the classroom. Yifan patted Ningxi's shoulders. The touch from his hand made him feel a little unhappy. Why are you so thin? And the most important thing is that this girl is still losing weight. Why don't you go to heaven? What's wrong? Ningxi turned around with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? No more weight loss. Yifan was a little overbearing. Eat well from now on, look at how thin you have become. Ningxi. Just for this? Losing weight is her business and has nothing to do with Yifan. Why is he so angry? It's inexplicable. Didn't you say you would tutor me in physics? After all, he needed help from others, so Ningxi forced a smile and asked with the Huanggang secret paper, I don't know how to answer the last few questions on this paper. Please give me some guidance. Good attitude. Yifan nodded and changed the subject. However, your way of changing the subject is too obvious. Answer my questions first, then I'll teach you. You can't lose weight anymore, you hear me? Whether it was the tone or the expression, there was a rare seriousness in his voice. Got it. Ningxi curled her lips secretly. No way. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Who asked her to ask Yifan to do something for her? She could only suppress her unhappiness. Well, it seemed that she wasn't unhappy at all, she just felt a little uncomfortable. Apart from my father, no one has ever taken care of me like this. Very good. Yifan showed a satisfied smile and pointed at the paper in front of him. What don't you know? This, and this question. Listen carefully, first read the question carefully. The question says that at the intersection of AB. I see. Ningxi was a little amazed. Yifan, you are really amazing. Those extremely difficult physics questions on the test paper became extremely simple for Yifan. The most important thing is that she could understand everything Yifan said. It's not like what the teacher talks about in class, which is vague and confusing. So. Yifan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, study hard. There are only more than 2 months left before the college entrance examination. Remember, you are going to be admitted to Tsinghua University. How do you know? Ningxi widened her eyes in extreme surprise. Her ideal university is indeed Tsinghua University. But she had never told this idea to anyone, not even her father. Guess. Yifan smiled mysteriously and patted Ningxi's head. Study hard and review what I just said several times. It's best to write it down in your class notes. A good memory is worse than a bad pen. You? Yifan's sudden intimate action made Ningxi blush. Her long eyelashes fluttered. She looked around hurriedly and saw that her classmates were taking a nap. She felt relieved. Student Yifan, please don't move your hands around me in the future. After saying that, he turned around angrily and laid on the table with his hot face. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stared at the girl's back with a smile. Making moves. Girl, you'll get used to it slowly. Chapter 23. Compared with the first and second years of high school, the lunch break in the third year of high school is only 1 hour. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ting came to the classroom to supervise the students to study. She sat on the podium, her eyes drifting in Yifan's direction from time to time. After lunch, she went to Li Wenqing's office on purpose. I was really scared when I saw the bright red 100 on Yifan's test paper. The composition was not written. Other than that, not a single point was lost. This. Exaggerate. Could it be that this kid can really score 700 points? The difficulty of this test paper is very high. In the subject of English alone, except for Yifan who got full marks, the highest score of the remaining students was only 136. Moreover, she asked Li Wenqing, the highest score in Chinese was 124 points. According to the current situation, if Yifan can get full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science, then he must be the first in the class. Can you still get first place in the class without writing an essay? Yang Ting only wanted to say 3 words. It's outrageous. After all, this is in manhwa. Yifan held a thick book, General History of Mathematics, and read it carefully. In my mind, the system prompt sound rang from time to time. Read for 10 minutes, experience +1. Read for 10 minutes, experience +1. No matter what time, he would never miss the opportunity to gain experience. Jingle. The math test begins. Taking the test paper, Yifan glanced at the questions and wrote quickly. The 4 answers to the multiple choice question were filtered out instantly, leaving only one correct answer. It's so efficient, like a supercomputer. In just a few minutes, all the multiple choice questions were finished. When it came to the big math questions later on, his speed was not affected at all. Various formulas are readily available. 17 minutes. When Yifan put down his pen, only 17 minutes of the exam had passed. Moreover, he was not in a hurry. It's done in a very relaxed and casual manner. After checking it and making sure there were no problems, he chose to hand in the paper. Teacher, I'll hand in my paper. In an instant, all the students raised their heads with a look of disbelief on their faces. How long has it been, and you have already handed in the paper? Are you crazy? Math teacher Liu Hongwei frowned slightly, looking unhappy. Are you deliberately making trouble? Yifan smiled calmly. Teacher, I'm really done. He put the test paper on the desk, and the next second, he held his stomach with a look of pain. Teacher, my stomach hurts, I want to go to the toilet. Hearing this, all the students gave Yifan a thumbs up in their hearts. They still remember clearly what happened in the morning. The reason is also stomach pain. This guy is really the only one who uses this excuse to make the most of it. Go ahead. Liu Hongwei waved his hands irritably. To be honest, he had a very bad impression of Yifan. Very bad. Super bad. Every time when he was in class, Yifan was either absent-minded or reading. In theory, reading is a good thing. But the key point is that all the books Yifan read were completely unrelated to mathematics. This made Liu Hongwei doubt his own teaching skills. When I went to the principal's office in the morning, the principal actually praised Yifan by name. It is said that Yifan is a genius. Liu Hongwei was speechless after hearing this. Genius. Fart. Of all the 8 wastelands and 6 harmonies, I am the only one who is supreme. He wanted to see what abilities this transfer student had to earn such praise from the principal. Think of this. Liu Hongwei picked up Yifan's test paper and started correcting it. She stared at Yifan's back and sighed softly. Does this guy really like to be special? Etc. She suddenly remembered that Class 1 had physical education class this afternoon. The last time I heard from Luo Yumin, Yifan and Su Qiaoyu from Class 1 were having dinner together. Could it be that Yifan handed in the paper early just to meet Su Qiaoyu? Chapter 24. Or in other words, a date. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she couldn't help feeling irritated and tapped her little hands lightly on the table. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Luo Yumeng on the side raised her head slightly. Nothing, just an exam. She suppressed the thoughts in his mind and started to do the questions seriously. The other side. Yifan left the classroom and went straight to the library. Dao Zhong sat at the front desk, reading a book with great interest. Uncle, thank you so much for this morning. Hey, is that you? Dao Zhong looked up, saw Yifan, and asked with a smile, did you get criticized when you went back? Yifan nodded and didn't feel embarrassed. Dao Zhong asked, it's class time now, why are you here again? Are you skipping class or? Exam, hand in the paper early. Yifan said succinctly, Uncle, I beg you to do me a favor. Call me at 3:30. You kid. Dao Zhong smiled and shook his head, pointing to the bookshelf on the left side of the second row with his right hand. Go ahead, I'll put the book you read this morning on that bookshelf, and I'll call you at 3:30. Thanks, uncle. After thanking him, Yifan walked to the bookshelf, picked up a book and sat on the floor to read. Looking at Yifan on the ground, Dao Zhang had a strange look on his face. Handing in the paper early just to come to the library to read. This child is a little different. Little did he know that all Yifan did was just to gain experience. The world is big, but experience is the greatest. With Dao Zhang's reminder, Yifan finally rushed back to the classroom before Liu Hongwei collected the papers. Report. All the students looked towards the classroom door with a hint of pity in their eyes. You even dare to skip Liu Hongwei's class. Brother, have a safe journey. The students in class 2 have all experienced Liu Hongwei's violent temper. That taste, tsk. So sour. So, a saying spread among the students in class 2. I would rather offend Mr. Yang than offend King Liu. This is evident from this. Just when all the students thought that Liu Hongwei would be furious, Liu Hongwei's next words made everyone open their mouths in surprise. Come in. Liu Hongwei said with a smile, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? The whole classroom was silent. What happened? Did you eat fake rat poison? Normally, a war of words should have broken out at this time. Moreover, King Liu Yang could actually laugh. The iron tree is blooming. Teacher, I'm fine thank you. Yifan smiled and nodded, then walked to his seat. He was not surprised by Liu Hongwei's attitude. The reason, naturally, is the math test paper. That's indeed true. After Liu Hongwei finished marking Yifan's test paper, he felt surprised, amazed and excited. This math test is very difficult. But Yifan finished the entire test paper in less than 20 minutes. The most important thing is, they are all correct. Not only that, Yifan's answers and problem-solving steps are so clever. A lot of knowledge from university courses was used in it, which made even him, the teacher, a little confused at first. Genius. This is the real genius. How could Liu Hongwei bear to criticize such a student? He also wanted to call Yifan to his office to discuss the matter in detail. That's right, discussion. He learned a lot from Yifan's problem-solving method. It's exaggerated, but it's the truth. Jingle. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. The students handed in their papers one after another. Liu Hongwei picked up the test paper and his eyes paused on Yifan. However, thinking of the comprehensive science test that was coming up, he temporarily suppressed the thought. Let us talk about it after the exam. After Liu Hongwei left, Ningxi turned around and knocked on the table. Where did you go after handing in the paper? Did you really have a stomachache? Yifan narrowed his eyes, guess. Childish. Ningxi sneered. Oh. Yifan said calmly, don't ask me physics questions in the future, that's it. Ningxi. Threatening people, and being so open and aboveboard. Chapter 25. I was just joking, Master Tilder. After saying that, she gave Yifan a flattering smile. At this moment, Ningxi couldn't help but despise himself. How hypocritical. However, as long as it can improve my physics grades, it doesn't matter if I'm hypocritical. Yifan stared at Ningxi with interest. It was the first time he saw this girl in such an expression. In her previous life, Ningxi was gentle, considerate, and understanding. I've never seen this side of this girl. Perhaps, this is Ningxi's nature. I forgive you. Yifan explained softly, stomachache is just an excuse. After handing in the paper, I went to the library to read. Yeah. There was a hint of doubt in Ningxi's eyes. Reading? It's almost the same as looking at a beautiful woman. There is a golden house in the book, there is Suchayu in the book. If Yifan knew what Ningxi was thinking, he would definitely give this girl a head-splitting blow of love. Yifan nodded and said casually, Xiaoxi, how many points do you think you can get this time? Why do you ask that? Ningxi was a little confused. She was now too lazy to correct Yifan's way of addressing her. Because no matter how he corrects himself, Yifan will forget it in a blink of an eye. Never mind. Anyway, it won't lose any meat. Just asking. Well. I'm thankful that I got 670 points this time. Ningxi was quite distressed, the test paper is very difficult, I will probably lose a lot of points. Not bad. Now, Yifan felt relieved. I heard from Luo Yuming that Ningxi's grades have always been ranked first or second. Even she could only score 660 points, so getting 700 points and getting first place in the class should not be a problem. What's good? Ning, she sighed and said softly, my usual total score is around 710 points. It dropped so much this time. It's terrible. Her fragile appearance makes people feel pity for her. Don't think too much. The usual test papers are too easy and full of water. Yifan comforted him in a gentle voice, the difficulty of this test paper is not bad. The college entrance examination paper should be similar to this one. It is most appropriate to use it as a reference. Besides, I have something good to tell you. What good news? Ning, she blinked, looking silly and cute. Yifan stared at Ning Shi's fair little face and said with a smile, just now I calculated with my fingers that you will meet a noble person who will help you, and it will not be a problem to get into Tsinghua University. So, you need to hold onto this noble man's thighs as tightly as you can. A noble man? Hug someone's leg. Ning Shi was stunned, but quickly reacted. She couldn't help but roll her eyes and spit, bar. Luo Yumeng saw the two of them chatting in whispers, and came over curiously, what are you two talking about? Yifan curled his lips, let's talk about hugging. No, nothing to talk about. Ning Shi glared at Yifan and interrupted him, would you like to talk about the math problem we just talked about? Don't want. As soon as she heard about the math problem, Luo Yumeng decisively gave up joining the group chat. She left the last 3 questions blank. Because, no. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing that Luo Yumeng was no longer paying attention to this side, Ning Shi said something in a low voice. Yifan asked, what subjects did you use to get high marks? Physics and mathematics. Ning Shi counted on his fingers and answered honestly, my physics scores are generally around 80 points, and my math scores are around 135 points. The sound is soft and very pleasant to hear. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Yifan's eyes. It seems that girls are not born with talent in mathematics and physics. There are girls with extraordinary talents, but they are not many. Most girls are not good at this kind of logical memory, observation and analysis, and are not very interested in it. Okay, I understand. After the exam, join me in a study group. Ning Shi quickly shook her head and refused, no, If you don't want to improve your grades, just ignore what I said. Yifan narrowed his eyes and said confidently, study in the same group with me. In the monthly exam next week, your physics and math scores will improve by at least 10 points in each subject. Ning Shi looked troubled, with a struggle between his conscience and his conscience in his mind. Yifan was not in a hurry either. Because he knew that Ning Shi would definitely agree. He only wanted to say 2 words about this little white rabbit. Get it? Chapter 26. New. These 3 words brought a slight smile to Yifan's eyes. As expected, Ning Shi couldn't resist the temptation of scores. In the previous life, I spent several years with Ning Shi day and night. Yifan knew Ning Shi's character very well. This little thing looked weak, but was very strong inside. Ning Shi lay on the table, scratched his hair, and looked quite distressed. What happened to her just now? Why should you agree to Yifan's conditions? If Yumeng knew about this, would she be sad? For the sake of learning, all for the sake of learning. Yumeng will definitely understand me. The girl comforted herself in her heart. Jingle. The school bell brought the girl's thoughts back to reality. She looked at the science test paper in front of her and felt a headache. So difficult. Yifan quickly read the entire test paper and nodded slightly. To be honest, he was a little surprised at the difficulty of the test paper. Because no matter which subject it is, the test paper is very difficult. But this is also a good thing, the harder the test paper, the lower the student's scores will be. With 700 points, I should be able to secure first place in the class. The comprehensive science paper is a combination of physics, biology and chemistry, and the switching of styles of various questions is very abrupt. But it had no effect on Yifan at all. With the 3rd level knowledge, he could easily answer the high school examination papers. Russell. 23 minutes. Yifan put down his pen and carefully checked the entire test paper. The comprehensive science exam has 300 points, so you can't be careless. They say love grows over time. First, he had to solve the problem of time. After confirming that everything was correct, he did not hand in the paper early. Instead, he sat there obediently, with scenes from the past flashing before his eyes. In his previous life, he had been with Ning Shi for a long time. But he knew nothing about Ning Shi's family situation. He had never met Ning Shi's parents, and every time they talked about this topic, Ning Shi would just smile and quickly skip it. What is this girl hiding? After school. Yifan was standing guard at the gate with his school bag on his back. He looked indescribably handsome in a simple white shirt and black pants. Many girls passing by looked sideways. Wow, that boy is so handsome. Why didn't I notice there was such a handsome guy in school before? You probably don't know this, but this boy is called Yifan, and he's from class 2, science, grade 3. I heard he's a transfer student, and he just arrived not long ago. Transfer student? Don't be ridiculous. How could Genhwa have a transfer student? Yifan ignored the whispers and kept his eyes wandering at the gate. Bye, see you tomorrow. At the school gate, Ning Shi said goodbye to Luo Yumeng, then walked to the sidewalk on the left with his school bag on his back, still thinking about the comprehensive science test he had just taken. She didn't notice that there was a figure following her about 10 meters behind her. After walking about 300 meters, Ning Shi entered a small alley, turned several times, and came to the main road next door. There was a black Audi parked at the intersection. Ning Shi got into the car, started it, and soon disappeared. Yifan watched this scene from afar, with a gleam in his eyes. The car is fine. In the Imperial capital, cars of Audi's price range are very common. The key is the license plate number. Emperor A, 66,666. The value of this license plate far exceeds the car itself. You know, it is extremely difficult to get a license plate in the Imperial capital. Without a certain background, it is impossible to get such a cool license plate number. It seems that Ning Shi's family is a little unusual. Yifan shook his head and suppressed the many doubts in his heart. He doesn't care what family Ning Shi comes from. Jiahua Road. The Bayou Garden community where Yifan lives is on this road. Before, when he went home, he had to take a long DT from the south. I followed Ning Shi and unexpectedly found a shortcut. It only takes about 5 minutes to get to school from this road, saving half the time. Now, I can sleep a few more minutes. Passing by the vegetable market, Yifan bought some vegetables. I got home and worked for 20 minutes. 2 dishes and 1 soup. Things like feeling bad about your stomach. He never does it. After dinner, I continued to gain experience. The next day, I came to school. Chapter 27. As soon as he walked into the classroom, Yifan felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Everyone seemed extremely excited, with anticipation in their eyes. As soon as he thought about it, he understood what was going on. Obviously, everyone was looking forward to yesterday's test results. The 4 great joys of life. The wedding night, the day when one's name is on the list of successful candidates, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, a downpour after a long drought. Although it is not the college entrance examination, students' expectations for good results have already become instinctive under the subtle influence. This is normal. When passing by Ning Shi, Yifan greeted her, Xiao Shi, good morning. Good morning. Ning Shi replied in a low voice. The soft voice made Yifan smile faintly. After sitting down, he took out a large dictionary of idioms from his school bag and started reading it. Ning Shi glanced at Luo Yumeng, who was praying to God, turned around helplessly, and prepared to ask Yifan how many points he could get. After seeing the idiom dictionary in Yifan's hand, his expression was a little strange. What's wrong? Noticing Ning Shi's actions, Yifan raised his head slightly. Are you surprised that you are still reading this kind of book in your 3rd year of high school? Ning Shi nodded gently. She really thought so. In the 3rd year of high school, you should be doing exercises and doing papers all day long. But Yifan is just the opposite. He spends the whole day reading some strange books. There were many books with titles she had never even heard of. Yifan smiled faintly and raised the idiom dictionary in his hand. For me, no matter what book I read, I can get corresponding benefits. This is indeed true. As long as it is a book, he can gain experience. Of course, Ning Shi didn't know this. However, she did not dwell on this matter and asked softly, Yifan, what was your answer to the last physics question in yesterday's comprehensive science test? Let the mass of the aircraft before loading bm, and the takeoff speed bv. Let the mass of the aircraft after loading bm2, and the takeoff speed be milligram equal to 2 times kv. R. Hearing Yifan's answer, Ningxi was extremely frustrated and murmured, "It's over. I did it wrong." At this moment, she wanted to cry. "It's okay if I'm wrong." Seeing Ningxi's expression, Yifan comforted her, "It's a good thing to make mistakes. Only from mistakes can you find your own shortcomings." Ningxi said faintly, "Thank you for your comfort, I am still in a bad mood. Her heart is bleeding." "Very good." Deng Yu leaned sideways, flames of anger burning in his eyes. This new guy is flirting with Ningxi again. Damn it. Cough. He patted his deskmate Jingling on the shoulder and said loudly, "Jingling, how many points do you think you can get this time?" In an instant, many eyes were cast over. Jingling was a little embarrassed and answered in a low voice, "This exam is very difficult, and the highest score will not exceed 620. After that, he asked, "Deng Yu, what about you?" He didn't know that his question was exactly what Deng Yu wanted. Deng Yu raised his voice and pretended to be calm. "As for me, I think the difficulty is not too bad this time. I should be able to get around 700 points." Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people gasping in shock in the classroom. "Fuck, 700 points. I think I can only get 500 points at most. Deng Yu is indeed the top student in our class too. I think he will definitely get first place. It's amazing that I got 700 points." These discussions reached Deng Yu's ears, making him smile with pride. Turning his head to look at Ningxi, the smile on his face froze instantly. Ningxi didn't pay any attention to him at all and was still chatting with Yifan. This situation made him furious. Isn't Yifan just more handsome? Apart from this, how else is he better? Yifan noticed Deng Yu's little action and raised his eyebrows at Ningxi. That Deng Yu said he could get 700 points. Aren't you surprised? Ningxi shook her head and said firmly, "He can't get 700 points. His grades are similar to mine. How could he get 700 points? Unless he has done yesterday's questions before. That's a good analysis." Yifan praised. He was well aware of Deng Yu's little thoughts. It's just to attract Ningxi's attention. But his little thing is very smart. Jingle. Hearing the bell for class ringing, Ningxi quickly turned around and sat down. Yang Ting walked into the classroom with an unhappy look on her face. All the students were stunned. Finished. Teacher Yang's face looked so grim. Could it be that the results of this exam were not ideal? It is very likely that. Boom. Yang Ting slammed the textbook onto the desk and snorted, "You guys disappoint me so much." Chapter 28. You guys disappoint me so much. With just one sentence, all the students were silenced. There are only 104 days left until the college entrance examination. If you still don't have a sense of crisis, how can you get into your ideal university? Yang Ting's eye swept across the faces of every student and said in a deep voice, "For this exam, the average score of the 56 students in the class is only 497.4 points, not even 500 points." Upon hearing this average score, many students were secretly shocked. They finally understood why Teacher Yang was so angry. The average score is less than 500? It's too low. The previous average score was basically around 550 points. This time the score suddenly dropped by more than 50 points. It would be strange if I wasn't angry. Hearing this average score, Yifan smiled bitterly in his heart. It's worthy of being genuine. The average score is nearly 500 points. If this result was placed in his previous school, I'm afraid his class teacher would be very happy. But in Genoa, TSK. Gap. This is the gap between ordinary high schools and key high schools. Okay, let me announce the total score of this exam. Yang Ting took out the report card she had compiled last night and began to read it. Cao Jishuan, 481 points. Huang Hao, 463 points. Zhao Wenhao, 399 points. Yang Ting glanced at Zhao Wenhao with a cold face and reminded him, "Student Zhao Wenhao, do you know how many points you have lost for the class? Because of you, our class average score has been lowered by nearly 2 points." Zhao Wenhao lowered his head with a red face, looking quite unnatural. His grades were not good to begin with, far from Genoa's normal level. Now that he was called out by Yang Ting, his face felt hot and he was extremely embarrassed. Yang Ting glanced at Zhao Wenhao coldly and continued to announce the results. Ning Shi, 674 points. No one was surprised by Ning Shi's score. Because Ning Shi was always ranked first or second in the class and had always been in the top 5 in the grade. The test scores are usually above 700 points. Known as the seedling of Tsinghua University. 674 points is not high for her. Deng Yu secretly clenched his fists. He and Ning Shi have always been competing for the first place in the class. More losses than wins. Now seeing that Ning Shi only scored 674 points, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He had just boasted that he could get 700 points in the exam. What if I fail the exam? That would be so embarrassing. Tanya Han, 593 points. Yihon Yu, 601 points. Having read this, Yang Ting paused and glanced at Deng Yu. Immediately, Deng Yu's whole body tensed up. Deng Yu, 651 points. Upon hearing this score, many students showed surprise on their faces. What's going on? Only 651 points. Didn't Deng Yu say he could get 700 points? So low? Deng Yu's face flushed, and he stood up and said, "Teacher, is there something wrong? How come I only got 651 points? You know my usual scores, which are always around 700 points. That's normal times." Yang Ting interrupted coldly, "The results have been confirmed by the teacher several times, there is no way they are wrong. You got 651 points. Why don't you reflect on it and ask me?" Deng Yu was speechless, his face looking as if he had eaten something terrible. If I had known this would happen, I would never have said such boasting. It's all Yifan's fault. If it weren't for him, how could I? Be quiet, everyone. As soon as Yang Ting opened her mouth, the discussions disappeared instantly. Zhao Li, 612 points. Yifan. She paused and said slowly, 700 points. As soon as their words fell, there was an uproar in the classroom. Is it fake? 700 points. Impossible. Didn't Yifan take the Chinese language test? How could he possibly get 700 points? Deng Yu stood up impatiently and said loudly, "Teacher, there is something wrong with this score. Yifan did not take the Chinese test. Even if he got full marks in other subjects, he would only get 600 points at most, not 700 points. Zhao Wenhao couldn't help but echoed, "That's right." At this moment, the two of them rarely presented a united front. Who said Yifan didn't take the Chinese language test? Yang Ting frowned. In the last 10 minutes, Yifan finished the entire Chinese test except for the composition, and got full marks. Impossible. Deng Yu got excited and questioned, "That's absolutely impossible. 10 minutes is not enough time. Besides, the test paper is so difficult, how can he get full marks? How can anyone get a perfect score? Yes. This is outrageous. Not losing a single point. Do you think you're shooting a movie? No, even movies don't dare to shoot like this." Chapter 29. Many students were discussing in low voices, and their ideas were similar to Deng Yu's. If the composition is not written, then the total score on the paper will only be 700 points. How is it possible for anyone to get full marks? This is bullshit. Bang. Yang Ting slammed the desk heavily and stared at Deng Yu coldly. "Are you done?" Deng Yu said, "Teacher, this time." "Sit down." Yang Ting said with a sullen face, "I and other teachers checked Yifan's test paper 3 times. There is no way there is a mistake. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it." From beginning to end, Yifan was very calm. He has a cheat, so if he can't do this, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and hit his head against it to death. As for the many doubts, he didn't take them to heart at all. It is other people's right to question, but it will not have any impact on the results. Yang Ting announced, "Yifan ranked first in the class in this exam, so he can choose another person in the study group. After class, Suku, please do the statistics." "Good." Suku nodded in response. "Okay, now hand out the test papers and find your own mistakes." Jingle. As soon as Yang Ting left, the classroom suddenly became extremely noisy. "Oh my god, 700 points. Not only is he so handsome, but he also has such good grades. He's perfect. How did he pass the test? He didn't even write the composition and still got 700 points. Is this person still human?" These words were extremely harsh to Deng Yu's ears. He stood up and walked to Yifan's seat, loudly questioning, "Did you cheat? Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to get 700 points. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked over. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looked at Deng Yu as if he was an idiot. Are you out of your mind? Deng Yu. Too crazy. This is intolerable. You. He just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by a voice behind him. Don't block the road, make way. Passing Deng Yu, Suku asked with a pen and paper, Yifan, who do you want to be in a group with? Ning Shi. Yifan's voice was neither loud nor soft. At this time, almost everyone's eyes were focused on him, so almost everyone heard what he said. Sure. The boys looked jealous. The girls felt sorry, why wasn't it them? Ning Shi's face suddenly turned red. Her heart was broken. Can't this person speak a little more quietly? Luo Yuman was a little dazed. She poked Ning Shi and said resentfully, Xiao Shi, are you going to abandon me? Ning Shi was about to explain when Yifan interrupted her. Right. Ning Shi. Looking at Yifan and then at Ning Shi, Suku smelled a hint of adultery, and a thought-provoking smile filled her face. Xiao Shi, are you willing? I will. The last two words were barely audible. Luo Yuman sighed, alas, it turns out that we can't escape the path of valuing love over friendship. She patted Ning Shi's shoulder and said, but I don't blame you. As your best friend, I am very pleased to see you being with a handsome guy like Yifan. You, don't talk nonsense. Ning Shi's face flushed, we are just dividing the study groups. Yes. Luo Yuman gave Suku an expression that said, I understand. Then she winked at him, little Susu, since Ning Shi doesn't want me anymore, why don't you take me in? No problem. Suku smiled gently, leaned over Ning Shi's desk, wrote down Yifan and Ning Shi's names, and then wrote her own name and Luo Yuman's name together. Deng Yu watched the whole process. At this moment, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. After lunch. The study groups have all been finalized. Yifan got his wish and became Ning Shi's deskmate. Sit inside or outside. It will be all right. Sit inside. Yifan said, I have cleaned it up for you, just sit down. Thanks. Ning Shi sat down inside, and the first thing he did was to draw a straight line in the middle of the table with a pencil. Yifan stared at Ning Shi in surprise, what is this for? This is the dividing line. Ning Shi lowered his head guiltily and replied weakly. She knew that this was not a good idea, but this was her first time sitting at the same table with a boy and she was very nervous. Xiao Shi, why are you so cute? Chapter 30. Xiao Shi, why are you so cute? As expected, Ning Shi's face turned red again. Yifan, you, don't joke like this. Seeing that this girl was so easily shy, Yifan stopped teasing her and took out a handwritten test paper from the drawer. Here is your physics test paper. It's your homework for today. Please remember to hand it in to me tomorrow morning. Looking at the test paper in front of him, Ning Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Obviously, this test paper was written by Yifan yesterday. Did he know yesterday that he would get first place in the class? So confident. However, it is also very. As soon as this thought came to her mind, her face turned red again. Oh. Ning Shi, you are broken. How could you have such an idea? No. You are going to get admitted to Tsinghua University, so your thoughts must not slip before the college entrance examination. Yifan raised his hand and waved it in front of Ning Shi's eyes, and a hint of doting appeared in the depths of his eyes. Why does this girl always like to be in a daze? However, the dazed look is quite nice. Starting today, I will give you a test paper every day for your math and physics. As for other subjects, I will give you tutoring as needed. Keep doing your best. By the way, my ideal university is also National Tsinghua University. After saying that, Yifan picked up the idiom dictionary and started flipping through it. A ripple appeared in Ning Shi's eyes. Yifan's ideal university is also Tsinghua University. It seems like there is something else behind the words. In the first row, Luo Yuman and Suku were looking furtively at the back and talking in low voices. How about it, do you feel there is something wrong with these two people? It's a little abnormal. Suku agreed with Luo Yuman's words. He looked at the two people sitting on the ground and muttered to himself, why do I feel like I'm raising a daughter? What's that sense of déjà vu? Nothing, maybe I'm overthinking it. Suku sat up straight and said seriously, Yuman, the countdown to the college entrance examination is about to begin. You can't be idle all day. You are not allowed to read novels anymore. Don't. When she heard that she was not allowed to read novels, Luo Yuman became anxious and begged, Sister Su, please don't be so serious. Let me enjoy my happy high school life for a while longer. Don't worry, after the 100-day countdown to the college entrance examination begins, I will get rid of all these bad habits without you telling me. No room for negotiation. Suku didn't buy it, and didn't care whether Luo Yuman agreed or not. He bent down and turned Luo Yuman's book drawer upside down, and put the several romance novels he found into his school bag. I'll return it to you after the college entrance examination. Luo Yuman. I finally managed to escape from the little devil Ning, and I thought I would be able to turn things around and sing from now on. Who knew that in the blink of an eye he would be in the arms of the great devil Su? Miserable life tilde. Genhua does not have evening self-study. Because? The smart principal used Saturday time. That is to say, students only have 1 day off per week. In this way, 8 classes a day and 6 school days a week can allow students to maintain a learning state for a long time without feeling particularly tired. Of course, students in the first and second year of high school still have evening self-study classes as usual. A little after 4 in the afternoon. Several teachers from science class 2 gathered in the principal's office. Several teachers sat on the sofa, communicating silently with their eye contact. No one knew what the principal suddenly called them to do. Zhang Chongshan brought the brewed tea and poured a cup for each teacher. He brought a small stool and sat on it without any image, with a smile on his face. Teachers, please try the tea first. This is the best Longjing tea from our collection. You are in for a treat. Several people picked up their teacups and took a sip. Yang Ting put down her teacup and asked, Principal, why did you call us here so suddenly? Is there something wrong? That's right. Chapter 31. Zhang Chongshan nodded and said, I won't beat around the bush. This is it. The countdown to the college entrance examination is almost here. I looked at last year's college entrance examination results last night. We had 3 students from Genhua admitted to Tsinghua University last year. Although this number is not small, it is not a lot either. So, I have an idea to set up a Tsinghua University sprint class, with 7 classes in science and liberal arts, and select 3 top students from each class, for a total of 21 people. I have already found the teaching staff. I have found 3 retired professors from National Tsinghua University to provide professional teaching for the 3 main subjects of Chinese, mathematics and English. As for the 2 courses of comprehensive science and comprehensive liberal arts, they will still be taught by the teachers of each class. What do you think? Upon hearing this, several teachers' eyes lit up. Yang Ting said, Principal, this is a good thing. Of course we have no objection. That's right. The president has strong connections. He even invited retired professors from National Tsinghua University to come. That's great. Zhang Chongshan waved his hand and said, Don't be too happy. Compared with last year, this year's teaching conditions are obviously better, so our requirements must also be improved. This year, Genhua's goal is to have no less than 10 students admitted to Tsinghua University. Several teachers in class 2 were dumbfounded. 10? Last year there were only 3. It more than tripled in an instant. Is it possible? I don't know, but they think it's awesome. Tsinghua University is recognized as the top university in Xie country, and the admission score is too high. Tsinghua University's admission score has always fluctuated around 705 points, with a very small fluctuation range. There are a total of 345 students in Genhua's science and liberal arts departments. No, if you include the new transfer student Jifan, there are only 346 students in total. Among 346 students, we need to find 10 students whose scores are above 705. Disaster. It's difficult. Very difficult. The difficulty of the college entrance examination papers is far greater than that of the monthly examinations in school. So unconfident. Seeing the reactions of several people, Zhang Chongshan smiled and said, What are you afraid of? As far as I know, there are many good seedlings in class 2, and now there are talented students like Yifan. When he mentioned Yifan, he suddenly remembered something and asked Yang Ting, Xiao Yang, I heard that your class 2 had a test yesterday. How were the students' scores? Also, how did Yifan perform? Principal, the test paper is a bit too difficult, and the student's performance is generally not ideal. Yang Ting smiled bitterly and said, however, Yifan's grades are still quite good. He ranked first in the class. Oh, really? Zhang Chongshan asked with great interest, how many points did you get? Yifan left a very deep impression on him. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen a score of 750. Not only that, this student is too calm. There is no need to worry too much about his condition during the college entrance examination. He is definitely a player with a big heart. 700 points. Yang Ting silently reported Yifan's results. So low? Upon hearing this score, Zhang Chongshan's brows immediately frowned. Although he did not expect Yifan to get full marks every time, this score was quite different from what he expected. In his opinion, Yifan would at least be able to score around 730 points. Is it because of a poor performance? Zhang Chongshan said, he scored full marks in the entrance examination, how come he only scored 700 points this time? Hearing this, Yang Ting and several teachers couldn't help but swallow. Before, they had asked Zhang Chongshan about Yifan's grades, but Zhang Chongshan only told Yifan's scores in individual subjects and did not tell him the total score. No one expected that Yifan actually passed the entrance examination with full marks. No wonder. No wonder this student was able to transfer to manhwa school. Who wouldn't want a student like this? Yang Ting smiled bitterly and explained, Principal, the reason why Yifan scored 700 points is because he didn't write an essay. Except for the 50 points for the composition, he didn't lose a single point. That's right. Zhang Chongshan didn't ask the reason. Anyway, as long as Yifan is in good condition, he will feel relieved. I have high hopes for Yifan, this student. His expression was very serious, and he said in a deep voice, this year's Imperial Capital College entrance examination paper is the national paper. This is also the first time that the Imperial Capital has implemented the national paper. I hope that the top scorer of the national paper will come from manhwa. There was silence in the office. Chapter 32. It's almost time for school to end. Yang Ting walked into the classroom, and the students who were studying looked up. I have an important news to inform you all. The school has decided to set up a Tsinghua University sprint class for senior high school students in the near future. For students in the National Tsinghua University sprint class, the three main subjects of Chinese, mathematics and English will be taught by three retired professors from National Tsinghua University until before the college entrance examination. As soon as their words fell, there was an uproar in the classroom. Retired professor from Tsinghua University. Oh my god. This is the real big deal. Oh my god, so awesome. They can even invite retired professors from National Tsinghua University. That's not the point. The point is that there are still three of them. Holy crap, that's awesome. If I can join this so-called Tsinghua University sprint class, does that mean I can get into Tsinghua University? Oh, you're overthinking it, brother. Hearing this news, Ning Shi's eyes lit up and she murmured, such a good opportunity, I must not give up. There is no doubt about the teaching level of retired professors from Tsinghua University. There are still more than 3 months left before the college entrance examination, and this long time is enough for her to improve a lot. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Yifan sighed helplessly at Ning Shi's reaction. He just became deskmate with this girl and he hasn't done anything yet. What's the point of setting up sprint classes at Tsinghua University? The school really has nothing to do. Judging from Ning Shi's appearance, she definitely wants to join Tsinghua University's sprint class. In this case, he must join in. But in Tsinghua University's sprint class, can the two still sit at the same table? This is the problem that Yifan is more worried about. He was not very interested in this Tsinghua University sprint class itself. Join or not, it has no effect on him. It mainly depends on Ning Shi. If Ning Shi wants to join, then he will join too. It seems that I have to find a way to get this girl to agree to sit with me in the Tsinghua University sprint class. This is the key point. After thinking it over, Yifan poked Ning Shi's arm, and the soft touch made him sigh. Sure enough, girls are made of water. As for the boys, reinforced concrete. What's wrong? Ning Shi raised her head, with a hint of doubt in her clear eyes. Yifan smiled softly, Xiao Shi, do you want to join this Tsinghua University sprint class that teacher Yang mentioned? Of course I did. Ningxi blinked and said softly, with such a good opportunity for advancement, I must join. However, I don't know what the requirements are for joining the sprint class yet. Then let's discuss something. Well, go ahead. After we get to the sprint class, we can still sit at the same table, okay? Ningxi. That's it. That's it. Yifan shrugged. His handsome features and extremely serious expression made him a perfect killer for girls. Ningxi met Yifan's deep eyes and couldn't help feeling flustered. A faint blush appeared on both sides of her cheeks, like apples about to ripen, making people want to take a bite. I may not be able to join yet. It doesn't matter. Yifan pursed his lips slightly and spoke in a low voice. If you join, I'll join too. If you don't join, I won't join either. But, whether you join or not, you have to sit with me, do you hear me? Here. Ningxi stared at Yifan blankly. This kind of unintentional display of dominance is the most deadly to little girls. She is also a little girl. Seeing Ningxi distracted again, Yifan's eyes were full of doting at her cute look. Did this girl grow up eating cuteness? Ningxi came back to her senses and realized something was wrong. Her face was flushed and she lowered her head, not daring to look Yifan in the eye. Is this the attitude you use to negotiate with others? I don't care, you agreed anyway. Yifan spoke in a light tone, as if it was natural. Ningxi. Is this guy a rogue? Chapter 33. How can this be possible? She secretly glanced at Yifan and complained in her heart, isn't it just relying on his handsome appearance and good grades? What's so great about it? Oh. It seems really remarkable. Pooh. How is this guy handsome? Not handsome at all, yes, not handsome at all. The girl comforted herself by deceiving herself. But when her eyes fell on Yifan's profile, she couldn't move them away. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and tapped the table lightly with his left hand. Xiaoxi, does it look good? Nice. As soon as the words came out, Ningxi's face turned red instantly. Oh. Am I poisoned? There's no way to save you, Ningxi. She took a quick glance and sure enough, Yifan was staring at her with a smile on his face. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. Am I possessed by a ghost? How could you say something like that? While the two were talking, Deng Yu in the first row raised his hand and asked, Teacher, how can I join the Tsinghua University sprint class? This question is also what many people are curious about. There are more than 300 students in the senior year, and it is impossible for everyone to join this so-called Tsinghua University sprint class. There must be some conditions required, and all the students pricked up their ears. It's very simple. The monthly exam will be held next Monday. Those who rank in the top 3 in the class can join the Tsinghua University sprint class. That's no use. Top 3? Well, I'll just continue to be a bystander. This is discriminatory treatment, it's so unfair. After Yang Ting explained the requirements for joining Tsinghua University's sprint class, most students showed a look of frustration on their faces. Top 3 in the class. How easy is that? Of course, there were a few students who seemed a little angry and felt that the school was discriminating against them. Yang Ting's eyes turned cold as she stared at the student who had just spoken, her voice full of questions. What? Does the school not allow you to attend classes, or does it not allow you to study? Unfair? Why didn't you do that before? While others were working hard, what were you doing? It's too late to tell me it's unfair now. I have to say that Yang Ting has a very strong aura. In an instant, no one dared to say a word, and the entire classroom became extremely quiet. She sat at the desk and announced, everyone can participate in this monthly exam. It is a fair competition. Whether you can join the sprint class of Tsinghua University depends on your own ability. If you don't have the ability, who can you blame? Don't blame the heavens, don't blame others, learn from the lower and reach the higher, the one who understands me is the heaven. Okay, you all have to prepare well in the next 2 days. It's better to sharpen your sword before the battle. Continue to study. The next day, Yifan arrived at the school and just sat down. Before he had time to say hello to Ningxi, he saw Yang Ting striding in. Many students were somewhat confused. What's going on? Why is teacher Yang here when class has even started yet? Yifan, come out with me. After saying this, Yang Ting turned and walked out of the classroom. Many people looked at Yifan, their faces full of confusion. Could it be that this guy got into trouble? Being interviewed by Mr. Yarn alone is not a good thing. Many students showed a look of gloating in their eyes, including Deng Yu. Oh my, Master Yi has only been here for a short time, but he has already been asked to have a talk with the teacher. This is really extraordinary. It's full of irony. In response, Yifan did not react at all. He did not even look at Deng Yu and stood up and walked out of the classroom. Deng Yu's face turned blue and red, and his eyes were spitting fire. If Yifan had fought back, he wouldn't have been so angry. But Yifan didn't even look at him, and this was the most unacceptable thing for him. After all, he is the top student in class too. When has he ever been ignored like this? Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. HMPH, wait. Deng Yu had a gloomy face and said to himself, in this monthly exam, I will definitely be the first in the class. Ning-Shi stared at Yifan's back, a hint of worry appearing in her eyes. The girl didn't realize that something was wrong with her emotions. Chapter 34. After leaving the classroom, Yang Ting said nothing and took Yifan to the principal's office. Come on, sit down. As soon as he saw Yifan, Zhang Chongshan's face was full of enthusiasm. Yang Ting felt very jealous seeing this. Is this still the same aloof principal? Yifan stood beside Yang Ting calmly, with no intention of sitting down, and asked, Principal, do you have something to talk to me about? Right. Seeing this, Zhang Chongshan got straight to the point and said, you already know about the Tsinghua University sprint class, right? No. Yifan nodded. He didn't know what Zhang Chongshan wanted to say. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he still replied truthfully, Teacher Yang notified us yesterday. I called you here today mainly to tell you that you don't have to take the monthly exam this time. You can directly enter the sprint class of Tsinghua University. Zhang Chongshan had his own considerations for making such an arrangement. Through the entrance examination and the last Class 2 test, Yifan's level has basically been determined. The seat of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Without exaggeration or understatement, as long as Yifan maintains his current level, he will be able to easily become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Such an outstanding student naturally cannot be exposed too early. If Yifan performs too well in the monthly exam, it is very likely that the news will reach the ears of the old man in Yuqing Middle School. After all, Jinhua has so many students that it is impossible to hide it. There are still more than 3 months left before the college entrance examination. If that old guy has any evil intentions, he will have no place to cry. This kind of situation has actually happened before. Precisely because we have learned from previous mistakes, such mistakes must never be made again. Hearing this, Yifan's expression did not change at all, and he shook his head. I'm sorry, Principal, I'm afraid I can't accept this proposal. Why? Zhang Chongshan was a little dumbfounded. Logically speaking, no one should refuse such a good thing. But Yifan refused. Yang Ting was also surprised and reminded, Yifan, this is a good thing, why do you refuse? Why should I accept that? Yifan smiled faintly and asked, could it be that the principal and teachers think that I can't get a place in Tsinghua University's sprint class based on my grades? Entering the sprint class without taking the monthly exam is unfair to other students, and it's not fair to me either. If he accepted Zhang Chongshan's proposal, basically everyone would think that he was using backdoor tactics and connections. In fact, there is no need to do this at all. With his ability, he could rank among the top 3 in the class with his eyes closed. You can join Tsinghua University's sprint class with dignity, why use such shady methods? He is not stupid. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Chongshan explained, Yifan, the reason why we let you join the Tsinghua University sprint class directly is not because Teacher Yang and I don't believe in your results, but because we believe in your results too much, so we made this decision. That's right. Yang Ting nodded in agreement and said, based on your current performance, there is no need for you to take the monthly exam. You just need to maintain your current level and wait for the college entrance examination. I refuse. After the two finished speaking, Yifan rejected the proposal again. Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting looked at each other, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on their faces. Especially Zhang Chongshan, he was embarrassed and very depressed. Last night, he received many calls from parents of students, all regarding places in Tsinghua University's sprint classes. But no matter what these parents said or what benefits they promised, he refused. But when it came to Yifan, he didn't even want it for free. Ahem. Just as Zhang Chongshan was about to speak, he heard Yifan say, "Principal, just tell me the truth. Are you afraid that I will do too well in the exam and other schools will poach me?" Yifan, who lived a new life, analyzed the whole thing clearly in the blink of an eye. In his previous life, he had read a lot of similar news. Grab students. Don't think that only universities compete for students. The pattern is small. The third year of high school is the most frantic period for competing for students. Some young people who are capable of competing for the top spot in the college entrance examination are the most sought after. Zhang Chongshan. Yang Ting. Chapter 35. The two of them opened their eyes wide, with surprise written all over their faces. Seeing the reactions of the two, Yifan smiled indifferently, and a bit of maturity appeared on his slightly childish face, giving people an extremely strange feeling. I have a suggestion. I wonder if the principal is interested in listening to it. You say? Zhang Chongshan became more and more curious about this student. Yifan said lightly, "Today is Saturday. If nothing unexpected happens, the monthly exam papers should have been released, right?" "Yes, go on. Since the test papers are already out, I can take the test in advance. In this way, no matter what my results are, the principal can announce them at his discretion. For example, if my score is 750, I can write 720 or 710 on the transcript. Anyway, my only requirement is to get 1 point higher than the first place." As for why 1 point higher than the first place? It's very simple. Yifan just doesn't want to lose, it's that simple. With a bug-level cheat like this in the system, he can't lose no matter what. Otherwise, it's the person who lost the system. This method. Zhang Chongshan hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. "Okay, but I have to say this first. If your grades are not satisfactory and you cannot enter the Tsinghua University sprint class, don't blame me. It's not too late if you regret it now. Would you like to reconsider this?" The voice was full of bewitching. Yifan said nothing, sitting on the sofa by himself, and said to Yang Ting with a smile, "Teacher Yang, you can go get the monthly exam paper." Zhang Chongshan. Have to. No one buys his nonsense at all. Yang Ting was speechless. After receiving the call from Zhang Chongshan last night, she thought it was just to inform Yifan, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. She looked at Zhang Chongshan with questioning eyes. Zhang Chongshan waved his hands helplessly and said, "Go find Director Li to get the test paper." "Yes, headmaster." Yang Ting turned and left the office. Only a few minutes later, she returned to the office with more test papers in her hands. "Let's get started." Zhang Chongshan looked at the time. "It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Give me 2 hours." Yifan's words made Zhang Chongshan hold back the words he hadn't finished saying. He remembered the situation during the entrance examination. 2 hours. It doesn't seem impossible. Russell. Yifan picked up the gel pen on the coffee table, picked up the test paper on top, and started working on it. Write quickly. Yang Ting stood outside the sofa, looking at the scene in front of her in a daze. Still like this. Review the questions, review the questions. How to answer the question without reviewing it? Can. However, Yifan in front of him did not even examine the questions. He had just finished writing the answer to the previous question and immediately started answering the next question, with no gap in between. It was exactly the same as the situation outside the classroom the day before yesterday. She had only seen Yifan do this kind of question-solving method. Too unscientific. Tilde. Zhang Chongshan was not much better. During the entrance examination, he did not see Yifan answer the questions in person. Now seeing Yifan's unreasonable way of answering the questions, his expression was extremely interesting. To put it simply, it is unreasonable. How can you answer a question like this? Yang Ting didn't have classes in the morning, so she simply didn't leave. She tiptoed to the single sofa next to her and sat down, folding her arms. Today, she wants to see what results Yifan can get. 750 points. Hee. If she could get 500 points by answering questions this way, she would eat the table. Oh, let's not swear yet. This student has some evil nature. Chapter 36. Chinese paper, 23 minutes. Including composition. When Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting saw Yifan starting to do the math paper, they looked at each other silently. Deep in his eyes, there was shock. How can it be so fast? Chinese paper, 23 minutes. Zhang Chongshan winked at Yang Ting, who immediately understood. She picked up Yifan's finished Chinese test paper, left the office, and went to the office of the Chinese teacher, Li Wenqing. Knock knock. Come in. Yang Ting pushed the door open and walked in. Li Wenqing saw that it was Yang Ting, so he stood up and said with a smile, Teacher Yang, do you want to talk to me about something? Right. Yang Ting placed the test paper in front of Li Wenqing and said straight to the point, Teacher Li, please help me correct this test paper. No problem. Li Wenqing didn't ask anything, just sat down and started marking the papers. It was fine at the beginning, but the surprise in his eyes became more and more obvious as time went on. Until he finished reading the essay, his face was filled with nothing but shock. It's wonderful. Li Wenqing took a deep breath, his voice filled with impatience. Teacher Yang, can you tell me who did this paper? Yifan. No wonder, no wonder. Seeing Li Wenqing's reaction, Yang Ting asked curiously, Teacher Li, how are your grades? Full marks. Li Wenqing looked at the test paper in amazement and said, it's an undisputed full score. Especially the composition, it's so well written. Yang Ting. Although I had anticipated this possibility, I was still shocked when I heard the word full marks. Full marks in Chinese. It would be fine if I got full marks in math and English, but Chinese. Old swan tilde tilde tilde. What kind of fairy is this? Thank you, Mr. Li. Yang Ting nodded to Li Wenqing, picked up the test paper and left. She had just returned to the principal's office and was about to report Yifan's grades to Zhang Chongshan, but when she glanced at Yifan who was doing the test questions, she froze in place. At this moment, Yifan had a math test paper on his right hand, and he was actually working on an English test paper. Yang Ting. She looked at her watch silently. It only took 14 minutes from the time she left the office to the time she returned. Finished the math test in just 14 minutes? Deeply shocked, yet also a little numb. This student. Evil nature. Too evil. Zhang Chongshan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Yang Ting in a daze. Not to mention Yang Ting, he is the same. The difficulty of this monthly exam paper is very high, higher than any previous monthly exam. Yifan's performance was truly horrible. Zhang Chongshan had seen countless students, but he had never seen such a terrible student. He was sure that even if he asked a senior high school teacher to do the monthly exam, it would not be possible to finish it within 10 minutes. What a hard to understand little fellow. Zhang Chongshan muttered to himself, looking at Yifan with a complicated look. He had looked at Yifan's academic records. Yifan's previous grades were very ordinary, even poor. But this was not the case with Genoa. He was completely unable to connect Yifan's academic evaluation with the current Yifan. It's totally not the same person. Principal, please take a look. Yang Ting put the Chinese paper in front of Zhang Chongshan, said nothing, picked up the math paper on the coffee table and walked out of the office again. 10 minutes later. Zhang Chongshan looked at the two bright red 150 points in front of him, his mouth twitched with difficulty, and he muttered to himself, what kind of monster is this? Hearing this, Yang Ting turned her head and glanced at Yifan, a hint of heat flashing in the depths of her eyes. Judging from Yifan's current performance, he is fully capable of becoming the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, their whole family will benefit. The top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination is of great value. Chapter 37. If Yifan could win the championship, then her status as the class teacher would also rise. Who wouldn't he love such a student? Call. Yifan calmly picked up the English test paper, looked up at Yang Ting and said, Teacher, come on. Yang Ting. Zhang Chongshan. Chinese, math and English, 3 test papers. Yifan only took 54 minutes. Yang Ting took out a red ballpoint pen from the pen holder on the desk, sat on the sofa and began to correct the English papers. Correct. 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 In less than 4 minutes, she put down her pen. The bright red number on the test paper is particularly eye-catching. 150. Full marks again. Yang Ting took a deep breath, stood up and placed the test paper in front of Zhang Chongshan. Yes, principal. Zhang Chongshan. Is it really necessary for such students to join Tsinghua University's sprint class? Tsinghua University's sprint class mainly provides tutoring for students in the three main subjects of Chinese, mathematics and English. The level Yifan showed didn't need. The retired professor of Tsinghua University is indeed powerful, but he would probably feel helpless when faced with a student as outstanding as Yifan. How to teach students who have no weaknesses? This kid is so evil. Indeed. Yifan, who was doing the comprehensive science paper, paused while answering the questions, raised his head and protested to the two of them, Principal, Teacher Yang, can't you say something nice in front of me? As he spoke, his eyebrows slightly raised and he smiled. I call this excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent of the best flowers. Zhang Chongshan. Yang Ting. Seeing the two people speechless, Yifan smiled faintly and continued to focus on the comprehensive science paper in front of him, writing at an incredibly fast speed. Okay, done. A few minutes later, Yifan put down his pen and raised the science paper in his hand. His action made Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting speechless again. Too fast. Could it be that this kid has eaten expired rat poison? A full score is nothing. A full score is already exaggerated. But the most important thing is that Yifan was able to get full marks in a very short time, which is even more exaggerated. Why are you looking at me like that? Yifan blinked calmly and smiled. Is there a flower on my face? Is there nothing for me to do now? I will take my leave first. Without giving the two a chance to react, Yifan stood up and walked out of the office. Staring at Yifan's departing back, Zhang Chongshan sighed slightly and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Teacher Yang, I am more looking forward to the performance of Class 2 in the monthly exam next Monday. Now that Yifan is here, I hope that Class 2 can surpass Class 1 this time. I hope so. Yang Ting nodded, but she didn't hold much hope in her heart. There are too many top students in this class, and for students have been ranked among the top 10 in the grade for a long time. Except for Ning Shi and Deng Yu, the other students in Class 2 could not even make it into the top 10 in the grade. Even if Yifan was included, there were only 3 of them. Return to the classroom. As soon as Yifan sat down, Ning Shi's little hand poked him twice under the table. What have you been doing? Why, you missed me. The long hair covered Yifan's eyes, and his handsome smile and slightly teasing words were full of charm. Ning Shi was stunned, and his expression changed several times in the blink of an eye. Her slightly childish face already reveals her stunning beauty. I have only seen such a beauty today, but I have heard of her captivating the whole country in the past. Chapter 38. Pooh. Ning Shi showed a look of embarrassment and looked around in panic. Seeing that everyone else was attending class seriously, she felt a little relieved. Student Yifan, please don't make such jokes in the future. After saying that, she turned her head and ignored Yifan. Yifan felt a little frustrated about this. It's just a tease. As for it? Anyway, sooner or later we are all a family. Cough. Yifan gently tugged at Ning Shi's sleeve and whispered, I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't make such jokes again in the future. Don't be angry. Ning Shi looked at the blackboard seriously and ignored Yifan. She didn't dislike Yifan, but that didn't mean she could accept such jokes. And through what she just said, her impression of Yifan changed. So frivolous. He. Scumbag, confirmed. The original favorability was 70 points, but now it has been cut in half. If Yifan knew what Ning Shi was thinking at this moment, he would definitely give himself a big slap in the face. Everything is fine, why are you being so mean? I just went to the principal's office to do a few papers. Seeing that Ning Shi ignored him, Yifan decided to reveal some explosive information. He leaned slightly to the left and instantly broke through the dividing line in the middle of the table. He said, it's about the monthly exam paper. Ning Shi finally reacted, but after seeing Yifan's actions, her eyes turned cold and her voice was crisp, please stay away from me. Can't you see such an obvious dividing line? Yifan. Have to. This time, the girl was really pissed off. It's difficult. He looked at the arm that was beyond the dividing line and slapped it. Not only is his mouth mean, his hands are mean too. Arm, Grandma Lee S. This voice instantly attracted the attention of many people in the classroom, including Chi Wenjue, the physics teacher who was giving a lecture. Yifan, what are you doing? Yifan stood up and explained, Teacher, I'm hitting a mosquito. He was very calm in his words, and there was no sign of guilt at all. Ningxi glanced at Yifan and pouted her lips slightly. Full of lies, just telling lies. He is indeed not a good person. It seems that I need to stay away from this guy. Qi Wenjue. It's only the end of March and the temperature is only in the teens. Are there mosquitoes? Are you trying to trick the devil here? But, who made this person Yifan? For good students, especially outstanding students like Yifan, the teacher's tolerance will be very high, and he is no exception. You can hit the mosquito, but don't make such a loud noise, it will disturb other students in class. Qi Wenjue raised his hand to signal Yifan to sit down, pointed at the content on the blackboard and continued to explain, Everyone look here. After sitting down, Yifan looked at Ningxi bitterly, feeling helpless. This girl is still so hard to approach. In the previous life, when Ningxi first arrived at the company, several of the company's bosses were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They had never seen such beautiful girls before, and their appearance changed drastically. His hair is no longer greasy, his beard is gone, and his clothes look decent now. The purpose is to leave a good impression in Ningxi's heart and get a chance to have sex with her. Unfortunately, Ningxi didn't even look at them, and even set an extraordinary record. What record? For 6 consecutive months, apart from work-related communication with Yifan, she didn't speak a word to any other men in the company. It took more than a year for Ningxi and Yifan to gradually become familiar with each other. There is no other reason. The way Yifan looked at her was different from other boys, clear and pure, which made her feel very comfortable. Ningxi didn't tell Yifan this until later, which made him understand Ningxi's aversion to strangers of the opposite sex. No, to be precise, it should be vigilance. Well. Yifan sighed. It seemed that he had to be more careful when interacting with this girl in the future. If you continue to flirt, your wife might run away with someone else. After class, Ningxi was lying on the desk, reviewing what she had learned in class. Her petite body and quiet, sweet temperament made people want to hold her in their arms and cherish her. Yifan took the initiative to ask, Ningxi, did you do the physics test paper I gave you yesterday? Chapter 39. Yes, here you go. Ningxi took out the test paper from the drawer and handed it to Yifan. From now on, you don't have to tutor me, and try not to talk to me. Thank you for your cooperation. After saying that, she continued to look at her notes carefully. Yifan. What is this? After being depressed for 2 minutes, he focused his attention on the physics paper in front of him and picked up his pen to correct it. The speed of marking is not fast. Once he encountered a mistake, Yifan would stop and mark the notes next to Ningxi's answer, as well as the corresponding problem-solving ideas and basic knowledge points. Jingle. Yifan had only finished grading half of the papers when the bell rang for class. Chinese class. Li Wenqing walked into the classroom and the first thing he saw was Yifan. At this moment, he was still thinking about Yifan's composition in his mind. If Yang Ting had not said in person that the test paper was done by Yifan, he would never have believed that a senior high school student could write such a wonderful composition. Unbelievable. Incredible. It's just outrageous. This class mainly talks about composition writing techniques and related skills. After Li Wenqing wrote the for characters, writing techniques, on the blackboard, he asked, Do you have any special methods? Can you please stand up and share them with us? No one responded. No one was going to respond. What method is there to use when writing an essay? Just, write. Yifan lowered his head and corrected the physics test paper carefully. He looked at the second to last question on the test paper, frowned, and muttered to himself, This girl's physics foundation is really poor. She can even get this kind of question wrong. Ningxi heard these words clearly, her beautiful eyebrows twitched twice, and she felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. This girl? Only her father would call her that. That is too much. Although she was angry, she didn't say anything because Li Wenqing was looking in the direction of her and Yifan. Since no one is taking the initiative, the teacher will ask questions. Li Wenqing smiled and said, Yifan, please stand up and speak. Swish. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on Yifan, and many people had a hint of gloating on their faces. Even if they don't speak well, it's not them who are embarrassed anyway. On the other hand, Yifan was still writing annotations seriously and didn't hear Qi Wenjue calling him at all. Yifan. Yifan. After Li Wenqing raised his voice, Yifan finally reacted. He stared at the test paper and asked without raising his head, "Teacher, what's the matter?" While speaking, his hands did not stop moving. "Please share your writing style and skills with everyone." "Oh, okay." Yifan blurted out. Free fall motion is uniformly accelerated linear motion with an initial velocity of 0, following the law of uniformly accelerated linear motion. There was laughter in the classroom. Is this guy stupid? Well, wait to be scolded. Answering physics formulas in Chinese class. Show off. Ning Shi hesitated for a moment, then gently kicked Yifan under the table and reminded him in a low voice, "It's Chinese class now, look at the blackboard." At this point, Yifan finally reacted. He looked up and was stunned. Just when everyone was waiting for Yifan to be criticized, a surprising scene occurred. Li Wenqing was not angry, but smiled and said, "Yifan, now is Chinese class, you answer the teacher's questions first, and then do the physics questions later." My dear mother. Everyone's eyes widened, their brains confused. Can I do physics questions in Chinese class? Dreaming, must be dreaming. A boy pinched her thigh hard. Hiss. His deskmate's expression suddenly changed, and his facial features distorted violently. What are you doing? Let me see if I'm dreaming. Why don't you pinch yourself? I'm afraid of pain. You uncle. Many students' eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on?